Code expense is high. Today we're going to create a to-do list app using React and Firebase. So, like always in my tutorials, I try first to explain the logic behind the code before typing it. So I'm going to use diagrams and animation, so I will make things easy for everyone to follow with me. So enough talking, let's see what we're going to build in this course. First, don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell so you'll get a notification every time I upload a new video or a new part from this course. So let's go. So this is how our to-do will look like. We have here a button to add a new to-do. So let's try that. To-do. I'm gonna choose tomorrow and then choose a time and then choose a project. We have here 3 projects. I'm gonna check the personal project, add to do. Now we're out in today. You can't see it because we added to do to tomorrow. If I go to next 7 days, you can see it, it's in Wednesday. So in the next 7 days here, we show the first today. The first day we show is today, and then the next one, next, etc. And all days we show all to-dos, no matter what day it is. Then we have here some projects by default. We have 3 projects. Other, it's empty, so we don't show nothing here. We don't show the 0. We just show nothing. Work, and then personal. So we have one to do here, so it says 1. If I, for example, complete this to do and I click on this button here, I check the to do and you can see that it's not, that it says we have no to do left. So here when I check this, I have 2 buttons, one for removing the to do and the other one to repeat it the next day. So I'm gonna go and remove that to do. So after removing the to do, let's go to work and add a new to do, call it to do 1. And you can see here that when I am under work, when I click on add to do, now the work project is selected by default. So if I go, for example, to other and click on new to do, this one here is selected by default. So to do, let's say 2, add to do. Now I'm gonna go and edit this to do. All I have to do is just click on it and this tab here will open up. Now I'm gonna show you the console or the Firestore database. So I'm gonna go to this to-dos here, our collection, and then find this one, to do 2. You can see the text here, it says to do 2. Now if I click here and start editing the name of the to-do, you could see that it's updating in real time. So I don't have to save or to click a button to save the edited to-do. It's just gonna be saved automatically. Now the same thing for the day. If I go, for example, the next 7 days, let's say I want to add this to the next day. If I click on this, it's removed from today and added to the next day automatically. I can also do the same thing for the time. And also I can go to other, for example, let's click on this and let's move this to personal project. So if I click on this, you can see how it's removed from here and added to the personal project. Now let's go to the next 7 days. We have here a to do 1, then to do 2. If I click on this button here, I will check this to do, so it's completed, and you can see that it says personal we have no left to do there. So now I can either click this button to remove the to do or click this one to repeat it next day. So if I click on this button here, it's gonna be removed. And now let's go and see what we can do with the other button. So here when I click on this button here, I will repeat this to do next day, the same time, the same to do. So if I click on this, it's gonna be added to the next. Now let's go and try to remove one of the projects. So to edit the projects, I'm gonna click on this edit button. If I click on this, these two buttons showed up. This is the one to remove the project. This is one to edit the name of the project. So let's remove this. Let's go and edit the name of the work project. Let's say work 1, confirm. Now you can see that the work project name has changed, and also it is changed in every to-do that was under this project. Let's remove this project again, and let's remove personal also. Now you can see that the edit button has disappeared because we have nothing to edit. Now let's go and try to add a new to-do now that we have no project. If I click on add new to-do, you could see here that it says please add a project before proceeding. So you can add a to-do. So if I type in to-do and then click on this button, nothing happens. So I have first to add a project. So let's call this personal, add project. Now let's try to add another project with the same name. So let's say personal. If I try to add the project, says project already exists, so you can't add the two projects with same name. Now let's go and add another project called work, add project. Now let's go and try to rename this to personal. So if I rename this to personal, it says project with the same name already exists, so you can't rename it to some project name that already exists in our list. So you can actually close this menus, of course. One other thing we're gonna try, so let's go to our database. We have here the project work and the project personal. Let's try and add another project from our database. Let's say the name of the project is, for example, other. If I click on save, you could see that it's been added here. So we are listening to any changes in the database. Whenever something happens in our database, it will get updated. So that's it for this preview. I hope I didn't forget something, and see you in the next part. Take care. Code Explained says hi. Today we're going to set up our React project. So you'll need to go and open your terminal and run this command. npx create React app and then the name of your application. But first, before running this command, you will need this npx thing. This npx is a node package that comes with Node.js. So before running this command here, you will need to go and install Node.js. Go and Google Node.js, go to the website and install Node.js. This also comes with npm, a node package manager, that we're going to be using to install the modules we're going to be needing there in our project. So let's go and see this in action. So let's go and open our terminal. And then I'm gonna cd into my desktop, and I'm gonna run the command npx create React app. The name of the app is gonna be todo, and I'm gonna hit enter. So you can see how now that they created a folder called todo, and now it's gonna take a while, so I'm gonna just wait for it. Now, after the job is done, I'm gonna go and close the terminal, and I'm gonna go then open my text editor. Now let's go and open our project. I'm gonna go and open the folder, desktop, to do, select the folder. Then I'm gonna go and open my terminal in VS Code. I'm gonna run npm start, so to start the project. Our project now is running locally, so the first thing we're gonna do before doing anything, I'm gonna go and clean this up, clean our project. So I'm gonna go and remove some files like these images here, and all of these I'm gonna just leave the index.html. I'm gonna close this, get rid of this. I'm going to call this to do up. I can just remove that. I will remove all of these, remove this comment here, and save. I'm gonna go now to the source folder, app.css. I'm gonna clean this up, app.js. I'm gonna remove this app.test.js. I'm gonna remove the index.css. I'm gonna remove these files here, the logo too. I'm gonna go now to the index. I'm gonna get rid of these. Alright, I'm gonna go to the app.js. I'm gonna get rid of these. And now let's refresh this. I'm gonna now print hi, and that's it. So that's it for this part. In the next part we're going to create our components. So see you in the next part. Take care. So in this part we're going to create all the components or the functional components we're going to need for our project. So first let's talk about JSX and React components. So if you want to build an app using vanilla JavaScript, you will need to create an HTML file, and inside of it you will have a very long HTML code. And also you need to create some external JavaScript file where you keep all your code. And also the code must be a very long code. And also whenever you want to write a line of code in JavaScript, sometimes you'll have to take a look in your HTML code. So you will go back and forth between these two HTML and JavaScript files, and that's not gonna help you, or that's not gonna be very productive. To fix these two problems, the first one is putting HTML and JavaScript in the same file. So we're going to write HTML and JavaScript. This is what we call JSX. So now with React we can write HTML inside JavaScript. And now inside the div tag, if you want to put some variables, JavaScript variables, all you need to do is open your curly braces and then put the name of your variable. So now we fixed that annoying thing going back and forth between two files, HTML and JavaScript. So now all the JavaScript and HTML are in the same place. And now we're going to create components so we can make our code smaller so it can be maintained easily. So I'm gonna go, for example, and make this header a single component, the main a single component. So my app is gonna be just a header and main. So whenever I look now into my app, it's really easy to read what's in there. Now the same thing for the header. Instead of writing the whole code here, I'm gonna go and take this nav and create a component for that. And then the nav component will have this nav element here. Now for the main, it's gonna be a container, and if you can see here, this is a repeated code. I don't have to repeat that again and again. I only have to make this a component called post and then repeat it. So I need to create this post component only one time, and I can repeat it anywhere in my project. Now let's go and see how to create a functional component. A functional component is just a function in JavaScript. It could be a class, but we are not talking about that. So all you have to do to create a functional component is to go and create another new function in JavaScript. So I'm going to say function and the name of my function. So this is now my component header. Now then, this function here must return some JSX, so some HTML and JavaScript. So a functional component is a function that returns JSX. Now because I'm gonna use HTML inside JavaScript, I need to import React. And then I can put whatever I want there inside my header. And whenever I want to write JavaScript inside this HTML here, I open my curly braces and then put the JavaScript variables I want, or the JavaScript expressions I want. And now because I'm going to use this component header in different places in my app, I'm going to go and create a single or separate file for my component header. It's going to be called header.js. So it's just a JavaScript file. And then at the bottom here, I'm going to export default the header. So this is a default export because the only thing I'm exporting from this file is my function header. For example, now I can go anywhere in my project and import the header. For example, here we have the nav. The nav here is a JavaScript file. It's a component like our header here. Before using it, I need to import that nav from its location here. So // means that the nav and the header are in the same directory. I don't have to put in nav.js because by default it knows there is a JavaScript file. So now to create a React app, the first thing you're gonna think about is what are components you're gonna need. So in our case here, we're gonna need a sidebar component and a main component. Inside our sidebar component is gonna be a user component, add new to do component, a calendar component, projects component, and then inside the projects component, we're gonna need a project component. And then add a new project component, a rename project component. So that's it for our sidebar. Now inside our main, we're going to need a Todos component and an edit to do component. And then inside the todos component, to render these to-dos, we're going to use a component called to do. So when you click on today, all days, or any other project, we're just going to go and show that project here and all to-dos. But if you click on next 7 days, we're going to show a different UI here. So inside our to-dos, we're going to show the to-dos are the next 7 days to-dos component. And of course, our next 7 days to-dos to show this to-dos here, it's going to just go and use our to-do component. So this is the power of components in React. So I can use my components anywhere in my application. So now let's go and create the components we're going to need into our project. So let's go and open my text editor. So I'm going to go to the app.js. I'm going to go and add a class name to this dev called app. And then I'm going to need 2 components here, the header and the main. Now let's go and run this. I'm going to run npm start. I have some problems there because there is not the header and the main components. So I'm going to go and create a folder components with the main first. So I'm going to import React, create a function called main, and we're going to return some JSX. And then export default the main. So here my main is going to take in some props. And I'm going to add a dev with the class name main, and then I'm going to return the children. So here I'm going to destruct the props object, and so I'm going to just say children. Now I'm going to go and copy that and go to a new file called header.js, and I'm going to paste that and just call this header. Now I'm gonna go and save and then import the header and import the main from the folder components. Now here the main and the header takes in some props, and inside those props we have some children like the h1 here and then the h2 here. So these are the children that the header is showing. So header and main takes in some children and show them. That's the only thing they do in our project. Now, as you have seen, we're gonna need all of these components. So we need to go and create them one by one. So the first one is gonna be user.js. I'm just gonna go and change the names. It's gonna be the same code for now in this part. I'm gonna go and create add new todo.js, paste the code, change everything to add new to do. I don't need children, so I'm just gonna take that out. The same thing for the user, and let's go and create the other components. Calendar.js, the same thing. I'm just gonna change the names here. Calendar, the same thing for every other component. So for the projects component, the same thing for to-dos component, etc. So it's not gonna be just creating the to-dos for this part. We're not gonna do nothing, any coding, anything, just set them up, and next tutorial or the next part we're gonna do other things. Now I'm just gonna go and import all of those components from my component folder one by one. So here it's the calendar, next it's the project. Now it's gonna be the to-dos, and then the edit to do. And then if I save, you can see that it's working. Now inside the projects, we're gonna need some components like project, and then we're gonna need add a new project. So here, let's go and create those two components. So I'm just gonna paste in the old code and change the name. I'm gonna go and create the other one. It's gonna be called project, paste the code and change everything to project. I'm gonna hit save, go to projects and import those, add new project from, it's in the same folder. So then I'm gonna save and you can see them there. Now inside my to-dos, it's gonna be a to-do or next 7 days component. So the to-do component here, I'm just gonna paste in there, change the names to to-do, hit save, and then next 7 days, and change everything to next 7 days. So now let's go into to-dos and import those, the to-do and next 7 days. So if I save now, you can see them there. Now let's go into the project. So the project must have a single component called rename project. So to rename the project, and let's create that. It's gonna be called rename project. So that's it. I need to import the rename project first, so for it to work, and we're good. So these are all the components we're gonna need, and that's it for this part of the project. See you in the next part. Take care. Code explains is hi. So today we're going to style our app, we're going to style the sidebar, and we're going to style our main, and then style our user component. Until now our React app is looking ugly. Okay, we're gonna fix that in a minute. And go to the code explained repo on GitHub, and in there you're gonna find our project. Go into it, and then we have here our parts. So now we are in part 4. You must have the files from the part 3. So if you don't have them already, go into this folder, copy the link, and then go to down-git and paste the link and download. Once you downloaded the file, you're gonna download it as a zip. Go into your folder and then run a command from there, npm install. After that, you're gonna be good to go. So let's close these, and then I'm gonna go into my React app, and then let's go into our VS Code. From the app.js, I made a mistake in the last part. It's just a typo. I will need to name this sidebar. So this must be sidebar, not header. It's just not a big deal, but it's better to call it sidebar. So I will need to go and call this sidebar, and then from inside of it I'm gonna call this sidebar, and that's it. So we're good to go now. So inside our app.js we have our dev app here, or the dev with the class name app is a parent element, and then inside we have two elements, the sidebar and the main. So these are two children's. We want the sidebar to be in the left and the main in the right. So I'm gonna use a display flex on this dev here. So let's go to our app.css, and then I'm gonna say here all the stars for the app. So I'm gonna go and say app. It's gonna be display flex. So if I hit save, you can see now our sidebar is in the left, our main is to the right. Now I'm gonna go and set the width of my app to 100 viewport width and the height to 100 viewport height. So my app will like cover the whole window of the user's browser. And now I don't need any scroll bars there, so I'm gonna set the overflow to hidden. Now let's go to our sidebar, component. So for our sidebar, it's gonna be, I'm gonna use a background color, so I don't go. Yeah, that's working. Now you can see that we have some margins here, so I'm gonna go and add the style for all the elements. I'm gonna set the padding to 0, the margin to 0, and that's good. And I'm gonna use the box sizing to border box, so this will take in mind the borders also and the patterns when calculating the size of the boxes. Now it's gonna be the font family, right? The font family. I'm gonna go and get that from Google, so I'm gonna search for fonts, and from there I'm gonna search for Ubuntu, and this one here I'm gonna go and choose Light 300, select the style. I'm gonna use import and then copy this line of code, and now I'm gonna close this. I will go to my VS Code inside my app.css. I'm gonna paste that code from there. So now I'm gonna go here and say Ubuntu, the font we just grabbed, and then sans serif. So now you can see that the font has changed. Now inside our sidebar, I'm just gonna go and get rid of that color. I'm gonna say the width and set it to 300 pixels, I guess. Okay, then the mean width, so the main width is gonna be 200 pixels. So when the user, for example, goes and shrink this down, I don't want my sidebar to go to less than the 210 pixels in the width. So the height gonna be 100% of the parent's height, and I think that's set. Now let's go to the main, to our main component. So it's going to be main, and then the background is going to be an image. So the images I'm going to be using are in this folder here. You can find them in the repo. So I'm going to go into the source. I'm going to copy 2 images there, the background image. You can use your images, by the way, and the logo. So you can go, and I can go now and copy it into my source folder, and now it's here, it's somewhere, I don't see it. So it's in my folder, it should appear into source component. Yeah, it's there. So it's in the source folder, images. I'm gonna go and say images, then the background color. If I hit save, you can see there. Now I'm gonna set the width of this to 100%. Yep, that's good. Now I'm gonna set the height to 100% too. And then I'm gonna go and say background repeat. I'm gonna say no repeat, and then the background size is gonna be cover, not contain, it's gonna be cover, and that's good. Now because I'm using this properties here, I must say here image, background image. So now this is our main, this is the sidebar. If I scroll this down, you could see that this sidebar doesn't shrink too much. The main width is 210 pixels. Now let's go and create the JSX for our user component. So from here, it's gonna be a div with the class name logo, and inside it's gonna be an image with the source. It's gonna be a logo. We're just gonna create that, and an alternative which is gonna say logo. And then here it's gonna be a div with the class name info, and there's gonna be just a paragraph that says the name of the user, code explain, and then here it's gonna be just a link. It's gonna lead nowhere, and it's gonna say log out, and we're good. So the logo isn't defined, so we're gonna go and import our logo from, so it's in the image. We need to go up one time, go to our images, and then I'm gonna select the logo.jpg. That's it. Now you can see the logo there. And now let's go and style these. So I'm gonna go to the app.css, and I'm gonna go here and then add the style for the user. So I'm gonna say that user And of course I'm gonna set the style to or to display property to flex, and that's good. And I need to align items to center. I want to align them vertically. That's good. And I want to justify content, so I'm gonna use space around or space between. It's the same thing. I'm just gonna use space around. Okay, that's good. And I'm gonna add some padding there. I'm gonna say 1 rem for the padding, and we're good. I'm gonna add a border to the bottom, so it's gonna be a 1 pixel solid, and the color is gonna be EB, and that's good. So if I take a look on the other one, we're good. Now I'm gonna go to the user, then that logo, then the image. I'm gonna set its width to 50 pixels. Okay, if I go back there, you can see that it's almost looking the same. Now if I want to add a border, I'm gonna say border radius 50 pixels, and then the border is gonna be a 1 pixel solid. The color is gonna be black, and that's good. I don't know. Okay, that's good. Now let's go and style our user that info p. I'm gonna set the font size to 1.1 rem and the font weight to bold. Okay, if I go back, now you can see that they are looking almost the same. Now we're just gonna go and style our link, the user dot info a. It's gonna be text decoration none. Save. Okay, I'm gonna go here so you could see it there. So now I'm gonna display this as a flex, and then I'm gonna say justify content flex end. So I want the logout to be at the far right here. So if I click that, you could see it there, and we're good. So they almost look the same way. So that's it for this part, and in the next one we're going to create this, the add new to do component. So thanks for watching. See you in the next part. Take care. Code Explained says hi. So today we're going to create this functionality. So when I click on the new to do button, this modal will open up. So when I click somewhere else, so outside of this, the modal will get closed. Also, when I click on this close button here, this X button, the modal will get closed. Also, when I click on this plus icon here to create a new project, I need to open a modal. So I'm gonna use a modal here and here. So I'm gonna go and create a component called modal that I can use whenever I want a modal in my app. So let's go and do that. So to create our modal, so our modal is a functional component. So I'm just gonna go and create a function called modal. And then inside I'm gonna return some JSX, and then a modal is just a div, a box if you want, that has a background color set to black and some opacity 0.8. So we have here a div with the class name called modal, and then inside we have a container, a div with the class name container, and then we're gonna show something inside of that container, whatever you want. For example, a div with hello world text. So in general, this will be children. So here I'm gonna just show the children that I'm gonna get as props. I'm using the structure in here, so I could use props, then here props.children, or I can just destruct the props object and use the children directly. So to use our model, I'm just gonna go and say modal, this function here, and inside I'm gonna put whatever I want to show inside the container. Now to show and hide our modal, we're gonna use some state. So a variable called showModal, when it's set to true, we're gonna show the modal. When it's set to false, we're gonna hide the modal. And then whenever we want to change this showModal, I'm gonna use a function called setShowModal. So set showModal to false, set showModal to true. So here I'm gonna use some conditional rendering. So I'm gonna say return showModal and return this JSX. So if you are not familiar with this, this is what it means. So in JavaScript, when you say, for example, f and then some statement here, for example, using the AND operator. So if this is false, JavaScript doesn't need to know what's here. It's just gonna skip that, just gonna not run this expression at all. So if I say false, JavaScript doesn't have to go to the next one. But if it's true, JavaScript, we need to check the expression here to see if it's true or false. Now we're going to use this here, so if the showModal here is false, JavaScript will not get to run this code here. So we don't want to show this. But if showModal is true, then JavaScript will go and see this expression here. So run this code here, so show the modal. Now the showModal here and the setShowModal are going to be received using props. Now to use the modal everywhere, I'm going to export default the modal. Now let's go and use our modal. So we're going to use our modal, for example, inside our add new to do. So we're going to return some JSX inside a button. So when I click on this button here, I'm going to set showModal to true to show the modal. The modal here, I'm going to call the modal after importing it, of course, and then I'm going to put whatever I want to show inside the modal. And then the modal will take in two properties, or actually three props: the showModal, the setShowModal, and the children. So the showModal here equals showModal and setShowModal. So I'm gonna stick with the same names because I don't want to change them. I can use, for example, show equals showModal. That's not gonna make any issues. Now the showModal and setShowModal are created using useState. So useState here is a hook in React. useState will return an array where the first variable here is going to be set equal to false, and the next one is going to be a function. This function here is the only way to change the showModal value. Now useState is a hook, and a hook is just a special function. So a special function that will hook you into React features. The React feature we want in this case when we use useState is the React state. So what is React state? So React state is where we store property values that belongs to the component. So what does this mean? So when I create showModal, now this state here belongs to add new to do. So you might ask why we just don't go and create a variable using let and showModal and set it directly to false, and then whenever I want to change it, for example, here I'm just gonna show showModal equals true. That's true, but you're not gonna get the whole features the React state will give you. So when you use React state, the showModal here will belong to this component, and then whenever this showModal here changes, it will cause our component to re-render. If you use a simple variable using let, then showModal, when you change that modal, it's not gonna re-render our component. And we really need our component to re-render when our showModal changes. Because whenever the showModal changes from false to true, we need to re-render, so to send the new value to our modal so we can hide or show the modal. So that's why we need to use the useState hook. Now let's talk about how to close our modal. So I want to close the modal when I click here. The question is, how do I know that I clicked here? So one way is to go and select using query selector our modal element. But I'm not going to use this way here. I'm going to use ref. I'm not going to explain ref in this tutorial, maybe in a future tutorial. Then I'm going to use a hook by React called useEffect. Don't confuse ref with the ref. So this ref here is to create a mutable object that has a property called current that will stick there all the life of your component. So this is not the same thing. This ref here is, for example, to select elements. I'm not gonna explain what it does actually or how it does that. But this ref here, it's not this one here at all. Now this current here, the value of this current here is gonna be whatever you pass into the useRef hook. We are not passing nothing here, so modal ref that current now is undefined. But if I take the modal ref now and put it here, our modal ref that current now is gonna be our element. So we just selected our element using useRef and ref. Now I'm gonna go and add onClick events and run a function called closeModal. I'm gonna go and create the function closeModal that takes in the event or the click event. Now if I go and click here and run the console, e.target, when I click here, is gonna be the modal. So I clicked on the modal. And the modal ref that current is gonna be always our modal element. So I'm gonna check if the modal that ref that current is e.target. So if I click on the modal, then I'm gonna set show modal to false. For example, if I click here, the modal ref that current will be always modal, but the e.target in this case will be the container. So I'm not gonna set show modal to false when I click here. So that's how the close modal works. I hope this is clear things for you. Now let's go and see this in action. So this is how our app is looking so far. Now I'm gonna go and go to the components folder and create a new JS file called Modal. So I'm gonna go and import React because we're gonna use some JSX. So then I'm gonna create a function called Modal and then return some JSX. So a dev with the class name container Modal, and then inside a dev with the class name called container. And then inside I'm gonna just render any children that I receive using props. And then export my modal and default export, and then use some conditional rendering. So when show modal is false, I'm gonna show the modal. I'm gonna receive the show modal as a prop, and then on click I'm gonna run a function called closeModal that takes in the click event as a variable, and then I'm gonna check if the e.target is the modal ref that current that we're gonna create in a moment. So I'm gonna use here the useRef hook, so I need to bring that to import the useRef. Then I'm gonna set the ref attribute here equals to our modal ref object, and then if this is true, I'm gonna set show modal to false, and this is gonna be received using props too. Now I'm gonna go into my add new to do, and then I'm gonna create a button so to open the modal called new to do. Now I'm gonna go and create the show modal state using the useState hook, and the initial value is gonna be false. I'm gonna bring in the useState. Now I'm gonna go and import the modal Now I'm gonna use our modal here. So it receives as props the show modal and the set show modal, and also the children, for example dev that says hello world. So I'm gonna keep that simple for now. So now we can change this from false to true to show and hide our modal. Now I'm gonna add a class name to this, so I can style it first. Let's set this back to false. Now let's go and open our app.css file. So here I'm gonna add the styling for our add new to do component. So that add new to do. So I'm gonna set here the border bottom to 1 pixel solid and a EB for the color. Now here I need to actually wrap this inside a div with the class name button. I'm gonna take this above or inside, and I'm gonna remove the class name, and let's go back and style this. So I'm gonna style the button div. So I'm gonna add some padding then, 1 rem, and then I'm gonna set the width and to 100% and the height to 70 pixels. Now for the add button, the actual button, I'm gonna set the width and the height both equal to 100%. Then the border is gonna be set to none, and the border radius is 3 pixels. For the font size is going to be 1 rem, and the background is going to be a blue color. Now the color is going to be white, and then I'm going to set the font weight to bold, and then the cursor to pointer. Now I'm going to go and add some style when I hover over my button. So I'm gonna set the brightness to 1.1, and I'm gonna use some transition to get there. So with ease, so when I hover over it, we get a nice brightness on that button. Now when I click on this, I want to set the show modal to true. So if I go now and click on that, you can see that hello world shows up. So now I'm gonna go and style the modal. So our modal will cover the whole window. So I'm gonna set the position to fix, top to 0, left to 0, and then the width and height are both gonna be set to the view, whatever the viewport is. So the width to 100 view width, the height to 100 view height. Now the background is going to be an RGBA, so black color with a 0.8 opacity. So now you can see that when I click on the modal, we close the modal. Now let's go and style our container. So the container must be positioned at the center, not exactly the center, but horizontally the center, but vertically I'm gonna choose 25% from the top. So now if I go and see, you can see the hello world is almost in the center. Now I'm gonna transform and then translate my container by 50% to the left and 25% to the bottom, just to center well our container. Now I'm gonna set the background to white for now, just for you to see that if I click inside, this doesn't close our modal. Now I'm gonna go to here and add a button to close the modal. It's gonna just called hide. So then I'm gonna set the modal here, the show modal to false. Now I have to wrap this so inside anonymous function. Now if I go and click on hide, this hides the modal. Now I made a mistake here, so I had to say solid. And now you can see the bottom border. So we hope you enjoyed this part. Don't forget to like the video, share it with your friends, and do whatever you can do to help me, to support me. So see you in the next part, and take care. Code Explained says hi. So in the last part we've seen how to create a modal, and today we're going to add this form here to our Add New To Do component. So we're going just to add some HTML inputs there so the user can enter the informations about the to-do. So here these are just HTML inputs. So we say input, a name, a type, placeholder, a value, whatever you want. Now the only thing here in React, this HTML inputs, the value of these inputs is going to be controlled by our component. So now our Add New To Do component is going to be called a controlled component. So a controlled component, so I'm going to, for example, go and import React, create a function called controlled component for this example, and I'm going to return some JSX. Now here I'm going to go and type in an HTML input with the type text, for example. Now the value of this input is going to be a variable, a text. And I'm going to go and create this text using the useState hook, and I'm going to initialize it with an empty string. Now before using state, of course you need to import that. Now the value of this input here is this text here, and the text is an empty string. So now our input here has a value which is an empty string. Now if I go and type something inside my input box, nothing's going to happen. It's not going to change, because the value of this input is always going to be the value of the text. And you remember that the value of the text, the only way to change it is in the set text. So when I type in here, I'm not using the set text to change the text at all. So that's what you need to do when you create a controlled component. So you need to add to your inputs an onChange event. So when the value here changes, you need to run a function that the first parameter it takes in is the event itself. Now our input here is selected using the event.target, and then we get that value, or the value of the input, using .value property. And now I'm gonna set this to our text variable using the setText function here. So now if I go and type in an h in my input, the value here is gonna be h. So the text here is going to receive a string h. Then the input value now is going to be text. If I type in another one, the same thing happens, and so on. So we call this a controlled component because the value of the input is always going to be the same as the value of my text here. So why do we need this in React? Why do we need a controlled component? Because we need a single source of truth. So now I'm sure 100% that the value of this input is the same as the value of the text. So now whenever I want to add an input to my React component, I need to create a state, for example name, and then I'm gonna set the value of this to that variable name, and then I always need to add an onChange event, and then I'm gonna use the set name here to change the value of the name whenever I type in something in the input. So for example, if I want to add an input for age, I need to go and set the value of that input to age, and then I'm gonna change the value of the age using setAge whenever the value of the input changes. So this is what we call a controlled component. Now our user needs to take a date and a time for the to-do. So in this case, we're going to use the pickers provided by Material UI. So we need first to go and install some packages and some peer libraries. Then I'm going to go and import the day picker, time picker, and the provider. from this package here. Then I'm gonna import date functions utilities from this peer library that we installed. Now inside my function or my component add new to do, then inside the return statement where I return the JSX, I'm gonna need an input for the to do, and this is gonna be controlled. So I'm gonna need the text here, which is initialized when an empty string. So I'm gonna set this value to text, and then I'm gonna use an onChange event. So then I'm gonna set the text to the event.target.value. Now before using the date picker and time picker, we need to wrap them inside the provider. So I'm gonna go and use that provider, and then here this takes in a prop called utils, and it takes in these date functions utils that we grabbed from our peer library here. Now inside I'm gonna call the date picker and the time picker. Now the date picker is just like the input. It's controlled by our component. So I'm gonna go and create a day variable, and I'm gonna initialize this with a new date JavaScript object. So now day is a JavaScript day object. Now our date picker needs a value, an onChange event, so I'm going to say the value is going to be the day, and then onChange, this takes in a function, not like this, but it's almost the same. So here the onChange here takes in a function where this first parameter is going to be the day returned by our date picker, and then I'm going to set that day to our day variable here. The same thing is going to happen with our time picker. So I'm going to go and create variable time, and then the value is going to be the time, and then on change I'm going to change the time to the time returned by my time picker. So that's it for the pickers. Now we're going to go and talk about these icons. So we're going to use React Bootstrap icons for our app. So I'm going to go and install React Bootstrap icons. So we're going to import our icon and then use it as a component. So whenever I need an icon, I'm going to go to the Bootstrap site, and then I'm going to search for an icon that I want to use. So for example, if I need to use the calendar day, I need to go and import calendar day and then use this as a component. The two props that we're going to be using in our app are the size and the color. So the color of the icon and its size. You can use some variables if you want. You can just hard code them. So the size here is going to be 20 pixels and the color is going to be, for example, green. So that's it for the logic part. Let's now go and see this in action. In the previous part, we have created the modal. So if you want to follow along with me in this part, you will need the files from the last part. So go to the repo and then copy the link of the last part and paste it in down a Git. So you're gonna now download just the folder of the last part. Then you're gonna need to go and open it and run npm install, and you're good to go. So let's go and open our text editors, and let's go into our add new to do component. I'm gonna create a form. I'm gonna add some JSX there. I'm gonna first add a class dev with the class name text. Inside we have an h3 that says add new to do, and then an input. And this input is gonna be control. So the type is gonna be text, and then the value is gonna be text also. And then on change, we need to change our text to whatever the event.target value is. So I need first to go and create that. So I'm going to say const text and then set text, and I'm going to initialize it with an empty string. So now you can see our input there. I'm going to add a placeholder that says to do. And now I'm going to add an autofocus, so when you open the modal or you open add new to do form, it's autofocused. You can type in directly. Now I'm going to go and add a div with the class name remind. So after this we're going to add our date picker and time picker. So there's going to be an icon from Bootstrap, and then a paragraph that says remind me. Now let's go and search for React Bootstrap icons and copy this, and then I'm gonna go to my terminal and run the command npm install React Bootstrap icons. We need to wait for this a moment. Now after this finishes, I'm gonna go and import that from, I'm gonna import the bell icon that we're gonna be using, or the icons from React Bootstrap icons we just installed. Now if I go there and refresh, you can see my icon is there. Now I'm gonna go and add a div with the class name called picker or pick day, and then here we need a div with the class name title. Inside we have an icon calendar day, and then a paragraph that says choose a day, and then at the bottom here it's gonna be our date picker. We're not gonna add that yet. Let's go and add just the icons for now. So we need to grab in or to import the calendar day. You can see it there. Now let's go and add our, so I'm going to just copy this and add our pick time div. So here's going to be clock. So I need to import that too. You can see it there now. And now it's going to be here time picker, and now I'm going to go and add a div with the class name pick project. So inside it's going to be another div or a title, and here it's going to be a palette. Here it's going to be choose time, and it's going to be choose a project. So I'm going to import the icon, so you can see it there, and there we're gonna render all the projects. We have none for now, so I'm gonna just hard code them until we get them from our Firebase database. So here I'm gonna add 2 projects, one personal and work project. I'm gonna set this to active, so this is the one, for example, the user choose to add the to do to it. Now I'm gonna add 2 buttons, one to cancel, so to close our form or the modal, and one to confirm and add the to do. So inside is going to be a button. Now on the cancel, I'm going to set the show modal to false. So I need to import the X icon. So now when I click on it, you can see that it closes the modal. I'm going to change its size to 40 pixels. So now we need to add in the date picker and time picker. So I'm going to go and initialize the day with the new date JavaScript object. I'm going to create another one for the time. And now let's go to our material UI pickers. We need to install this. I'm going to open the terminal. I'm going to install a peer library of my choice. So now after this finishes, I'm going to need to go and import the provider. So I'm going to go and wrap the whole thing, the whole form inside my provider here. So the whole form is going to be wrapped inside my provider. And this is gonna take in some props utils. I'm not gonna use moment utils, sorry, I'm gonna use this one because this is the one we installed. Now I'm gonna grab that and put it here. Now I'm gonna need a date picker and a time picker, so we need to import them first. So date picker and time picker. Then here it's gonna be the date picker, and here it's gonna be the time picker. They are both controlled, so I'm gonna add a value there. This is gonna be day, and on change I'm gonna set day to day returned by our date picker, and there it's gonna be the same. It's gonna be the value, it's gonna be time, and then on change it's gonna be changing the time to the time returned by our time picker, or the time the user picked. So let's go and click on that, and you can see that they are working. Now let's go and style. So I'm gonna go and open my app.css file. I'm gonna add all the styles for my form. So here for the form itself, it's gonna be a padding of 1 rem, and then a width of 500 pixels, and then I need the background of white color, so I need to take this off from the container. This is from the last part. Now we need to add a border radius of 4 pixels, and then for the add new, to do a form, and then the text, and then my input, its width is gonna be or the padding is gonna be 1 rem, and then the width is gonna be we have a typo here, so form, not from. So then the width is gonna be 100%. The margin bottom is gonna be of 0.5 rem, and then the border, it's gonna be none. And also the font size is going to be 1.2 rem. Now I need to add some style when I focus. So I'm gonna get rid of the outlines. I'm gonna set this to none. So when I type in inside my input, I want a border bottom, and that's cool. Now let's go and add some style into the remind dev. I'm gonna set the display to flex, and then align items vertically. Set that to center. I'm gonna add in some padding, 0.5 rem, and then for our form, then all the paragraphs, the margin left is gonna be 10 pixels. Now for the titles, all the titles are going to have the same styling. Display is going to be set to flex, and align items center, and then some margins, margin bottom to 5 pixels. Now for the pick day and the pick time, so it's going to be 1.5 rem. The same is going to be for pick date or pick time, but you can see that we have a gap here, so I need to style each one separately. So the padding here is going to be 1.5 rem for top, the same from the right. The bottom is going to 0, and the left is going to be 1.5 rem. So that fixes the problem. Now for our pick project, it's going to be some padding of 0.5 rem, and then for the projects, for all the projects, so I'm gonna set display to flex, and then some padding of 1 rem. The bottom is going to be set to 0. And now I'm going to add some styling for each project. So I am going to add a border 1 pixel solid with a blue color. I'm going to add some border radius and then some padding 5 pixels, and then some margins also 5 pixels. And now the cursor is going to be a pointer. Now let's go to my add new to do. If I have many projects there, so I'm going to just copy this. You can see it goes beyond my form, so I need to flex wrap this, and that fixes the problem. Now let's go and add some styling to the project when it's selected, when it's active. So I'm gonna set the background color to the blue color and the color of text to white. And then I'm gonna style my 2 buttons, the cancel button. So I'm gonna set the position to absolute and top to 0. Here I need to say a class dot cancel. The right's gonna be 5 pixels, and that's good. The cursor is gonna be a pointer. Now I'm gonna style my add to do button. So the position is gonna be absolute, the bottom is gonna be 0, and the left is gonna be 0 also. The width is gonna be 100%. Now let's style the actual button. So the width is gonna be 100%. The height is gonna be 40 pixels. The background is gonna be blue. The color is gonna be white. And then the font size is gonna be 1 pound rem. We need to set the border to none. The border radius is gonna be 0, 0, and then 4 pixels, 4 pixels. Now the cursor is gonna be a pointer. Now you can see that our button here is covering our projects. So we need to go to our add new form, and then for the bottom padding, we're gonna add 40 pixels to 1 rem. Just the height of our button. So now that's it for this part. We have finished our form, and take care. Code Explain says hi. So today we're going to create our calendar menu. Our items here are just a JavaScript array. So let's see how to render an array in React. So to render, I'm gonna go and create a component, and then I'm gonna create my array called items. Now inside the return statement here, I'm gonna type in some JavaScript. So I need to open my curly braces and then call my array items. So this will render all the items here into my page. Now what if I want these items here to be inside the div, to have the same class names? I mean, do some changes to all of them. I can, for example, go and add those changes by myself, but what if I have lots of items inside my array? And what if we're gonna get these items array from an API? So I cannot change that. To solve this, we're gonna use a method called map. So let's say we have an array of numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Our method map takes in as a parameter a function. So I can write the function keyword, or I can just use an arrow function. So map method here returns a new array. So not this. So the map here is not gonna change this array here. It's gonna return a new array. The new array will be populated with results returned from calling the function you provide on every element here. So my functions here will take in as parameters the element, this one here, 2, 3, 4, 5, etc. So all the elements here now of my array gonna be passed to my function, and then based on the logic here, they're gonna return a new element for my new array. Now let's say we need a new array from this old array here, and in that array we want all of these elements multiplied by 2. So I'm just gonna go and use map method. I need to provide a function. The function here will take in as a parameter my element here. It's a number, I'm just gonna call this number. And all I want is this number here multiplied by 2. So I'm just gonna go and say return number multiplied by 2. Now if I assign this to new array and take a look into my new array, I'm gonna find all the numbers from the old array are multiplied by 2 now. So now I can write this in a simple way. So I'm just gonna go and say const new array equals array.map. And because here I have only one parameter, I could just use the number without the parentheses here. And then my arrow. And then because here my function, all it does is return, I can just simply take this out, the curly braces and the return keyword. I can just remove them and leave just the expression. So I'm just gonna say number times 2. So this looks even better than this way here. So when you need to use a map method, you need to use a map method to create a new array from an old array when you need to make the same change for all of the elements of the old array. And how do you make the change? By passing a function to your map method. So let's see how we can use this in our case. So we have created a calendar component, and inside the return statement, we return some JSX, and then with the class name calendar. And this is how my menu will look like at the end. So we have here a header, so we need a header, then a title which has an icon and calendar. And then we have this carved up or this arrow up icon. Now for this list here of items, I'm gonna go and create an array called calendar items. And then here I'm gonna wrap all of these items inside a div with the class name items. Then because I'm gonna render an array, so I'm gonna use JavaScript, I need to open the curly braces, and then I'm gonna use map to create a new array because I want to make some changes to these items. I just don't want them to be just strings, but I want to put them inside some divs. So I'm gonna say here for each item in my array, I want to return a div with the class name item, and then inside of it my item here. So it's gonna be today, next 7 days, all days. Now if I save this and run my app, it's gonna work just fine. But if I open my console, I'm gonna find this warning. Each child in a list should have a unique key prop. So we need to add a key prop, a unique key to all of these items here. So the item here is unique because these items here are different. So my key is gonna be unique for each one. So why do we need to add a key prop in React? So in React, we need to add a key prop just to improve the app performance. So we have our items here, our calendar items. Now if we go and render these items here into the user interface, so we created a div with the class name items, and then inside we have these 3 items here. Now let's say our calendar items has changed. For example, here we have changed today, we have changed one of these. And also my items here or my elements here could be objects. Something in that object changed. Or we just added a new element to our array. So in general, something has changed in my array. So React will go and render or re-render all of the items again. So that's a waste of performance. So instead of rendering just the new item here, it's gonna go and render all these items. So to fix this in React, we need to provide the key for each one here. So before React will re-render all of these items, it will look into the keys and choose which one to re-render. So it will re-render only the ones that has some change in it. So now let's go and see this in action. Let's open our text editors. So in the last part we have created our form. We can add in a to-do, a date and time. So before you continue, you must have the files from the last part, so go and copy the link of the last part files, go to downgit and download the folder of the last part, the part 6. Now when you get that folder, open the folder and from inside of it run npm install and then you're good to go. If you already have the files, just go and open your text editor, go to the calendar component. Inside here we have a div with the class name header, then we have a div with the class name title, and then inside we have an icon, so calendar date. I'm gonna hit enter and that's gonna be imported from React Bootstrap automatically for me. Now I'm gonna go and type in calendar inside the p tag. You can see them now. Here I'm gonna change the size to 18 pixels. And then here we have our div with the class name buttons, and inside we have a span tag, and then inside we have our carried app. I'm just gonna hit enter again and that will be imported automatically. Then the size is gonna be 20 pixels. Now at the bottom here we're gonna render all of our items. So I need to open the color braces and then my array calendar items. So I need first to create my calendar items, and it's just gonna contain all my items today, next 7 days, and then all days. So here I'm gonna use map because I need to do some changes to all of those elements. I need to wrap them inside the dev element. I'm gonna give this a class name of item, and then inside is gonna be just the item itself. Okay, so now I'm gonna save this and then I'm gonna open my console and you can see that we need to add a key. So I'm gonna go and add a key prop. It's gonna be the item because they're all different. So you can see that the warning is gone now. Now let's go and put this constant inside a folder called constants. So I'm gonna go and create index.js, and here we're gonna export my array calendar items. So now I can use that anywhere I want. So here I'm just gonna import calendar items from its above by one level and then constants. So now we need to style these. So I'm gonna go and style all of those elements. So my calendar has a padding of 1 rem. I'm gonna hit save each time and you can see the changes. And a border bottom of 1 pixel solid with our border color. And then I'm gonna style the header. I'm gonna set the display to flex and then align items center. Now the calendar, that header, that title is gonna be also displayed as a flex, and then I need to also align the items center and then set the flex to 1. So I want this to have the whole space in there. Then for the calendar, that header, that title, then the p tag, we need to add a margin left of 5 pixels. Now for my font size going to be 1 point rem, and then I'm gonna set the font weight to bold. Now for our calendar, that header dot buttons, and then the span button, I'm gonna set the border radius to 50%. You're gonna know why in a minute. Then the cursor to pointer. Now if I go here and add some style, when I hover over the button, I'm gonna just add a background color. Now if I go and hover, you could see that the arrow is not in the middle or in the center of that circle. So I'm gonna add a width and a height. That doesn't fix the problem. Now I just need to display flex and then align items center. Now you can see that it's centered vertically, and now I'm gonna go and justify content center. Now it's centered very well. Now we're gonna add some transitions. So 300 milliseconds in and out. So when I have these, you can see some transitions there. Now let's go and style our items. I'm gonna add some padding there, 0.5 rem, and for my items it's gonna be, or for each item the padding is gonna be 0.25 rems, and then the margin is gonna be 5 pixels each, and then the font size is gonna be 1 rem, and the cursor is gonna be a pointer. So that's it for this part. I hope you enjoyed it. Take care. See you in the next part. Don't forget to subscribe. Code Explain says hi. So today we're going to create our projects menu. This is rendered using a component called projects. We have here our project component to render each project. We have here add new project component. So when you click on the button, you can add a new project. And when you click on edit button here, we had the number of to-dos in each project. And instead we show our edit button to edit the name of our project or to remove the project. So let's go and see how to create this. Our project component is going to be almost the same as our calendar we have seen in the last part. So we have here a function called project, so a component. Then we return some JSX. We're going to wrap everything inside a div with the class name projects. Inside we have a header, and then we have some items there, our projects. So let's talk first about the header and then talk about the items or rendering the project. Now in the header here we have a title and buttons. So in the header we're gonna need a div with the class name title with an icon palette here, and then the title project. Now at the bottom here we have these buttons here. So we have this edit button, and then we have our add new project, and then our carrot up or this arrow icon. Now inside our add new project component, we're gonna show this plus icon. Now for our edit button, when I close the menu, we hide this button or the edit button, the pencil, because there is nothing to edit. So I will go and create a constant or a state for my menu here. So I'm gonna call it show menu. So and by default the menu is shown, so it's gonna be true. So when I click on this one here, it's gonna be false, and then the menu is gonna be closed. So I want to show this only when the show menu is true. So I'm gonna go and use some curly braces because I'm gonna type in some JavaScript inside HTML, and then I'm gonna use my state show menu. And so if this is true, we show this. If this is false, we're not gonna show the icon. Also, when I have no project, so the menu is open here, it's not closed, but we have no project. For our projects are going to be in an array. Every project is an object. So if this project here has no items in there, no projects, so the projects.length of the array here is going to be equal to 0. So I want to show the edit button only if this is not equal to 0, only if the projects array is not empty. So I'm going to say project.length is greater than 0 and then show the pencil or the edit button. Also, when I click on this edit button here, you can see that we toggle between the number of to-dos and the buttons edit and remove to remove the project. So I need some state here, so I'm gonna go and create a constant called edit and I'm gonna set it to false. You can see also that when I click on this button it turns to green. So I need to set the color of this icon based on the edit here. So I'm gonna go and say constant pencil color. If the edit here is true, if it's true, then I'm gonna use a green color, else I'm gonna use a black color. So this is a ternary operator. Then I'm gonna put that here, so the color equals, I'm gonna open the color braces because this is JavaScript, and then use pencil color from here. So now whenever my edit changes, the color of my pencil also is gonna change. And now we need to change the edit value from false to true when I click on this button here. So we need an onClick event here, and this is gonna run the set edit here, this function here, to change the edit value. So I'm gonna change edit to not edit whenever I click on this. So if it was false, it's gonna be set to true. If it was true, it's gonna be set to false. So that's it for the header. Now let's go and talk how to render our projects. Now for our projects here are going to be saved inside an array. Every project is an object with an ID, a name, and number of to-dos, the number we show here. The projects array here for now, we're going to just type in all these by ourselves. But later on in our project, we're going to get this project from our database. So let's go and use a map here. So inside our items, we're going to use a map to map over all the projects inside our projects array. And then for every project, we're going to render that project using our project component. The project component here needs some props. It's going to be a key and then our project. So this object here, and also the edit variable here. So the project component needs when to show these icons here or when to show the number of to-dos. So we need this edit here in our project. So we're gonna pass this as a prop to the component project. Now let's go and talk about our project component. So we're gonna need a function called project, and then here we're gonna return some JSX. We are going to wrap everything inside a div with the class name project. The first thing is the name of the project. So here our project component receives the project as props. Then I'm gonna go and destructure my props object to get the project here, just the project, and then inside I'm gonna use a div with the class name and then a project.name. So if you remember, our project is an object where the property name is the name of our project. And then at the bottom here is going to be our buttons. When I click on the edit button here, I can show either the number of to-dos or the two buttons, edit and delete. So I will need to grab the edit here also, and then what's gonna go inside our div here, it's gonna be like this. It's gonna be some JavaScript. So then I'm gonna use a ternary operator. So if the edit is true, I'm gonna show the pencil and the X. I'm gonna show these two buttons here, the edit and the X button. So if it's true, I'm gonna show these two, the edit and delete button. If it's not, else, I'm gonna show the total or the number of to-dos. Now if the number of to-dos is 0, as you can see here for the project other, we're not gonna show nothing. So I'm gonna need another ternary operator here. I'm gonna go and say project.number of to-dos, this property here, if it's equal to 0, if it's 0, I'm gonna show an empty string, else I'm gonna show the number of to-dos. So that's it for the logic part. Let's go now and see this in action. Now before we start, we need the files from our from the last part, the part 7. Go and copy the link and then paste it in downgit and click download. Once you download this, you need to go inside your folder and then run npm install, and then you're good to go. If you have all the files, go and open your text editor. So inside my project component, I'm gonna create a div with the class name header, and then inside it's gonna be a div with the class name title. I'm gonna need an icon here. I'm gonna import that from React Bootstrap icons. The size is gonna be 18 pixels, and then a p tag that says projects. I'm gonna hit save, and you can see those there. Now at the bottom here, it's gonna be a div with the class name buttons for our buttons. The first button is gonna be the pencil, so to edit our projects. The size is gonna be 15 pixels, and then it's gonna be our carved up, or the button to close the menu. So now here it's gonna be our add new project. I'm gonna go into our add new project and then show only the icon. So we still need to do some work here, but for now I'm gonna just show the icon, so the plus icon. So I'm gonna grab that from React Bootstrap icons. The pixels or the size is gonna be 20 pixels. Now I'm gonna close that, and if I save, you can see the plus icon there. Now I'm gonna go and create some state here. It's gonna be the show menu, and then set show menu, and the menu is by default set to true, shown. I'm gonna go, and now here I'm gonna add some JavaScript. So I'm gonna show the pencil only if the show menu is set to true. If I save, I get some errors here. I'm gonna go and edit this to use state. I had a typo there. The use state is not defined because I didn't import it from React, and that's good now. So if this is false, now you can see that the pencil is gone, and if it's true, it's there. Now I'm gonna go and create my projects array. Remember, these projects, we're gonna get it from our database, but for now we're just gonna create this manually. So it has 3 properties: the ID, the name, and the number of to-dos. So I'm gonna go and type in some data there. Doesn't matter what you type in there. So I created 3 projects. Now here we also need to hide the projects or the pencil if the projects.length is equal to 0. So when it's empty here, we don't show the pencil at all, or the edit icon. So now we need another state for edit. So when I click on that button there, I need to edit my project. So the pencil color depends on the edit. So if edit is true, I'm gonna set the color of the pencil to a green color. Instead, if it's false, it's gonna be a black. So here I'm gonna say color equals some curly braces pencil color, and then here I'm gonna add an onClick event, so to change the state of our edit. So I'm gonna set edit to edit or to not edit, so the opposite. So if it's false, it's gonna be true. If it's true, it's gonna be false. So now as I click, you can see that the color of the button changes, and that's and that means that everything is working. Now for the class name is going to be here, and here it's going to be arrow, just for when I type in some CSS. Now I'm gonna add another div with the items to render all the project from my projects array. So I'm gonna use map, and then for every project I will need to use the project component, and then the project here needs some props. The project itself, it's an object. The project is an object. The key here is going to be the project.id, and we need to pass in also the edit state. So now inside our project, let's go. So we're finished for our projects component. I will need here a div with the class name name to show the name of the project. So it's going to be project.name, and then we're going to destructure the props object. So this is going to be project, and you can see the names of all the projects. Here it must be dev. Now I'm going to go and render the buttons and the number of to-dos. So for the class name is going to be edit delete. So, and then I'm going to show the total to-dos or the number of to-dos. So here the number of to-dos is going to be project.num of to-dos, and if I save you can see them there. And then here we need some icons, pencil with the size of 13. The same is going to be for our delete button. It's going to be an X circle, so it's going to be 13 pixels. And if I hit save, you can see all of those there. So now I need to use a ternary operator. So if edit is true, then I'm going to show the delete and edit buttons. I need to wrap this inside my curly braces. Now if I save here and I click on the edit button, you can see that I toggle between the number of to-dos and the buttons. I still need to show the number of to-dos only if it's not 0. So I'm gonna say if it's 0, return false, or an empty string. If it's not, return the number of to-dos. I'm gonna add some class names here, edit and delete. And now let's go and style our project menu. So I'm gonna go now and add some padding to my projects. So it must be projects. And I'm gonna go and add a border bottom of 1 pixel solid and AB for the color. Then for the header, it's gonna be display as flex, and I'm gonna align items center. And then for the title, it's gonna be a display flex also, and then I'm gonna align items center. Then I'm gonna set flex to 1 to take the whole space. Now for the title, or for the p tag, the margin left is gonna be 5 pixels, and then the font size is gonna be 1.1 rems, and then for the font weight it's gonna be bold. Now for the buttons, I need to display those this as a flex, and then align items center, and I'm gonna just grab these from the calendar because it's gonna be the same thing when I hover over the buttons. Then here for the span edit, I'm gonna need to add some margins, margin right, and I'm gonna set it to 5 pixels. Now I will need to style the items. So I'm gonna add some paddings there, 0.5 rems. Now let's add the styles for the project, for every single project. So display is gonna be flex, align items center, and then some padding of 0.25 rems, and then a margin of 5 pixels. And now I'm gonna set the font size to 1 rem. Now for the name of the project, it's gonna be, the cursor is gonna be pointer, so I can click on the project, and then for word break I'm gonna use break all. Then the project buttons here is gonna be display flex, so I need to show those first. So flex, and then I'm gonna align items center. Now I'm gonna go and style the to-dos, or the total to-dos. So the position is gonna be absolute, so I need to make this relative, so it's gonna be relative to the project. I'm gonna set right to 0, so I need them to be at the far right. The background is gonna be this color here, and then the width is gonna be 25 pixels, the same for the height, 25 pixels. And now I'm gonna set the font size to 0.9 rem. Now I'm gonna display this as a flex, so I'm gonna center this vertically and then center it horizontally. Now I need to use some border radius, so 50%, and then I'm gonna add some styles to my edit and delete buttons. So I'm gonna also set this position to absolute and then right to 0, and then display this as a flex. Now let's go and start the span tag. So I'm just gonna go and grab these from here. So, and then I'm gonna use add some transitions. So when I hover over the buttons, I'm gonna change the background with ease and out from the color they have now to the color, or to a green color for the edit button, and a red color for the delete button. So that's it for this part. I hope you enjoyed it. Take care. Don't forget to like the video, subscribe, and do whatever you can do to support me. See you in the next part. Take care. Code Explain says hi. So let's see what we're gonna create today. So here when I click on this button here, this modal opens, or this box here where I can type in the name of the project and add the project to this list here. Also when I click on this icon, then this edit button here, I can edit the name of these projects. So if I click on this, the same modal, the same form opens, and then I can type in the name of, or edit the name of the project, and then confirm or cancel. So let's go and see how to create this. So you can see that when I add a project and edit the name of the project, we use a modal for both. We use the same form. We have here a hidden, we have an input for both, we have a cancel button, and then a confirm button. This one says add project, and this one says confirm. So they both uses the modal, and both of them uses the same form. So I'm not gonna repeat myself. So I will go and create another component called project form. So I will need a function called project form. Then I'm gonna return some JSX and export this as default, so I can use it whenever I want. So it's gonna be an HTML form that has an unsubmit event. So when I submit, I'm gonna run a function called handle submit, and this function here will be received as props from my add new project component and rename project component. So these two here will use my project form component inside of them. So this here will pass a handle submit to my project form, and it also must send a handle submit to my project form component. So then we have here a hidden Okay, so this one says new project, this one says edit project name. So we need a variable for this. I'm gonna call this heading. I'm gonna receive this as props too. Then we have here our input. So I'm gonna say input. It will have a value and on change. So this is a control component. The value is gonna be received as a prop too. For the onChange here is going to be a function that takes in the event as a parameter, and then the value of my input here is going to be e.target.value. And then I'm going to set this value here to this value. So I will need my function here set value also to be brought using props. Then I need a type text, then a placeholder that says project name, and then an autofocus. Autofocus means when I open this form here, I don't need to go and click inside the input. It's going to be automatically focused so I can type in directly. Then we need here a button with the class name cancel, and it says cancel for both. So no need to use a variable here. And then the role attribute here set to button. Why do I need this? Because this is a button inside the form. So when I click on any button inside the form, this will run my function here, a handle submit. So this will cause a submit. To prevent that from happening, to prevent this button or any button from submitting, you need to add a role attribute and set it to button. Then I'm gonna go and add an unclick event. So when I click on cancel here, I need to close the modal. So I'm gonna set show modal to false. So I also need to get this function here using props. And then the last thing is a button with the class name confirm, and inside we have here some confirm button text. It could be add project or it could be confirm. So I need to receive that using props too. So that's it for our project form. Now let's go and use them in our add new project, and then after in our rename project. So we created in the last part our projects menu or the list of the projects, and if you remember, this is our add new project. So the add new project component shows the plus sign, and when you click on that, you must open a modal and then open this form here. So we have a function called add new project, then we return some JSX. In the last part, we've created only this button here with the class name add button, and then a span, and then our icon plus. Now here at the bottom, we're gonna create the modal here, so we're gonna need to import the modal we've created before. And you know that the modal here needs two props, the show modal state and set show modal to change the show modal state. So here we need to create them first in our add new project, show modal, set show modal, and set to false. So we hide the modal by default. So to open the modal, we need to click on the plus icon here. So I'm gonna add an unclick event, and then this will just go and set the show modal to true to show the modal. Now inside of the modal, we're gonna just render our project form, and of course we need to import that first. Now our project form needs some props, the handle submit function, we need to create that here, and then the heading, it's gonna be new project, then a value, it's gonna be a project name, and then a set value, it's gonna be a set project name. So we need to create some state. So I'm gonna go and create that project name, set project name, and initialize it with an empty string. Now this value here is gonna be the value of the input, and set project name is the function that we're gonna use to change the value of the project name. And then the set show modal to close the modal, and then the text of the confirm button is going to be plus add project. Now that's it for our add new project component. Now let's go and talk about our rename project component, but first we need to do some updates in our project component. So if you remember, to render this project here, we used a component called project. So this is how our project component is looking so far. Now when we click on this button here, we need to open the modal to change or to edit the name of the project. So I need here a modal, of course, then this takes in a show modal and set show modal props. So I need to create some state there, and then I will need to add an unclick event to edit button. So when I click on this here, I will set show modal to true to open the modal. Now inside the modal, I'm gonna render my rename project component. The rename project component, as you can see, so when I click on this one here, the name of the project goes directly to this input here. So my rename project needs a set show modal to close the modal when I cancel, and the project itself. The project is an object here. If you remember, it has a name, property, an ID, and the number of to-dos we show to the user. So I need this project here, the project object, because when I click on each of these pencils or edit buttons, I need the name of the project to go into my input here. So let's go and talk about our rename project component. So our rename project component will receive a project object and the set show modal as props. So inside here, we're gonna just use our project form component. The first prop is the handle submit. So I need to pass in a handle submit function. So I'm gonna create that function and it's gonna be empty for now. And then a hidden, it says edit project name. And then for the input here, it's gonna be controlled. So I need to pass in a value. So it's gonna be called new project name. And then set value to change the new project name. It's gonna be called set new project name. So I need some state here. So I'm gonna go and create that new project name and set new project name. Except this time, I'm not gonna go and initialize it with an empty string. Instead, I need the name of the project here. So I'm gonna go and use the project object and say project.name to render the name of the project I am editing. Then I will need the set show modal function to close the modal when I click on cancel. So this function here was received as prop. Then I'm gonna send it as a prop to my project form. And then the confirm button text is gonna be confirm. And that's it for the logic part. Now let's go and see this in action. So before opening my text editor, I need the files from the last part. So if you already have them, you can skip this. So I'm gonna go to the GitHub or the repo, and I'm gonna go to the last part, the part 8, and then copy the link to the folder, and then go to downgit and click on download. Once you download this folder here, go into that folder, open it, and run npm install, and then you're good to go. Of course, if you already have the files, go and open your text editor and then go to the components and create a new component called project_form.js. Then inside of it, I'm gonna import React from React. Then I'm gonna create my function project form, and this just gonna return an HTML form. So my form here needs an unsubmit event, and it's gonna run a handle submit function. So I'm gonna receive that as props, using props. Then I'm gonna need a hidden, an h3, and it's gonna be hidden. I need to receive that using props too, because it's gonna be changed between the add new project and rename project. Then an input here, a controlled component. So we need a value set to value, and on change, I need to set the value to e.target.value. So I'm gonna go and get those using props. So value and set value. And then here I'm gonna use a type text, then a placeholder that says project name, and then an autofocus. Then I need a button to cancel or to close the modal, so it's gonna have a class name cancel, and then a row of button, so to stop this from submitting, and then an unclick event. So when I click on this, I'm gonna set show modal to false to close the modal. So I need to receive the show modal function as well using props. Then another button to confirm. So this text may change, so this is gonna be confirm button text. I'm gonna receive this using props too, and the button here has a class name called confirm, That's it. So I need to export default the project form component now, so I can use it in my two components. So the first one is going to be add new project. We have already created the plus icon or the plus button. I need to import the model first, and then I need here two props, show model and set show model. So I need to create some state here. So I'm gonna go and create show model and set show model to change its value from false to true. So this will be initialized with false. I need to bring in useState first. Now I will go inside of here and render my project form. I need some props there, but first I will go and import project form. Now the props are going to be the handle submit function. So I need to go now and create that function, handle submit. It's going to take in the E or the event, the submit event, then a hidden. It's going to say new project, and then a value. It's going to be the project name, and set value is going to be set project name. So I need a state. So let's create them. Project name and set project name equals useState, and it's going to be initialized with an empty string. So project name, set project name, and then set show model to close the model using the cancel button, and then the confirm button text is going to say plus add project. Now I need an unclick event here to my plus icon to open the model. So we're gonna set show model to true. So that's it. Let's try that. Now you can see that it opens. It's ugly now. We're gonna fix that using CSS. Now let's go to our project. I'm gonna copy this for now. I'm gonna go to rename project. So here I'm gonna render the form. So for the project name is gonna be new project name, set new project name, and let's go and create those. So new project name. So I'm using new here. You can use any name just for some clarity. So that new project name is going to be initialized with the project name you clicked on or you want to edit. So then I will go to my project here. So from project, I'm gonna need a modal here. So I'm gonna go and import that. Import modal from modal. And then here it's gonna be rename project. It's gonna need the project because we need the name of the project to edit. And then set show modal to close the modal from our rename project component. So we need first to create some state for our model, show model and set show model, and it's going to be, of course, initialized with false. So it's closed by default. Now let's go and bring in useState. Now I'm going to go here and pass those as props to the model. And now I'm gonna go and add an unclick event to my edit button. So when I click on the edit button, I need to open the form to edit the name of the project. Now let's go to our rename project. So let's go and create handle submit function. So it's gonna take in an event, but it's gonna be empty for now. Now I also need this to be edit project name. The value is there, set value, show model. Now for the button is gonna say confirm. And that's it. I have some errors here. Okay, I had a typo there. So it's slash there. if I save use state, is undefined in rename project. Okay, so inside my rename project, I need to bring in the use state hook, and then I need to import the project form as well. Let's save, refresh. If I click on this, I open the new project to add a new project. If I click on this, you can see that it says personal here, it says work, and it says other. So everything is working. Now let's go and style our rename project and add new project components. So for the plus icon there, I need some margin. So to the right, add some margin to the right. So it's gonna be add button class name and then the span tag. So the margin right is gonna be set to 5 pixels. So I just need some space there. Now let's go and style the project form. So I need to add a class name here for my form. It's gonna be class name project form. Now I can style my form. So I'm gonna go and set the background color to white. Let's go and open the form first to see the changes. So if I click on this, now you can see the background there is white. Now let's get rid of those numbers. So I need to change the z-index of the modal. So I'm gonna set that to 99 and that fixes the issue. Now I'm gonna go and set the padding to 1 rem and then the border radius to 4 pixels, the position to relative, and then some padding bottom 40 pixels. You're gonna know why in a minute. So the project form input, the width is gonna be 100% of the parent, then a height of 40 pixels, and then I'm gonna set the margin to 5 to 15 pixels for top and bottom and 0 for right and left, then the border to none, and then the font size is gonna be 1.2 rems. And now I will go on focus. So I need no outlines. So I'm gonna set outline to none. And a border bottom. So when it's focused, I'm gonna add a border bottom with a color of blue. Now you can see that both of them now have the same stars because it's the same form. Now for our buttons, I'm gonna set the position to absolute. That's why we used position relative on the parent. Now the bottom is gonna be 0 for both the buttons, confirm and cancel. Then the height of the buttons, as it's gonna be 40 pixels. That's why we added some bottom padding 40 pixels to the project form. Now the width of them is gonna be 50% of the parent. The cancel button is gonna be set to the left, and the confirm is gonna be to the right. So they both have a background color. This one has this color, and our confirm is gonna be a blue color. Then on hover, I'm gonna use filter and add some brightness, so you can see that brightness there. Now I'm gonna set the border to none for both of them. Then the color of text of the button is gonna be white. The font size is gonna be 1 rem, and font weight is gonna be bold. And then the cursor is gonna be a pointer. Now you can see that it's working for both forms. Now I'm gonna go and add some transition for filter. 300 milliseconds easing out. So that's it for this part. I hope you enjoyed it. Don't forget to subscribe, like the video, do whatever you can to support me. Take care. See you in the next part. Code explain says hi. So today we're going to create our to-dos component. So inside of to-dos here, we're going to show just all the to-dos based on the project. So to render a to-do, a single to-do, we're going to need a component called to-do. When the user clicks on today, all days, work, other, personal, we show the project here and we show all the to-dos in that project. But if the user has clicked on next 7 days, we're going to show a different UI. So we need to show the days and then show the to-dos in those days. So we need a next 7 days component to render this UI here. So if it's not the next 7 days, we're just going to go and render all the to-dos. But if it's next 7 days, we need to render our next 7 days component. So now, a to-do is an object. So every single to-do is an object. So we have an object. The first property here is an ID. Each to-do has a unique ID. Then it has some text in it, and then a time, the date of the to-do also. So we need that to filter our to-dos based on the date. We need also a day, so the number of the day in a week. So we have our days of the week. Day is just going to be the number of that day. So for example, if it's 6, it's Saturday, it's today. We also need a checked property. So if it's true, it's checked. If it's false, it's not checked. And then a color for our to-do. We're going to generate different colors or random colors for our to-dos. And then the last property is the project, work, personal, other, any project. Now all the to-dos are objects. They're going to be inside an array. I'm going to set that to a constant called to-dos. For now, we're just going to go and create that manually. We're not getting yet the to-dos from the database. Now let's talk about our to-dos component. So inside our to-dos component, we have a div, a parent, and then inside we have this div with the class name selected project. So the selected project is the project that the user clicked on. So if he clicks on work, for example, work goes here, and then we show all the to-dos that are under our work project. Again, our selected project here is just a string I typed in just for this part. In the future, we're going to get this selected project using context. Until we get there, let's just keep it a simple string. Now here I'm gonna go and use some curly braces and say selected project. And then at the bottom here, I'm gonna render my to-dos. So remember that if it's the next 7 days, so I need some JavaScript there. If it's the next 7 days, I'm gonna go and render my next 7 days component. The next 7 days component needs all the to-dos array. Then it will do some logic inside, so some filtering, sorting, all the to-dos based on the day, and then show them to the user. Else, if it's not the next 7 days, or if it is any of the other projects, I'm gonna go and render the to-dos or all the to-dos using the map method. So I'm gonna say to-dos array.map. Then for each to-do, I'm gonna render a to-do using my component to-do. The to-do here needs the to-do itself, the object, and then the key to-do.id, because the ID, it's unique. So that's it for the logic part. Let's go and see this in action. So first we need the files from the last part. I'm gonna go and copy the link to the folder of the last part, the part 9, and then I'm gonna go to downgit, click on download, and then go into the folder and run npm install, and then you're good to go. If you already have the files, then go and open your text editor and go to the to-dos component. Inside of it, we need a div with the class name selected project. So we need to show the selected project. For now, it's gonna be it's just gonna be a simple variable or constant, a string. But later on, we're gonna get that using context. Now at the bottom here, I'm gonna render all the to-dos, but and I'm gonna go and paste in the to-dos. The to-dos are inside an array, they are objects, so to render them we need a map. Now based on the selected project, if it's the next 7 days, I need to render the to-dos using the next 7 days component. Next 7 days component takes in all the to-dos and then do some logic and render those to-dos. If it's not the next 7 days, I'm gonna render all the to-dos using a map. So each to-do is gonna render using a to-do component. The to-do component needs to do and the key. Now let's go inside the to-do. For now, I'm not gonna do anything here. I'm just gonna go and show the name or the text of the to-do. So if I save here and go and change the selected project, for example, to today, you can see the text for my two to-dos in the array. Now let's go and style our component. So to-dos here, it's gonna be a width of 450 pixels, then a height of 80% of the parent. The background is gonna be white. Now you should see it. Now I will go and position absolute the to-dos, dev. Then I'm gonna set the bottom to 40 pixels, left to 40 pixels. But I need this to be relative to the main, not the amp dev. So that's it. Now I need a border radius of 4 pixels, then an opacity of 0.9, and then a padding 0 for top, 0.5 for RAM for left and right and bottom. Now for the selected project, I will need some margin, so 1 RAM 0, and then text transform, capitalize the word, and then the font size is going to be 1.2 rems, then the font weight is going to be bold, and then the padding bottom is going to be 2 pixels, and then I'm going to add a border bottom 1 pixel solid. Now I will add an overflow for the y-axis and set it to auto to my to-dos. So whenever I have a lot of to-dos in my list and they go beyond my dev, my element, I will need a scroll bar on the right. So that's it for this part. Take care. See you in the next one. Code Explained says hi. Today we're going to build the UI for our to-do component. So we're going to build the UI and then do some styling. Now our to-do component receives using props the to-do object. So our to-do is an object with bunch of properties. So to render the to-do, we're just gonna use those properties. Our to-do component is a functional component. We're going to receive the to-do using props, so I'm going to use some destructuring here. I'm going to destructure the props object to get my object to do. Then we're going to return some JSX, a dev with the class name to do, and then a dev with the class name to do container. Now when I hover over a to do, you can see that the trash icon appears. So we need some state here to keep track of when the user hover over our to do. So we need to add some events to my dev here. So it's gonna be on mouse enter and on mouse leave. So we need some state. So I'm gonna call this hover and then I'm gonna set it to false. So when the mouse enters my to do, I'm gonna set this to true. And when the mouse leaves the to do, I'm gonna set this to false. So to change our hover, we're gonna need my function here that is returned by my useStateHook. I'm gonna call it setHover. You can call it whatever you want. So on mouse enter, I'm gonna set hover to true, and on mouse leave, I'm gonna set hover to false. Now the rest of the UI is going to be inside of my to-do container. You can see here that I imported some icons from React Bootstrap icons. The check circle fell, the circle, the trash, and the arrow clockwise. These are the icons we're going to need for our to-do. Now for our to-do component, we have 4 parts. We have this part when we show the check icons. So we have this dev with the class name check to do. Then we have this part here when we show the text of the to do. So a dev with the class name text. And then we have the repeat next day icon, this arrow icon. So a dev with the class name add to the next day. And then the last one is the delete button. So the trash icon. So we have this dev with the class name delete to do. Now for our check to do here, we show this icon when the to-do is checked, and we show this circle here, this icon, when it's not checked. So we need here some JavaScript inside of this, so I'm gonna go and put some curly braces there, and then I'm gonna use a ternary operator. So if the to-do is checked, I'm gonna render the check circle fell, this icon here, else if it's not checked, I'm gonna show this circle icon. Then the color of that circle is going to be the color of our to-do. Now inside the dev with the class name text, we're going to render a p tag, and inside of it just the text of the to-do. Then a span, here we're going to show the time, then the project the to-do belongs to. Now for the text of the to-do, when it's not checked, it's a black color, but when it's checked, it's a gray color. So I'm going to handle that using the style attribute here. So the style in JavaScript is an object. So I'm going to put some JavaScript here. So I need these curly braces because I'm going to write some JavaScript here. Then because style here is an object, I'm going to use some curly braces there. Then the property I'm going to change. It's going to be the color of the text. The color here is gray when the color is checked. Else if it's not checked, it's going to be a black color. Now for this line here, it's just going to be a dev. So a dev with the height of 1 pixel and then width with 100%. So a height of 1 pixel makes the dev looks like a line. So it's just a dev. Now when the to-do is not checked, this line here has a height of 1 pixel but a width of 0 pixels. That's why we don't see this line here. But when it's checked, it has 1 pixel for the height and 100% for the width. So when the to-do is not checked, I'm gonna add this class name called line. So here, now we're not saying nothing because the line here has a height of 1 pixel but a width of 0 pixels. But then if the to-do is checked, we add this class name called line through, and this will change the property here from width equals 0 to width equals 100%. Now I'm using here a $sign and then some curly braces because I'm using here some backticks. So this is called literal expression. So if the to-do is checked, I'm gonna set the width using line through to 100%. Else I'm gonna use an empty string, so I'm just gonna stick with line where the width is set to 0 pixels. Now for this icon here, this repeat next day is shown only when the to-do is checked. So I'm gonna need some curly braces and then say if to-do is checked, then show my arrow clockwise icon, this icon here. Now for delete to-do, we're gonna show this in both cases, when I hover over the to-do and when it's checked. So I'm gonna need some curly braces. So if it's hover, I'm gonna show the trash icon, or if the to-do is checked, I'm gonna also show the trash icon. So I'm gonna put this inside parentheses and then show my trash icon. So if one of these is true, then I'm gonna show the trash icon. If both are false, I'm not gonna show the trash icon. By the way, this add to next day feature in our to-do app, so when you finish a to-do, you have the ability to add this to the next day. So you just click on this button here, and then this to-do will be repeated the next day, same time, same text. So this feature here was suggested by More Rifat, so I'm gonna say thank you for your suggestion. Now that's it for the logic part. Let's go and see this in action. So before we start, we need the files from the last part, the part 10. I'm gonna go and copy the link for that folder, then go to downgit and paste that, and then click on download. Once you download this, go inside your folder, run npm install, and then you're good to go. If you have already the files, just skip that and go and open your text editor. Now we made a mistake last time. This should be ID. Now I'm gonna close this and go to my Todo component. So here we need a div with the class name Todo container, and then a div with the class name check todo. So I need to know if the todo is checked. I'm gonna render this icon here, the check circle fill, and the color is gonna be a gray color. And then else, if it's not checked, I'm gonna just show a span with the class name unchecked, and inside of it, it's gonna be the circle icon. The color of this is gonna be the todo color. So if I hit save, you now see the icons. If I go to todos and then change the color, for example for this one, the color of that todo or that circle icon will change. Now here we need a div with the class name text. So this is where we show the text. So we need a p tag with the text of the todo inside. Then I'm gonna need a span where I show the time for the todo, and then the project it belongs to. And then I'm gonna go and add a div with the class name. It's gonna be line, and when the todo is checked, I'm gonna add another class name called line through to change the width of this div from 0 to 100%. And if it's not, I'm gonna just render or use an empty string. So I'm gonna go to my app.css and add the styling for my line and the line through. So if it's just the line, I'm gonna set the height to 1 pixel and the background to a gray color. The position is gonna be absolute, and then the top is gonna be 25%, and then the width is gonna be 0 pixels. And then I'm gonna use some transitions for the width, 250 milliseconds and is in out. Now for the line through, I'm gonna set the width to 100%. So I need here to position the line relative to the text. Now you can see the line is through my text. Now when the text is checked, or the todo is checked, the color of the text is going to be a gray color, and if it's not, it's going to be a black color. Okay, that's good. Now I'm going to go and add a div with the class name add to next day. Todo.checked, if the todo is checked, then I'm going to show that button, the arrow clockwise button or icon. Then at the bottom here, I'm gonna add another div, the last one, with the class name delete todo. So we're gonna need a hover state. So if the todo is checked, I'm gonna show the trash icon, and also if it's hovered, I need to show the icon. So let's go first and change this from false to true. you can see that the line was added with some transition there. Now I'm gonna go and create some state. So I'm gonna call the constant hover, then set hover to change that. I'm gonna set this to false, initialize it with false. I need to bring in useState hook. So I need to add the onMouse enter event. So when the mouse enters, we're going to set hover to true. And then when our onMouse leave, I'm gonna set hover to false. Now at the bottom here, I'm gonna say if hover or is checked, I'm gonna render the trash icon. So you can see now that if I hover over my to do, the trash icon is checked. Now let's go and style our to do. So for the parent, the pattern is going to be 0.5 rem for top and bottom and 1 rem for left and right. For my to do container, I'm going to display it as a flex and then align items center. Then for my to do container, for each span in there, I'm going to set the cursor to pointer. So each button here now will have this cursor pointer. Now I'm going to go and add some styles to my text. So flex to 1, so it takes the whole space. Then some margins for the right and left of 10 pixels. Then the cursor to pointer. Now I'm gonna go and add some style to the span, so to the time and to the project. The font size is gonna be 0.58 rands. The color is gonna be a gray color. Now for our add to next day, I'm gonna add some margin to the right of 10 pixels. So that's it for the styling. Now I'm just gonna go and change this from true to false. You can see what's happening there. The transition for the line through is there. So that's it for this part. I hope you enjoyed it. Thanks for watching. See you in the next one. Code Explain says hi. So today we're going to build the UI for our Edit To Do component. This is where you can edit a to-do. You click on a to-do here and then you will be able to edit that to-do from here. So if you remember, we have seen this form before. So if I click on the button New To Do, this model opens up and we have this form here that looks a lot like our form here. So Add New To Do and Edit To Do will use the same form. So why not go and create a new component called TodoForm and then share this component with Add New To Do and Edit To Do components. So because our forms here has little differences, for example, this one has a hidden, this one's not, and this has some buttons here and this has not those buttons. So because we have some differences, our TodoForm component needs to receive some props so to determine how our form will look like at the end. For example, here for the hidden, here we have a hidden and here we have not a hidden. So the hidden here is going to be passed as a prop. So we can pass our hidden as a string, for example, add a new to do, or we can just set the default value of hidden to false. So if we pass this as a string, then we go and render an h3 hidden. And if we didn't pass in a hidden prop, then it's gonna be by default false and nothing's gonna show there. Next, they both have an input and it's a controlled component. So we will need a text as a value and then set text to change this value here. And then they have a date picker. Also, we need a value and set day to change the value of our day state. And then they both have a time picker. So we need time and then set time. Time is our variable and set time is a function to change time. and then they both have projects. So our TodoForm here needs our projects array to render all the projects. Now our form here will have to show some buttons. Add to do button to submit, and this X button here to cancel or to close the modal. But in the other side here, it's going to be false, so we have no buttons. So when show buttons is set to true, we're going to render our buttons here. But if show buttons is set to false, we're not gonna render them. So the default value of our show buttons is gonna be false. So if I don't pass show buttons as a prop to my to-do form, it's gonna be by default false. And then because I need to close the modal from here, if you remember, we need a function called setShowModal to change the showModal state from true to false and then close our modal. The last thing is, because this is a form, we need a submit event. So we need a handleSubmit function. So we also need to pass in a handleSubmit function. We need to create that function in our Add New To Do component and also in our Edit To Do component, and then pass that function to our TodoForm component. Now let's talk about what's going to go inside our return statement, or the JSX of our TodoForm. So for our TodoForm here, it will receive some props like we've seen before. Then inside our return, we're going to wrap our form inside our Material UI Pickers utils provider, because we're gonna need to use our date picker and our time picker. Now for our form here, I'm gonna put a class name called TodoForm for some styling. Then here I'm gonna put a non-submit event, and then I'm gonna call my function handleSubmit that I'm going to receive using props. Now this is how our form will look like at the end. So we have here a hidden and an input. We're going to wrap them inside the div with the class name text. So if the hidden is a string, then it's going to be true, then we're going to show the hidden. But if we didn't pass a hidden for our TodoForm, it's by default false. So false, we're not going to render our hidden here. Now for our input is going to be of type text and placeholder to do and autofocus. Now because we need to control this, we need a value and an onChange event. So we're going to use our text as the value and our setText to change the value of our text. Now for our remind me and this icon here, we just need some HTML there. Then for our choose a day, we need an icon and then a p tag choose day, and then our date picker. A date picker is just an input, so we're gonna need a value and an onChange event. The day is gonna go here, and then setDay to change the value of our day state to the date the user has picked. Then we have here our time picker, so we need again our value is gonna be time, and then setTime to change the time to the time the user picked. Now for our projects here, we were going to receive our projects as an array, so I'm going to use map, and then for every project I'm going to return a div for the class name project, and the key is going to be the project.id, and then I'm going to just show the project.name. So these are the names of the projects. Now for our buttons here, so if the show buttons is true, so if I pass the prop show buttons and I set it to true, I'm gonna go and show these buttons. But if I didn't pass a prop called show buttons, this is gonna be by default false, and this will not show these buttons here. If I set show buttons to true, then I also need to pass in setShowModal, because I'm gonna need to add an onClick event to my cancel button here, to the X button, so I close the modal. So when I click on this, I'm gonna call my function setShowModal, and this will set showModal to false. Now let's go and call our TodoForm component from our Add New To Do component and our Edit To Do component. So for our Add New To Do component, we have already created that component in a previous part. So we already have some code in our Add New To Do function. Now all what we need to do is go and remove the old long form from inside of our modal here, and then we're going to call our TodoForm component from here. Before that, we have some state here, so we have our show modal state. Now inside the modal we need to render our TodoForm. So our TodoForm here needs the handle submit function that we need to create here, and then our hidden, it's going to be add new to do, then text and set text for our input here, so we need to create some state, then our day and set day for our date picker, and then time and set time for our time picker, and then the projects array. So this is an array that we're going to create, but later on we're going to get this array from our database. Then we need to show these buttons here, so I'm going to set that to true, and at the end I need to pass in the set show modal so I can close the modal from our X button. So now you can see that our add new to do component code is so clean, and that's some of the best things about React. Now let's move on to our edit to do component. It's going to be almost the same, so we need a function called edit to do. We've created this. We need then a header edit to do, and then inside our div with the class name container we need to render our TodoForm. In this case we need to pass in again our handle submit function, and then we don't need a heading, we don't pass a heading, so it's going to be false, so we're not going to render an h3 tag here. Then our text and set text for our input here, so we need to create some state, then a day and set day for our date picker, then time and set time for our time picker, and then our projects array. Again, we're not showing the buttons, so we're not passing those, and by default they are false, so we are not gonna show them or render them, and we're not gonna pass our set show modal at all. Now again, you can see that the code for our edit to do is much more cleaner. One thing before we move on to the code part, our edit to do here needs a selected to do. So I'm going to talk about that in a future part from this course. So when I click on a to do from my list, then I'm going to send that to do to my edit to do, and this inputs here, the input, the date picker, the time picker, will receive their initialized values from that to do I clicked on. So that's it for the logic part. Let's go now and open our text editors. So again, before we start, we need the files from the last part 11. I need to go and copy the link from that folder, paste it in .git, and click on download. Once you download that, go into that folder, run npm install, and then you're good to go. If you already have the files, you don't have to do this. Just go and open your text editor, go into the components folder, and create a new component called TodoForm. Now I need to go to my add new to do component and copy the whole code from that. So that's the code I'm going to be using in our TodoForm component. Now we don't need a modal, so I'm going to remove that. We don't need to use state, but we need all of these. Now I'm going to remove this. I'm going to remove or rename this to do form. Now I don't need the modal on the whole thing. I need to remove this as well and rename this to TodoForm. Now let's arrange our code. Now for our form on submit, we're going to call a function called the handle submit that we're going to receive using props. I'm going to also add a class name TodoForm for styling. Now I'm going to go and distract my props. I'm going to receive handle submit, a heading, and by default it's going to be false, a text and set text, a day and set day, and time and set time. These for our inputs. And then our project array, and then show buttons, which is going to be by default set to false, and then set show modal, which is going to be false also by default. Now here I'm going to go and use some conditional rendering. So if we receive a heading, then I'm going to show that heading. If not, I'm not going to render a heading. Then for the text, going to be just the same thing. Now inside our project here, I'm gonna go and use a map to render all the projects. So I'm gonna go and return a dev with the class name project. And I'm gonna render just the name of the project. And here we need a key. So it's gonna be the project.id. Now for the buttons here, I need to render them only if the show buttons is true. And then I need to wrap them inside a dev. So that's it for our to-do form. I'm gonna close my to-do form, and from inside our add new to-do, I'm gonna remove my old long form, and then I'm gonna go and use my to-do form component. So this needs a handle submit function. So I'm gonna go and create that function. It's gonna be empty for now. I need to get rid of these and then import my form, my to-do form component. Now I need to pass in a heading that says add new to do, and then our text for our input, set text to change the text value, day, and set day, then time and set time, and then my projects array. I'm just gonna go and grab my array from projects. I'm gonna paste it here, and then we need our show buttons to be set to true because I need to render the buttons, and then set show modal to close the modal. So now I'm gonna go and check that. So now you can see that my form is there. So nothing has changed. Now let's go and create our edit to do component. I need to copy my to do form because I'm gonna go and use the same form here. First I need a header. It says edit to do, and then a container, a dev with the class name container, and then my to do form component. So here it's gonna be the same constants or the same states. So I'm just gonna go and grab that from there. I need to bring in use state. I also need to import the to do form. Now here, like I've said, this will be initialized with the to do the user clicked on. I don't need a hidden. I don't need show buttons and set show modal. So if I save, you can now see my edit to do or my form there. Now let's go to our app.css and add some styling there. So for our edit to do dev, we need a position absolute, then bottom 40 pixels, just like our Todos component. Then for left, I'm gonna need a calc function, 40 pixels from the left, plus 450 pixels, which is the width of our Todos component, where we show our to-dos, then another 4 pixels from our Todos component. Now, for the background color, it's gonna be white color, and then height is going to be 80%, just like our Todos component. Then width is going to be 450 pixels, just like our Todos component. Then a border radius of 4 pixels, and then an opacity of 0.9. Now for our header, it's going to be some margin, 1 rem for top and bottom, 0.5 for left and right, a font size of 1.2 rems, and then a font weight bold, and then some padding bottom 2 pixels, and then a border bottom of 1 pixel solid and a gray color. Now let's go to our form, our old form. So we said add new to do form. I now need to change this to do form, the component we created. Now you can see that our form goes beyond our edit to do. So I just need to set the width to 100% and that fixes the problem. Now I just need to copy this and change all of these. I don't really need to change them manually, but I need to do that and save each time so you can see the changes in our UI. So I'm almost there. So now if I go there, you can see that everything's working. The stars are applied. The same thing for our add new to do component. So that's it for this part. I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you for watching. Don't forget to like the video and subscribe. So see you in the next part. Take care. Code Explain says hi. So in this part, we're going to talk about how to select a project. So for example, if I click on today, today is being selected. Next 7 days, all days, other, personal, work. And also here, for example, if I go and click on personal and then I want to add a new to do into my personal project, in my new to do component, add new to do component, I don't need to go and select the personal, because it's now selected by default. Because I am in my personal project, I'm showing to-dos of my personal project. So just by clicking on my personal project, I can go directly and add to-dos to that project. So no need to select that. So if I go, for example, and click on work, then open my add new to do form, then the work is selected by default. So let's go and see how to create this. So you can see that when I click on a personal project, for example, then open my add new to do form, you can see that the personal is selected by default, which means that my to-dos here component, you can see here personal, and my add new to do component are both using the same variable. It's going to be called selected project. And also when I click on an item in my calendar here, today, next 7 days, or all days, it's going to be changed, the selected project, to the one I clicked on. The same thing for my projects, which means again that my calendar component and my project component are using the same function, which is called setSelectedProject. So the setSelectedProject is the function I use to change the selected project, which means this is a state which is created using our useState hook. And because my selected project state is being used by many components and different components, this is going to be called a global data. So a rule in React, whenever you have global data, you need to use React context to pass that global data to different components in your app. So let's go and see how to create React context. So first you may say, why sending those data using React context and not props? So let's say we have our app and then inside we have a grandparent, and in grandparent we have 2 parent components, and each parent here has 2 child components. So let's say we have a global data, a theme, and that theme here we need to pass it down to my child. So we have this global data called theme. To pass it to my child component, I need first to pass it to my grandparent. So from inside my app I need to say grandparent theme equals theme. And then I need to pass that theme, that prop from my grandparent to the parent component. So I need again inside of my grandparent to say parent then theme equals theme. And then I need again to pass that prop theme that I received from the grandparent to pass it down to my child saying child theme equals theme, and then finally my child component can access the theme data or the global data theme. So you can see here that even if my grandparent component and my parent component doesn't need my theme prop, I still need to pass that theme prop to them so it can get to my child component at the end. So that's why we need to use React context instead of props when we have some global data. So now I'm gonna show you how it's easy to use React context to use a global data. So in general, to use the React context, I'm gonna go and wrap my app inside my context provider. We're gonna talk about this later on, we're gonna see how things works. So I'm gonna wrap this inside my context provider, and then my value is gonna be my global data called theme. And then I'm gonna go directly to the component that needs that global data, and then I'm gonna use my context and get the theme, variable or global data I want. So this is easy. I don't need to pass in that theme using props anymore. I just need to go and use the context in any component I want, as long as it's wrapped inside my context provider. Now let's go and see how to create a React context in a real app. So to create React context, we first need to import React and then use a function called create context. We need first to bring that from React also. And then I'm gonna set whatever my create context returns to a constant called todo context. You can call this whatever you want, but because I'm building a to-do app, I'm gonna call this to-do and then context because we are creating a context. Now you may have a question what the create context does. So to answer that, I'm gonna go and console log my to-do context here. So if I console log my to-do context, this is what I get in my console. I get an object first, so my create context is returning an object. That object has many properties. The ones we need here are the consumer and the provider. So my to-do context here has two properties, the provider and consumer. So I can go and say to-do context.provider and to-do context.consumer. Now you can see here that my provider and consumer properties are both capitalized, which means that they are components. So I can just go and say to-do context.provider, then close my to-do context.provider component. And also the same thing for my consumer. Now inside of my to-do context.provider here, we need to wrap all the components. We need to have access to the global data we have. And our to-do context.consumer is what we're going to use to consume the global data provided using our provider. But wait, we're not going to use our to-do context.consumer anymore because we have a good alternative, which is a hook called useContext. So in general, to-do context.provider is where we provide our global data, and useContext is how we can use that data inside of any components wrapped inside our provider. Now let's go and see our provider in a simple example. So to keep my project clean, I'm going to go and create a folder called context for my context. Then I'm going to go and create an index.js file, and inside of it I'm going to go and import React and then my function create context. Now I'm going to go and use my create context function to create the context. I'm going to call this to-do context, and then I'm going to export to-do context so I can use my to-do context anywhere I want. Now I need to go into my index.js, which is at the same level as my context, and there is where we used React DOM to render our app to our document. So I need to wrap our app and all its inner component inside of my to-do context provider. So I'm going to go and import my to-do context object first and then wrap my app inside of that provider. So my to-do context.provider is going to provide the global data I want to my app using a prop called value. So whatever I set this value equals to, it's going to be accessed by all the components in my app. But still, I have a small issue here. The issue is, for example, I need to create some state, I need to do some logic, I need to create some functions, and then pass them all as a global data using the value prop. In that case, I'm gonna go and create all of that inside my index.js, which is not right. Because my index.js is gonna just render my app to the DOM, and I don't want to mess it up. So instead, I'm gonna go inside my index.js, and instead of just creating the to-do context and exporting the to-do context, I'm gonna go and return my to-do context provider with the value prop using a function called to-do context provider. So this is just a functional component that is the same as my to-do context provider. So all it does is going to take the children, my app, or all the components, and then wrap them inside my to-do context provider. So this spot here is just this spot here. The only difference is that I'm using a function here. So now I can create some state, I can create functions, I can do some logic there, anything I want. And now I can go and export my to-do context provider along with my to-do context. And now inside my index.js, I'm gonna go and import my to-do context provider, this functional component I created here, instead of my to-do context. And now I'm gonna go and wrap my app inside my to-do context provider. And now let's go and talk about how to use our global data provided by our context. In other words, let's go and talk about our use context hook. So we have created our context using a create context function, and now we need to pass in the global data using the value prop. So I'm going to go and create some state for our selected project. So I need to bring in first the use state hook, and now my selected project is going to be initialized with a default project, and the default project is going to be today. So whenever the user loads our app, the default project is going to be today. So we're going to show all the today's to-dos. Now I need to pass in here the data, the global data, which is going to be for now my selected project and then set selected project. So here I'm not just sending one single value, instead we have two values here, selected project state and the function set selected project. So in this case, the best way to send these is using an object. You can also use an array. Each of them has its own advantages, but I'm gonna stick with an object. So the object I'm gonna send in using my value prop, it's gonna be this object here. So my object here has a selected project property, and its value, it's gonna be my selected project state. And then another property called set selected project, which is my function here, set selected project. Now I can just go and say here the name of the property project and then set it to selected project, and then also here I can call this change project and then set it to my function here, set selected project. But instead I will go and stick with the same names so I won't get confused by the names later on. So my selected project here and its value have the same name, and the set selected project also with my function selected project here, the property and the value have the same name, so I can use a shorthand from ECMAScript 2015, ES6. So the shorthand is whenever you have an object where the property and its value have the same name, you can just put in the name of the values, and it's the same thing as seeing selected project property, selected project value, set selected project property, set selected project value. So that's a good thing because we're writing less code and we get the same thing. Now let's go and talk about our use context. Now we're going to use this global data in, for example, a component called project.js. So inside of our component project, I'm gonna go and import my to-do context. So the to-do context is created using create context. We exported the to-do context, and now I'm gonna import that to-do context from my context. Now to use the context hook, we need first to import it from React, and now all I'm gonna do is call my useContext hook, and the argument here is gonna be my to-do context. Now the useContext hook takes in the context, and all it does is just return this object here I passed in to the value prop. So this code here is just this object here. Now, for example, if I want to go and get the selected project, I'm gonna go and use object destructuring. I'm gonna go and destructure this object. So I'm just gonna say const, then some curly braces, and then destructure this object and get my selected project property. And then I'm gonna go and use my selected project state inside of my project. So now you can see that using context, we don't need to pass in the selected project anymore using props. So that's it for the logic part. Let's go and see this in action. Let's go and open our text editors. Again, before we start, we need the files. If you don't have them already, you need the files from the last part. So go and copy the link to the folder, go to downget, download the folder, go into it, run npm install, and then you're good to go. If you already have the files, go and open your text editor. So I'm gonna go and create a folder called context, and inside it's gonna be a file called index.js. Then I'm gonna go and import React from React, and then I'm gonna create context using the create context function. Now I'm gonna go and create a function called to-do context provider for my provider. Then this one here takes in some children, and then I'm gonna return my to-do context dot provider component. So it takes in the children, and now I'm gonna go and export my to-do context provider and my to-do context. Now here it takes in a value prop or prop called value, and this is where we send down the global data. Now I'm gonna go and create my default project, which is today, and then I'm gonna go and create some state, so my selected project state. Then I'm gonna initialize it with the default project, which is today. So we first need to bring in use state, and now I'm gonna pass in those, the selected project and set selected project, and we're done for our context. Now inside of our index.js, we need to import our to-do context provider we have just created from our context. And then I'm gonna go and wrap my app inside of my context provider. And then we are good to go. Now I'm gonna go into my project component, or my to-dos component. Inside of my to-dos component, instead of just type in the selected project, I'm gonna go and get this use in the hook use context. So I need to bring in that first, and I also need to bring in my to-do context, the one we created using our create context function. So I'm gonna go here and pass in the to-do context, and now I'm gonna go and destructure my object and get my selected project. That's it. Now let's go to my project component. Here I will need to import my to-do context from my folder context, and then I'm gonna go and import that the set selected project function using the use hook. So set selected project using the structuring, and then equals to use context and to do context. Now here I will go and add an event or an on-click event. So when I click on the name of the project, I need to set the selected project to the name of that project I clicked on. So now if I click on any of these projects here, so you can see that it's changed. Now we need to add the same functionality to our calendar component. So I will go again and add an on-click event. So whenever I click on an item, I need to set the selected project to that item's name. So here I will go and import my to-do context from my context folder, and then I'm gonna go and use the context to get my set selected project. So let's try that. Now if I click on today, next 7 days, all days, personal, you could see that they are changing. Now we also need to go into our add new to do component and bring in the selected project. So when I click on a project and then add new to do, that project must be selected by default. But we're not gonna go and implement that now because we didn't add the functionality. So when I click on one of these projects, it's not selected. So we need first to add this functionality to our to-do form, and then we can go and carry on. So in the next part, I'm gonna go and add that functionality to our to-do form. So when you click on a project, it's gonna be selected. So see you in the next part. Code Explain says hi. So for today we're going to make our user be able to select a project. So for example, when he's editing a to-do, he can go and select the project for the to-do. And also when he needs to add a new to-do, he can go and select a project. Remember, we selected the personal project. If I go now and for example and show the to-dos of my work project, and I go and add new to do, now the work project is selected. So no need to go and select the project when you are showing a to-dos of one of the projects. So let's go and see the logic behind this. So for the user to be able to select a project here, we need to update our TodoForm component. So we've created some state for our input, for our day picker, and for our time picker. We also need to create some state for our project or for our to-do project. It's going to be called to-do project, and then set to-do project to change the project we select. So I need to add an on-click event to these projects here. So whenever I click on one of these, I want to go and call my function cTodo project, and then I want my to-do project here to be the name of the project. So if I click on personal, then set to do project will set my to do project here to personal, the project name. Now also when I click on one of these, I'm gonna go and add a class name called active to it. So for the class name of my project here, we have already set the class name to project. Now I need to add a ternary operator here to check if the project.name, this name here, is the same as the one I selected. So for example here, the name of the project is personal. If I click on this, also the to-do project will be equal to personal. So now this is going to be true. So if that's true, I'm going to add my active class name along with the project. And else, if it's false, I'm going to just set that to an empty string. Now in the case of my to-do project, so when I go and click on one of these projects here, select one of these projects and click on new to do and open my form here, I want the selected project here to be the same as the one selected here, or the active project here is going to be the same as the selected project. So if you remember in the last part, we have created a context and then we created a state for our selected project. To get the selected project using our context, we're going to use our useContext hook, and then we pass in our to-do context. Now the selected project here will be the initialized value of my to-do project. Now let's go and see these changes in our code. So if you remember, our TodoForm component takes in some parameters, then we return some JSX. Inside a form, an HTML form, we have this text for our input and the header. We have this remind me and this icon. We have this pick date, and then this pick time or time picker, and then we have these projects. This is where we show our projects, and then we have our buttons. Now the code we're gonna update in our to-do form is gonna be this code here, the one that is responsible for rendering our projects. So here we have a dev, so every project is a dev. It has a class name project. So now we need to add the active class name if it's selected, and then we need to add an unclick event to select the project. So we need to add the class name, we've seen this, then an unclick event to say to do project to the project name I've clicked on. Now we also need to show this message when we have no projects, which means when our projects array is empty, or which means when our project that length is going to be equal to 0, we need to show this message. So I'm going to go and use a ternary operator. So I'm going to say if the project's that length is greater than 0, which means we have some projects inside our projects array, I'm going to show my project, render the project, else I'm going to show this message here. So now let's go and code this. So again, I need the files from the last part, the part 13. I'm gonna go and copy the link to that folder, and then paste it in downgit and click on download. Once you download the files, you're gonna get inside that folder, run npm install, and then you're good to go. If you already have the files, go and open your text editors. We're gonna go into our components, then our to-do form. So we need to receive in other props, to-do project and set to-do project. And now I'm gonna go down where I render my project. I'm gonna add an unclick event first. So when I click on this project, I need to set my to-do project to the project name. And here I need to add the class name active. So if it's the project, if it's the selected project for our to-do, I'm gonna add the active class name. So if to-do project is the project name, I'm gonna add the active class name, else I'm gonna add the nothing. So it's just an empty string. Now let's go to our add new to-do component. So we need to create our state. So we need to declare the state for our to-do project, and then I'm gonna pass that down to my to-do form. So let's go and pass those to my to-do form. So the to project is going to be to-do project, set to-do project is going to be set to-do project. We're not going to change the names. I'm going to copy this for later on. Now I'm going to go and refresh. So if I go and open my add new to do, now you can see that I can select a project, but for my edit to do, nothing is happening and I get an error there. So I need to go to my edit to do component and create the state for my to do project. And then I need to pass these two props as props to my to do form. Now if I go there, you can see it's working. Now if I select work and go to my add new to do, you can see that it's not selected. So because we need to go and get our selected project using the context hook. So we need to bring in the use context and then pass in the to-do context. We need to import that too from our folder called context. Now we need to pass in the selected project to my use state. If I do that, now if I go here and select personal, if I click on work and then go to my new to-do, work is not selected. So now why it's not selected? Let's go and answer this question and then get back here. So to fix the issue, we need to talk about our use state hook. So we have our add new to do component. We get our selected project using context, then we created some state for our to do project. Now when the first render happens, when we load our app for the very first time, we set our selected project to today. So the default value of my selected project is going to be today. So on the very first render for our add new to do, the selected project is going to be today. Then we use state to declare a state or to create a state for our to do project. And then we initialize the value of my to do project with today. So now at the very first render, remember, just the very first render, my to do project here is going to be set to today. Now when I go and click on one of these projects, for example, if I click on work, then selected project is going to be changed. So we're going to go and render our add new to do for the second time. So if I click on work, now this will cause a re-render for my add new to do component. So you may think that when I click on work, my selected project is going to be changed. Then I'm going to pass my new project work or my new selected project work to use state and then change the value of my to do project. So that's not going to happen. Why? Because the use state hook here is not there to change the value of my to do project. The use state here is just to declare a state variable. So use state hook is just to create a React state, not to change the value of your variables. So here in a function, the variables disappear when the function exists, but state variables are preserved by React. So that's when we need state. So we need to preserve this variable here and its value. That's why we use state, because if we just created the to-do project as a variable, when my add new to-do function exists, my variable is going to be disappearing. A recap. So use state is just to declare a state variable, just to create a React state, not to change my to-do project. So when my add new to-do re-renders, we run this line of code, we go and get the new value of my selected project. But here, as it's already declared, it's not going to be declaring this the second time. It's already there. It's like we're going to just skip this line of code. So nothing is going to happen. So we're not going to create a state again. But our use state has returned a function for us, so we can change the value of our to-do project or our variable here. So the only way to change our to-do project is by using this function here returned by our use state hook. So in this case, we need to call the function setToDoProject and pass in our selected project. So now when I click on work, my selected project is going to be changed, and then I need to pass that to my setToDoProject to change the to-do project value to the selected project. So after a re-render, we need to call this function from here and then see what's going to happen. Let's go and try this. So let's go and open our text editor, go to our add new to do component. Then I'm going to call my function setToDoProject and set it to my selected project, the one I get using context. Now if I save, you can see that it says too many re-renders. So here React stop the re-renders because it's going to be an infinite loop. So now let's go back and see why we have too many re-renders. After we understand why, then we can come back and fix our issue. So that's happening because when we call my setToDoProject, we change our state to do project. And if you remember, whenever you change the state, or whenever you change a state, this will cause your component to re-render. So when add new to do re-renders, we go and call my set to do project that will cause this to re-render. Then we call this re-render, then we call this re-render. So it's going to be an infinite loop. So React must stop that, and it's going to show you an error message. So now I will have the permission to call this line of code, this function here, a side effect. So when you have side effects in React, you need to use a hook called useEffect. So let's talk now about some examples that are side effects in React. So you need to use your useEffect hook when you have some side effects, like when you need to do some data fetching, or some manually changing to your DOM, or setting up a subscription to some external source. So inside of your component, when you need to fetch some data from an API, you need to put that inside your hook useEffect. And also when you need to get element by ID of an element, so you need to change the DOM manually, you need to put that inside your useEffect. And also when you need to set up a subscription, you need to do that inside your useEffect hook. So let's talk about our useEffect hook. So the useEffect hook here is just a special function. So a hook is just a special function that will hook you into some React feature. So useEffect hook will take in as a parameter a function, and we call this function an effect. So now when you pass your effect to the useEffect hook, your function will be remembered, and after a render is complete, your function will be called. So your effect or your function will be remembered and called after a render is complete. So if you're using useEffect hook and then you pass in a function inside the component, that component after the render is complete, then useEffect will go and call your function that you passed to it. Now let's go and see some examples of useEffect hook. So we have some cases when we don't need a cleanup. If you don't understand what is a cleanup, you're going to understand that in a minute. Let's see an example here. So we have a component called example. We import in React useStateHook, useEffect hook. So I'm going to go and create some state. I'm going to call my variable count. I'm going to go and set it to 0. And then here inside my return, I'm going to go and render a button that says click me. So whenever I click on this button here, I'm going to go and set count to count plus 1. So when I click on this button here, we're going to increment my count by 1. Now I also need to change the title of my document. So this is a side effect, which means I'm going to go and use my effect hook. So I'm going to call my useEffect special function, and then I'm going to pass in a function. So this is my effect. So useEffect takes in a function as a parameter, and then I'm going to go and say document.title, and I'm going to set it to count. Now what's going to happen when this renders for the first time? My function example will be called. We're going to declare some state for our count. We're going to render the button, and then after the render finishes, my useEffect will call this function here, and then it's going to go and set the document title to count, which is set to 0. Now if I go and click on this button here, it will set count to count plus 1, which means increment this by 1. So when our state changes, remember this will cause a re-render. So this will be incremented by 1, so count now is equal to 1. This will re-render. After the render finishes, my useEffect will call this function again. So now document.title is going to be set to 1. So this doesn't need a cleanup at all. Now let's go and see an example when we need a cleanup to understand this. Now let's say, for example, that we need to setting up a subscription. So that's a side effect, which means I'm going to go and bring in my useEffect hook. So I'm going to call my useEffect special function or hook from here, from inside my component example, and then I'm gonna go and set up my subscription. So now when my component's render finishes, useEffect will call this function and this will set up our subscription. In this case, if we don't unsubscribe, we're gonna create a memory leak. So to avoid that, we need to do a cleanup. To do a cleanup, we're going to wrap this inside a function and then use our return. So to clean up, our useEffect hook needs to return a function. So now let's go and implement this in our code. So let's go to our text editor. Now I need to go and bring in my useEffect hook into my add new to do component. This takes in a function, my effect, and then I'm gonna just call my setToDo project. Now if I go and refresh, click on add new to do, if I click on one of the projects, you can see that we can't select it. If I click on one of the projects, you can see that it's selected, just like we wanted. But when I try to change that project to click on the other projects, it's not gonna get selected. So let's go and talk about this issue again and then come back here. So what's happening? So when I click on personal, for example, my selected project is gonna be changed. This will cause a re-render. When this re-render finishes, my useEffect will go and call my function here. Then setToDo project, it's gonna be set to the selected project, which is personal. Now because this state has changed, this will cause a re-render. Now selected project is gonna be personal, to-do project is gonna be personal. After the render finishes, my useEffect will go back and call this again. setToDo project to selected project, which is personal. Now the to-do project was personal. Now it's going to be changed to personal, which means the state didn't change, which means this will not cause a re-render. So now we're not getting anymore those too many re-renders or the infinite loop. That's good. But now when you go, for example, and try to select other, it's not gonna work like we've seen. Why? Because now we go and change other using setToDo project from our form, from our to-do form, if you remember. So we go and set to-do project to other. Now the to-do project has been changed, which means this will cause a re-render. Now my add new to-do re-renders. Remember, the selected project is personal, but to-do project is now other because I clicked on other. Now after the render finishes, my useEffect will go and call setToDo project, and it will set the to-do project to the selected project, which is still equal to personal. This means that when I click on other, I select actually other, but when the re-render finishes, my useEffect will set back that to personal. So I hope you get that. So now to fix this issue, what I need to do, I need to skip effects. What do I mean? I just need to skip doing this. I just don't want to do this anymore unless this selected project has changed. So what I want to do here is I'm gonna tell it, so please don't go and set my to-do project to selected project here. So if it's the same, if I clicked on personal and I didn't change it to work from here, please don't go and change it here. I'm responsible to change it here. So when I click on other, I want it to be other. Please don't keep changing it from other to the selected project. So let's go and see how to skip effects. So to skip effects means optimize performance. So you don't want to do some effects when you don't need them. So let's see an example of skipping effects. So we import React useEffect. You've seen this before. We have our count state, and then we use effect to change the title of our document. We render a button. On click, we just increment our count by 1. When this renders for the first time, we're going to render our button, and when that finishes, useEffect will call this line and then set the title to the count, which is going to be 0. Now let's say that we have another state for our input called text. Now if I go inside my input here and then type in something, what's going to happen here is this will go and change the text. So when text changes, the state changes, which means this will cause a re-render. When this re-renders, and after the re-render finishes, my useEffect will go and set again the document.title to count, even if it didn't change at all. So why do you need to do this stuff here? Because count didn't change, so there is no need to change our document title. So here we need to skip effects. We need to skip this. We don't want to do this unless the count has changed. So useEffect takes in a function and then a second parameter, which is an array. Now inside this array, you will need to put all the variables you want to skip effects based on. So if I put here count, now useEffect will call this function only if count changed. If you have, for example, another variable, you want our useEffect to call this function if that variable has changed, you need to put in a comma and then that variable. So now let's go and implement this in our code. So I'm gonna go and skip effects when my selected project didn't change. So I need to add in a second parameter for my useEffect hook. It's gonna be an array, and I'm gonna put in my selected project there. So now my useEffect here will run this code only if selected project has changed. Now let's go and see that if it works. If I go now and click on personal, I must found that the personal project selected by default, and that's good. Now if I try and click on work, you can click and select other project. So that's good. So this means that it's working now. So if I click on work, let's go, work is selected by default. If I click on other is selected by default. Okay, that's good. We have finished. We only need to add a message when our projects array is empty. So if I click on this and then click on here, we need to show a message here because we don't have any projects. So I'm gonna go to my TodoForm here, and I'm gonna go and copy this code here, and I'm gonna say projects dot length, if it's greater than 0, I'm gonna go and render my projects. Else I'm gonna go and render a div that says please add a project before proceeding. Alright, so I'm gonna add a style to this, and then I'm gonna set the color to red. So I need to wrap this inside color braces because style is an object. So if I save, so if I go and refresh, add new to do, now you can see the message there. But if we have some projects there, add new to do, you can see the projects are there. So that's it for this part. I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you for watching. See you in the next part. Take care. Code Explain says hi. So for today we're going to add Firebase to our React app. So this is the time to get some data from our database on Firebase and show it to the user. Now to add Firebase to our React app, we first need to create a Firebase project. To do that, we need first to go to firebase.google.com and then sign in using our Google account. And then once we are signed in, we can go and click on Go to Console button, or we can just go to this link here. So let's go and create our Firebase project. So I'll go to firebase.google.com, and then I will need to sign in using my Google account. So I need to fill in my credentials, my password, and now I can go and click on Go to Console. Now I'm signed in. I can go and click on Go to Console. Now, if you already have projects, you will see your projects here, but because I don't have any projects here, I need to go and create a new project. So I'm going to click on Create a Project. I'm going to call this To-Do App, maybe. And then I accept the Firebase terms. I need to not enable Google Analytics, we don't need that. And then create our project. This will take some time. Now I'm going to click on Continue. Now my To-Do app is now created. My Firebase project is now created. Get started by adding Firebase to your app. So we are creating a web app. So I'm going to click on Web. I need to give a nickname to my app. I'm going to call this To-Do app as well. I don't want to set up Firebase hosting for now. I'm just going to go and click on Register App. Once it's done, you need to add the SDK to your React project or to your project. Now I'm just going to go and copy the whole thing. And now let's go and talk about this code first. So now we need to add Firebase SDKs and initialize Firebase. So we've got some scripts from our console. Now here, this is just a project using vanilla JavaScript. So you may need to take this code and paste it at the bottom before the body tag of your index.html file. But for us, we're not using vanilla JavaScript. We are using a Node.js. We are creating a Node.js app. So instead of getting the core Firebase JS SDK using a script tag, we're going to use the ECMAScript sex import. So to import Firebase from Firebase/app. So this line here is the same as this one here. Then they say here that you need to add the SDKs for Firebase products that you want to use. So in this case, we're going to use Firestore. So we need to import the SDKs for Firebase Firestore. So I'm going to go and import Firebase Firestore. And then we have our Firebase configuration. We're not going to change this, never change this. And then we're going to initialize our Firebase app. So I'm going to go and use the same line, Firebase.initialize app, Firebase config, this object here. And then I'm going to go and export default Firebase because I'm going to need Firebase in different places in my app. Now I'm going to put this inside an index.js and then inside the folder called Firebase. Now before running this code here, we need first to run npm install and install Firebase first. Now let's go and open our text editors and do this. First thing first, you need the files from the last part, the part 14. So you need to download the folder, copy it and go to downget and click on download. Now once you download the folder, go into that folder, run npm install and then you're good to go. If you already have the files, go and open your text editor. So I'm gonna go and open my text editor and then I'm gonna go and create a folder here. It's gonna be called Firebase. Then I'm gonna create an index.js. I'm gonna paste in the code from Firebase. We need to import Firebase from Firebase /app, which we didn't install yet. And then I'm gonna add the SDKs for my product Firestore. And then I'm gonna just remove the script tag and use const. And we still need to initialize app and then export default Firebase so I can use it anywhere I want. I'm gonna save this and then I'm gonna open a terminal and then run npm install Firebase. So this will take some time to install, so I'm just gonna wait for it. So after this has done, let's go back to our Firebase console. So I'm gonna go and click on continue to console. Now we need Firestore to set up our Firestore database. So I'm gonna go and click on Cloud Firestore. The first thing we need to do is to create a database. So I'm gonna go and click on create database. They ask you if you want to start in production mode or in test mode. So we're gonna set this to test mode. And I'm gonna click on next. Use your Cloud Firestore or set your Cloud Firestore location. You can start the one that is nearest to you. And then click on enable. And once it's done, we can go and create a collection. So I'm gonna call this to-dos. Next, they will ask you to create a document. You can give it an auto ID and then a field. I'm gonna call this text. It's gonna be a string. I'm gonna say go for a run. This is actually our to-do. Now before I continue, let's go and see what is a collection, which is a document, and what do I mean with a field. So what is a collection, a document, and a field? So you can think of a collection as a folder that contains a lot of documents, and the data is just some fields in that document. Now to understand this well, let's see an example here. So we have a collection called to-dos. You can think about the to-dos collection as an array in JavaScript. Our collection to-dos will have many documents. Each document is an object in our array to-dos. So our array to-dos has a lot of objects. Each object is going to be a to-do that the user added to our to-dos array. So each to-do here is a document in our collection. Now each to-do will have an ID, a text property, date, time, color, checked, and project name. These properties here of our to-do are just the fields of our document in our database. So now you can think about a collection as an array, a document as an object in that array, and all the fields of that document are just properties of that document. So remember, each document in our collection to-dos is a to-do. Now let's go back to our console and create a collection called to-dos and a collection called projects, and then add some documents there to start with. So now I'm gonna go and add some fields to my document here. So to our to-do, I'm gonna add a field called date. So I'm gonna hit save. Now you can see our to-dos. It has one to-do, one document, and some properties, which are the properties of our to-do. Now I'm gonna go and start a new collection called projects for our projects. I'm gonna hit next, I'm going to set an auto ID to my document, which is just a project. So in our project is going to be an array which has a lot of documents, a lot of projects. So I'm going to call the field here name, and then it's going to be personal. I'm going to hit save. So I'm going to go and add for my projects another project. So the project name here is going to be work, and I'm going to hit save. I'm going to add another one. So it's going to be name, and I'm going to set it to other. So we have 3 projects: personal, work, and then other. And I have only one to do for now, and that's enough. Now let's go and get this data from our app and show it to the user. First, we need to go and update our context. So we've created a folder called text index.js, and this is how our code looks like so far. Now we've passed down these values here, the selected project and set selected project. Now we need to send down the to-dos and projects. The to-dos is an array, the same for projects. This contains all the to-dos and this contains all the projects. Now to get this to-dos and projects, we need to set up a subscription and get those from our database and then send them down. To get the to-dos, I'm going to use a function called useTodos, and to get the projects, we need to use a function called useProjects, and it takes in the to-dos. We're going to talk about that in a minute. So useTodos, useProjects starts with use, like our use state. So these are called custom hooks. So our useTodos and useProjects are called custom hooks. So before we use these, of course, we need to import them from a folder called hooks. So I will need a folder called hooks to my custom hooks. So let's go first and talk about what is a custom hook and when do you need a custom hook. So a custom hook is just a JavaScript function, not actually a regular JavaScript function, but at the end it's just a function. When do you need a JavaScript function? You need it when to reuse a piece of code or logic. So the same thing applies for custom hooks. So you need to create a custom hook when you need to reuse a piece of code or logic. What changes between a JavaScript function and a custom hook is just the name of the function. So the name of the function must start with the word use. So whenever someone is reading our code, when he sees that the function starts with use, he knows for sure that's a hook, and the rules of hooks applies to that function. So if you need to read about rules of hooks, you can go to React documentations. Now, one of the cases you would have to create a custom hook is when you need to set up a subscription and remember a value, which means using state. So whenever you need to create a subscription or set up a subscription and you need to set up some state to remember some values there, you can go and create a custom hook, which is our case exactly because we need to set up a subscription to get the to-dos and projects from our Firebase, and we still need to create some state for to-dos to remember the to-dos and the projects. Now we need 2 functions that starts with the word use. So the first one is going to be useTodos and the second one is going to be useProjects. UseProjects will take in a parameter to-dos. Why? Because we need to do some calculations there to know the number of to-dos for a given project. For the useTodos hook, it doesn't need any parameters. Now our useTodos and our useProjects needs to listen for any changes in our database. What I mean is whenever a to-do it has been added to our database or a project has been renamed or to-do has been removed, has been added, edited, anything happens in our database, we need to listen to those changes. So I always need to change my to-dos array and my projects array whenever something changes. So in this case, we need to listen for real-time updates. First, we're using Firebase, and then we have set up our Firestore. We've created a database, and we've started some collections there, to-dos and projects. and then we created some docs inside each of the collections. Now let's see, I need to listen for a specific doc inside my collection. In that case, I need to use Firebase, so we need to import that first. Then I'm gonna go and say Firestore, then .collection, then the collection is gonna be Todos, and then my doc. So if you remember this sequence here, you won't get lost here. So Firebase, Firestore, a collection, and then your doc. This is the ID of your doc you want to listen to. Now to listen to this doc, you need to add an event called onSnapshot. So with onSnapshot listener, whenever something happens in your doc, any changes, this will fire up a function. This function takes in the doc, the changed doc. So after the doc has been changed, this onSnapshot will fire up a function, and that function take in as a parameter the doc itself or the updated doc. And then you can do whatever you want with your new data. So doc.data will just go and return an object with all the fields of your doc. So for example, in our case, when we have to-dos, when I say doc.data, this will return an object with a property called text, a property called date, day, time, etc. So all the properties inside an object. Now this is how to listen for a doc changes. But for us, we need to listen for the whole collection changes. So in this case, we need to use Firebase, then Firestore, then our collection Todos, and then we need to add an onSnapshot listener here. So whenever something happens in our collection, onSnapshot will fire up our function here. This function in this case will not take in a doc, it will take in a snapshot. And the snapshot here has a property called docs. So this is an array. So snapshot.docs is an array of all the docs inside of your collection. Now you can go and do whatever you want with this array here. You can use a for each method, you can use a map method, any method you can use on an array, you can use it here. So this is how you can listen to a collection changes. Now let's go and implement this in our useTodos hook and our useProject hook. So for our useTodos hook, I'm gonna go and create a folder called hooks, then an index.js. This is where all my custom hooks will live. Now I'm gonna go and create a function called useTodos. All what this function will do is at the end return a Todos array. So this is the array Todos that I'm gonna use to show the Todos to the user. Now because I will need to remember this Todos, I'm gonna go and create a state for my Todos. And then I'm gonna initialize it with an empty array because the Todos is gonna be an array. Now because I'm using state, I'm gonna need to import that from React. I'm not importing React because I'm not gonna render any JSX here. And now I'm gonna go and set up my subscription, and I'm gonna add an snapshot listener to my collection here. Now because I am setting up a subscription, remember this is a side effect, so we need to use our useEffect hook, which means we need to import that from React as well. Now we are using Firebase, which means we need to import Firebase as well. Now I'm gonna go here and use my snapshot.docs, which is an array. I'm gonna use a map method on my docs, and then I'm gonna go and do some logic here for each doc inside my docs array. Now for the map method here, it's gonna return an array, and that array is gonna be just my Todos, right? So I'm gonna call this data so I won't get confused. Now the data here is an array which is gonna be set to my Todos at the end. Now the data is an array which has a lot of objects, and each object is just a to-do, a single to-do. So here I'm just gonna go and return an object. So inside my data we have a lot of elements, a lot of to-dos. Each to-do is an object. That to-do must have an ID, right, which is gonna be just the ID of my document. So when I say doc.id, I get this ID here, and I'm gonna use this ID for my to-do. Now to get this fields here or this properties here, you need to say doc.data. doc.data in that case is going to return an object with all these properties. Now because I need to add that object to this object here, I'm going to use a spread syntax or a spread operator, and then to spread my object here, because doc.data is just an object. And now my object here will have a property called id set to doc.id, a property called text set to go for run, a date property set to this date, etc. And now I'm gonna just use my set to-dos function here to set my to-dos to this data here, or just the array I've got from the database. Now because I set up a subscription here, I need to do some cleaning up, because if I don't, I will create a memory leak. So I need to do some cleaning up. To do a cleanup in your useEffect hook, you need to return a function to clean up. So this is called the cleanup function. Now all I'm gonna do here is call a function called unsubscribe. Where do I get this function here? This function is returned from this code here. So when you set up this subscription, this will return a function. I'm gonna call this unsubscribe. You can call this ABC and then call ABC, and that function will unsubscribe. I'm just gonna call this unsubscribe because that's its job. Now we're all good. The last thing I will do, because I want to use to-dos elsewhere, I'm gonna export this function. Now let's go and talk about our use projects. It's gonna be using the same logic. So I will go inside my index.js. Beside my function use to dos, I'm going to create another function called use projects. I'm going to export the function. I need to use some state for my projects, and at the end I'm going to return those projects. Now I need to use effect because I'm going to set up a subscription, and I need to do some cleaning up. Now here the collection here is going to be projects. Now on snapshot, I'm going to go and use a map method on my snapshot.docs, and this will return an array. I'm going to set that to data and set projects to that data. Now my use project here needs to-dos. So our projects is an array of projects. Every project is an object. That's why I need to return an object, and that object has three properties: the ID, the name, and the number of to-dos. So the ID is going to be the doc.id, the name is going to be the project name, and the project name is going to be the doc.data.name. So the doc.data is going to return an object with all the properties of our document, all the fields of our document, and we have a field called name which has the name of the project. So saying doc.data.name will just return the name of the project. I'm going to set this to a constant called project name, and this will be the name of our project. Now for the number of to-dos, I need to do some calculations. So I'm going to go and create a function called calculate number of to-dos. This will need two parameters, project name and the to-dos. So I will need to go into my to-dos array that I received from my database. So I need to go into my array to-dos and search for all the to-dos that has a project name is the same as this project name here, and count them one by one. To do this, I'm going to go here and create my function, calculate number of to-dos. This will take in project name and my to-dos array. Now for my to-dos array, I'm going to use a filter method. The filter method returns an array, and that array is populated with elements where this condition here is true. So what this code means, so I'm gonna go and filter all the to-dos inside my array where the to-do that project name is the same as my project name. So I'm gonna go and filter out all the to-dos that has a project name which is the same as the project name I'm getting from my database. So this will return an array with all the to-dos that verify this condition, which means I just need to know the length of that array, and that's the number of to-dos. So I'm gonna go and say that length, and now this will return the number of to-dos. And that's it. So now let's go and implement this in our code and see if it works. So I will go and create a new folder called hooks for my custom hooks. an index.js file inside, and then I'm gonna import useState and useEffect from React, and then I will need to import Firebase from Firebase, our folder Firebase. Then here I will go and export a function called useTodos. This is our custom hooks to get the to-dos. I'm gonna create a state from my to-dos, then useEffect hook, because I'm gonna set up a subscription here. So I'm gonna call this unsubscribe, then Firebase.Firestore, then our collection to-dos. Then I'm gonna add an onSnapshot listener. So on snapshot, I'm gonna receive a snapshot. I'm gonna create a const called data. So snapshot.docs.map, for every doc, I'm gonna go and return an object. Its object properties are an ID, which is the doc ID, and I'm gonna spread my doc.data to get all the other fields or properties. Now I'm gonna set to-dos to with data to to-dos, and then I'm gonna return my to-dos. Now I'm gonna need to do some cleanup, so I need to use my function unsubscribe to unsubscribe. Now I need to copy this because it's gonna be the same logic for my use projects. So I'm just gonna change the names here. So this is gonna be projects. This is also gonna be projects. For the collection, it's called projects. And then here I will need to grab the name of the project first. doc.data.name. Name is the name of the field. Now here I need to return an object with an ID, a name, and then the number of to-dos. I'm going to use a function to calculate the number of to-dos, which needs two parameters, the project name and the to-dos. So let's go and create our function. First, useProject needs to take in to-dos as a parameter. Now the function here will return the to-dos.filter. So I'm going to filter out all the to-dos that has the same name or the project name as the name of the project where we're getting from the database. And then I'm going to return the length of that array to calculate the number of to-dos. Now this must be projects, and I should take it outside of the map method. The same here, I need to take it outside of the map method. Now I'm gonna return here the projects. Now I will need to go and use my hooks from my context. So I need to bring in my hooks first. So I'm gonna import useTodos and use projects from my folder hooks. And then here I need to use my hooks. So to-dos is going to be equal to use to-dos, and then projects is going to be equal to use projects, and this will take in to-dos as a parameter. And then I'm going to send this down, the to-dos and the project. Now if I save, you can see we have a typo there, so I'm not gonna say Firebase or Firebase. So I'm gonna go to Firebase, I'm gonna remove that, and it should work. That's good. Now let's go and use the data. So the component that will use the data we get from the Firebase are first the projects. So here instead of saying projects, we need to import that using context. So I'm going to add a comment that says context. So equals to use context, and then I'm going to pass in our context to do context. Now let's bring in our to do context first from the folder called context. Now if I save, I cannot see the projects there. Let's go now and get the to-dos from our context. So I'm just gonna use say to-dos here, and you can see our to-do is there. I don't see the project name, so I'm gonna go to my to-do, So here I should say project name. That's the name of the property. Now you can see the name of our project. Now if I go here, you could see that we had a typo there for our collection. It says projects, it's not projects. So I need to remove that collection and create a new one with the right name. So I'm going to go and create a new collection called projects. Next, then I will add a project called, the name of the project is going to be personal. So I'm going to minimize the window so you can see that we are really listening to our database. So if I hit save, my app should refresh and you can see that personal shows there. Now if I go and add a new document, let's call this work. This must show up in our app. That's good. Let's go add a final project called other. Hit save and we can see our project there. Now let's go to our collection to-dos and I'm gonna go change checked from false to true, save. Now you can see that our to-do has been checked. And that's it for today. I hope you learned something in this part. I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you for watching. Don't forget to subscribe and like the video. Take care. Code Explain says hi. So in the last part we have created our custom hooks used to do's and use projects to get the data from our database. So today I'm gonna go and console log effect called. So whenever a re-render happens, my useEffect will call the effect and I'm gonna console effect called to my console. I'm gonna go and open the console and you can see that the effect has been called so many times. So which means that we have so many re-renders are happening. Now I'm gonna go also and console log subscribed. So to know if we have set up a new subscription each time a re-render happens. Now if I hit save, you can see that we subscribe on each re-render, which is not something we want. So we don't want to set up a subscription here because we only need to set up a subscription one time only on the first render. Because we are using a listener here and whenever something changes in our database, we will get those changes. So no need to set up a new subscription. Now if I go to my console on Firebase and go to my Firestore Cloud and the usage tab, you can see that I've already used 2.8K reads in less than, I can say, 5 minutes. So I'm gonna go and speed up this to see what's gonna happen in a few moments. So if we didn't take this in mind and we keep developing our app will keep using the data or consume the data in the background, and the amount of reads are gonna reach the limits, which is 50K reads per day, because we are on a free plan here. So I'm gonna keep doing this until I reach the 50K reads per day and see what's gonna happen. So we have already used 32K reads in less than 30 minutes, I guess. 35 or 34K. So now on each call or on each re-render, a subscription is set up, and whenever a subscription is set up, I read the data from the database even if nothing has changed in the database. So now you can see a message from Firebase. They said your project is approaching free limits and please upgrade. So it's like a lot of users are using our app, which is not the case. We are just one user developing its app and we are reaching the limits. Now I can see in my console that an error message that says quota exceeded, which means we cannot read no more data from our database because we reached the limits. So now let's go and talk about what's causing the re-render in the first place, and let's fix this. So what's causing those infinite re-renders? We created our useTodos and our useProjects hooks, and we used our useEffect to create or to set up a subscription. Now, when we created our useTodos, we declared some state, and then we useEffect to set up the subscription. Once the subscription is set up, we will get some data from our database, then we set them to our to-dos. That's the same thing that's going to happen in our useProjects hook. Now, when the setTodos is called, the state will change, and that will cause a re-render. So when my useTodos re-renders and the re-render completes, my useEffect will go and call again my effect, which means set up the subscription again, which means setTodos to the new data coming from the database, which means changing the state, which means causing a new re-render. And again, my useEffect will go and set up a new subscription, setTodos to the new data, and re-renders. And that will keep happening infinitely. So what I need here is to tell React to set up the subscription, or in other words, to call my effect only one time, only on the first render. So to achieve that, I only need to add the second argument for my useEffect, which is gonna be an empty array. And I'm gonna do the same thing for useProjects. So when you use effect hook, then pass in the argument as an empty array, you're telling your useEffect hook to call your effect only one time, only on the first render. So now when useTodos render for the first time, we will declare some state. After the render finishes, my useEffect will call my effect, which means set up the subscription. Then I'm gonna get the data from the database, and then I'm gonna call setTodos, which will change the state. This will cause a re-render, but this time useEffect will not call my effect, which means will not set up a subscription again, because I've put this empty array as a second argument for my useEffect. Now let's go and do this in our code. So I'm gonna go here and add the second argument. It's going to be an empty array. I'm going to do the same thing for my useProjects hook. The second parameter is going to be an empty array. Now if I hit save and then open my console log, or refresh and open my console log, you can see that here I'm going to refresh again. You can see that the effect is being called one time and the subscribe is being set up only one time. Now let's go to my database and do some changes, and let's see what's going to happen. So if I change this from false to true, you can see there that my to-do will be updated. So no need to set up a new subscription on each render to get the new data, because we have used our onSnapshot listener, which will keep listening to any changes on the database, and once the changes are done, our listener will get back those data and update our app. So that's it for this part. I hope you enjoyed it. Take care. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the like button. That will help me a lot. Take care. See you in the next part. Code Explain says hi. So, at the end of today's part, the user will be able to add a new project. If the user didn't type in a name for the project and clicks on Add Project, nothing's gonna happen. So if I type in, for example, personal, Add Project, now you can see the project there. And also the user will be able to add a new to-do. So I'm gonna say, for example, test, then I can say personal here. If I click on add to do without selecting a project, I can't add a to do. And also if I didn't type in some text for my to do and I selected the project and click on add to do, I can't add the to do. So I must fill in the text and also select the project, then I can add a new to do. Now I can see my to do there and it's under personal project. So first let's go and see the logic behind this. So when the user opens our form here and typed in his to do and chose a day, a time and selected a project, in that case we're going to take this data here and send them to our database. So we're going to use an object for that. Why? Because if you remember, adding the data into our Firestore database is just adding a document into our collection. And if you remember, a document is just an object with some fields, and those fields are properties for this object. For example, the properties are going to be text for the text he typed in, then the date, the day and time. Date is just the date. The day is the number of the days in a week, and time is going to be formatted in this format or this one here. So for day and time here, day is the state we've used for our date picker. So when the user picks a day here, our date picker will return a JavaScript date object and then save it into the day state. The same thing for time. When you choose a time, then I'm going to save a JavaScript object date into a state called time. Now these two here are JavaScript date object, and in the other side we gonna save into our database just strings and not our JavaScript date object. So in this case we need to do some formatting, and for that we're gonna be using our Moment.js library. Now the checked property is going to be false by default, and then the project name is going to be a string, so just the name of the project, it's already a string, and the color will be generated using a function called random color. So when I render the to-dos, I'm going to have this different good looking colors. The random color function, we're going to get that from a library called random color. And then after we've created this object here, we're going to add this document into our database using a function or a method called add into our Firestore database. So first we need to talk about Moment.js, so how to format a JavaScript date object into a string. And then we need to talk about our random color function. And then at the end talk about the method add to add a new document into our collection in our Firestore database. So for Moment.js, you need to go to the website if you need to read the docs, and also to get the command to install Moment to your project. Now the problem is we have a JavaScript date object, and then we need to format that into a string. So for example, if you want to create a date object in JavaScript, you're just going to say new, then the date object. For example, we need to format this into a 12-hour and PM AM indicator. So in our app, we're going to format the date object into a string using a moment we have installed. So I'm going to grab moment, then moment here will take in our date we want to format. So then I'm going to pass in date to a moment and then use a method called format to format the date. Then I'm going to pass in a string here. So I'm going to pass in a string, so I'm going to say age for hour, and it's lowercase, then the minutes, then a semicolon here, and then A for PM and EM indicator. Now the opposite of this, which we will cover later on in this course, so we need to pass the string and get a JavaScript date. So I'm not going to talk about that now. Let's keep that for another part. So now we have our form. The user will pick a day, and we save the JavaScript date into day state. Then he picks a time, and then we save that in time, and it's just a JavaScript date object. Now I'm gonna go and take my time and pass it to moment, and then to format it into this time format, I'm gonna use format method, and then it's gonna be HH uppercase, and then a semicolon, and then the minutes. So that's easy. Now if I want this format here, I'm gonna say moment, then I'm gonna pass in time, the user picked, and then that format, and then H semicolon and A for PM and AM indicators. Now for this format here, I'm gonna go and say moment. It's gonna be taking the day, and in that format, and then I'm gonna use mm/dd. So this is for month, this is for day, and this is for the year. Now for the number of the day in a week, it's going to be moment, so it's going to be taking the day, then that format, and then it's going to be d lowercase. So that's it for how to format a JavaScript date object into a string. Now to generate a random color, I'm going to go and npm install random color, and then all I need to do is go and import random color from random color, and then use the function random color, and this will return a random color for us. So that's simple. Now let's go and see how to add data to our Firestore database. So we're using Firebase as a backend, and we've set up our Cloud Firestore product, and then we created a database and created some collections there, to-dos and projects. Now to add a new document to our collection, it's so simple. All you need to do is import Firebase. Then I'm gonna say firebase.firestore.collection, for example, to-dos, and then I'm gonna use the add method. The add method here takes in an object because our document is just an object, and then the fields, which is gonna be the properties, and their value is going to be the value of that property, and that's it. Now let's go and implement all of this in our add new to do component and our add new project component. So let's go and update our code for our add new to do component. So this is how the code looks like so far for our add new to do component. So we have here some state and we have a form. This form here has an onSubmit event, and on onSubmit, this will fire up a function called handleSubmit. This function here. Now let's go and talk about what's gonna go inside my function handleSubmit. So for our function handleSubmit, it will take in an event. And the first thing I'm gonna do, I don't want when I click on this button here, I don't want my page to refresh. So I'm gonna prevent that using e.preventDefault. And then I'm gonna go and use my Firebase Firestore collection to-dos and then add a new document or a new to-do to my collection. It's going to be an object with these properties here. Text is text, date and day and time all formatted using moment. The project name is going to be to-do project, and checked is going to be false, and the color is going to be random. And then at the end, when I add the to-do to my database, I need to close the modal, so set show modal to false. I need to set text to an empty string, and then set time and set day to new date, which is today's date. So here I'm just clearing my inputs. Now what if the user didn't type in nothing inside our input? In that case, our text variable will be an empty string. So I need to check if the user has typed in something in my input here, or if text is not empty. So if it's empty, it's going to return false. Text will be false. But if there's something in our text here, some text, then it's going to be true. So if text is empty, it's going to be false, and this code won't get executed. But if text has something inside, then it's going to be true, and this code will be executed. Now for the next variable, which is day, it will never be empty because it's initialized with new date. The same thing for our time variable. And also for our to-do project, it will never be empty because it's initialized with selected project. But the problem here for our to-do project is, on the first render, the selected project by default is today. And then selected project will be the initialized value of my to-do project, so to-do project will be then today. So when the app loads for the first time and the user wants to add a new to-do, then the selected project will be today, and the to-do project is going to be today. And I don't want here to go and add a to-do under a project called today, because we don't have a project called today. Today and next 7 days and all days are just items of a calendar menu. So I'll need to check if my to-do project is one of these items here. I don't want to do this. I don't want to execute this. I don't want to add my to-do to one of these items here because they are not project. So what I'm going to do is say, and my calendar items, this array here, does not includes my to-do project, and then I'm gonna do this. So if you don't understand this, let's see an example here. So for example, if my to-do project is today, which is the case on the first render, so if I say calendar items that includes, this will return true, because that's true that my calendar items includes today. Today is one of the items of my calendar items, so today is included in my array calendar items. And then if I say not calendar items that includes today, then not true is gonna be false, and this will not get executed, because for example true and false will be false, false and false will be false. So that's the example when the to-do project is today. Let's see now if my to-do project is personal. It's not one of these. In this case, calendar items that includes personal is going to be false, because personal is not included in my array calendar items. And then not calendar items includes personal is going to be not false, which is going to return true, and then I'm going to run this because it's true. And that's it for our add new to do component. And now let's go and talk about our add new project component. Let's update our add new project component. This is how the code looks like so far. We have again some state, then a form. On submit, it will fire up a function called handle submit, which is this function here. Now let's go and talk about what's going to go inside this function. So again, our handle submit will take in an event. The first thing I'm going to do is prevent default. So when I click on this button, I don't want the page to refresh. And then this is controlled by a state called project name. If it's empty, I don't want to add an empty project to my database, so I'm going to go and say f project name. Now let's go and take a look on our database. So we have a collection called projects. It has already 3 projects: other, work, and personal. So if the user tries to add a project name with the name other, the project name other here already exists, so we don't want to add that. So which means we need first to check our database if it's already having one of the project or the project the user wants to add now. So in that case, I'm going to go and create a reference to my collection projects. So why? Because I just don't want to type in this whole thing again and again. So I'm just going to say ref. It's like saying Firebase at Firestore, the collection project. So I'm going to go and say ref, and I'm going to use where clause. So where clause is just like is telling Firebase to go and grab the documents from the database based on a condition. So this takes a condition here. The first argument here is going to be the name of the field. So for us, the name of the field is name. So I'm going to put in name. So I'm going to search for documents where the name field is equal to the project name the user has typed in. So what Firebase will do now, it's going to go and check the name of this project first. So name is other, other is equal to other, so it will grab this document. Then it will go to the next one, work equals other, that's false, it won't grab this one here. The next one, personal equal other, it's false, then it won't grab this one here. So it will go and grab only this document here. So then if I use get, this get here will take some time. This is a promise. So when this resolves, I'm going to go and say then, and I'm going to receive a query snapshot. The query snapshot here is my query. It has all the documents that verifies this condition here, which means in this case, if the project name is other, my query snapshot will have only one document, which is this project here, this document here. Now I'm going to go and use a beautiful property of our query snapshot, which is empty. So I'm going to go and say query snapshot that empty. This could be false or true. So query snapshot that empty in our case now, if the project name is other, it's not going to be empty because we have one document there. But if the user tries, for example, to add something else to our database, there is no project that has the same name as something else. So in that case, query snapshot will have no document, which means it's going to be empty. So it's in that case going to be true. So now I just need to use an if statement. So if query snapshot.empty means my project that I'm trying to add doesn't exist in my database, I'm going to go and add that project into my database. So I'm going to use my add method. This is a project, an object. This is also a document, the field name, and then the name is going to be the project name, something else, for example. And if the query snapshot.empty returns false, which means we have some documents that verifies this condition, then I'm going to alert project already exists. And that's it. And now I just need to close the modal and then set back my project name to an empty string. So that's it for the logic part. Let's go now and see this in action. Now again, before we start, we need the files from the last part. You need to go and copy the link to the part 16 folder and then download that folder. Once you download it, go into that folder, run npm install, and then you're good to go. If you already have the files, then just go and open your text editor. Now I'm gonna go into components and then I'm gonna go into add new to do. So here, first thing is that the project is not gonna be tabbed in manually. Instead, we're gonna get those from the database. Now I'm gonna go here into the handle submit and prevent default first. So now if I open my add new to do form and then I click on add new to do, you could see that it didn't refresh. Now we need to check if the text is not empty and then the calendar items doesn't include our to do project, and then we can add our to do to the Firebase database. So here I'm going to say firebase.firestore the collection to dos, and here we need first to import calendar items from our constant folder, and then we need to import Firebase from our Firebase folder. And then here I need to use the add method to add a new document. So it's going to be an object with text field, which is going to be the text, date, and then I'm going to need to use moment. So and then I'm going to format this to month, then day, then year. So first I need to install or to npm install moment. And now I'm gonna go and say moment. If I hit enter, moment is gonna be imported by default. Then I'm gonna format this to D, just the number of the day. Then time, moment, time, that format. I'm gonna format this to a 12-hour with PM, AM indicator. Now check is gonna be false by default. And then color is gonna be a random color. So I need to install random color. Then the project name is going to be to do project. And that's it. Now let's go and npm install random color. Now after this finishes, I'm going to go and here I need to set show modal to false to close the modal, and then set text to an empty string, and then set day to new date. The same for our set time. Now I will hit save. I can see that we need to import random color first. Now if I save and go to my Firestore console, if I go under to do's collection, now if I go and add new to do, choose a project, now you can see that it has been added successfully. Now I'm gonna try another one, work, add new to do. Now I can see that it has been added under work project, and that's good. Now if I go and add a new project, you can see that the page just refreshed. Now I'm gonna go into the add new project component. Under my handle submit function, I need to prevent default. Then if the project name is true, if the user has typed a project name, I'm gonna go and create a reference to my collection project. So Firebase.Firestore, we need to import that first. Firestore, then the collection is gonna be projects. So now I've created a reference to my project collection. Now I'm gonna say where, the where clause, where the name, the field is project name, the name the user wants to add. Get then the query snapshot. Now if the query snapshot is empty, it means there's no the project doesn't exist. I need to add that project using the add method. So the name here is going to be the project name, the project name the user wants to add. Then else, if it's not empty, I'm going to alert project already exists. And now I will need to set show modal to false and then set project name to an empty string. Now if I hit save, open my Firestore console, I'm going to add in a project name called test. You can see it there. It's all also on there. Now if I click on test, new to do, you can see that test is selected by default. Now I'm going to add some to do to my project test. If I click on add new to do, so you can see that it's there. Now I'm going to go and add a new project, an existing project. So I'm going to say personal. It's already there. So I'm going to say add. So you can see it says project already exists. So that's it for today's part. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you learned something new. Take care. Don't forget to subscribe and like the video. Code Explain says hi. So until now, when I go and click on next 7 days, I show nothing, only next 7 days. But instead, what I want to show when I click on next 7 days, I want to show all the days of the week starting from today. So for example, if today is Monday, I will start from Monday. If it's Sunday, I'm going to start from Sunday. Today is Friday, so I'm going to go and start from Friday. And then I will need to show all the to-dos that belongs to this day here. Now, inside the parentheses, I'm going to show the number of to-dos that belongs to this day. So if I go and click on here and add a new to-do, to the same day, Friday, you can see that now it shows 2, so we have 2 to-dos under Friday. So let's go and see the logic behind this. So first we need to sort our to-dos by day. So we have an array of to-dos which has all the to-dos inside of it. Every to-do has some properties, but the one we care about today is the property day. So day here is a number, and that number is just the number of that day in a week. So for example here, the day for this to do is 4, so it's going to be Thursday. Then this one's 2, Tuesday, and etc. And we may have a bunch of other to-dos in our array to-dos. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to go and filter the to-dos by day. So I'm going to put all the to-dos that belongs to the same day in a single array. So for example here, I'm going to go and create an array, and inside of it, I'm going to put all the to-dos that belongs to Thursday. Here, all the ones that belongs to Tuesday, Sunday or Saturday, then Monday, Wednesday, Sunday, and then Friday, etc. And that's what I'm going to do for everyone. So I'm going to filter them based on the property day. Now all these arrays will be inside an array called sort to-dos by day. So this is now a two-dimensional array. Now the index of this element here is 0, which is the same as the day of all the to-dos inside of it. This one is going to be 1, 2 for index, 3, 4, 5, 6. So now we have like a link between the index of the element in this array and the day property of all those to-dos inside this array. So the index is the same as the property day. So now just by looking at the index of the array, we can figure out the name of the day. Alright, now how can we achieve this using code? So first I'm going to need to create an array called days, which contains all the days. These are strings, not numbers, because the day here is a string. Alright, now I'm going to go and map over my days array. Then for each day, I'm going to go and filter my to-dos array. So I'm going to filter them based on the property day. So when they start, the day is going to be 0. So I'm going to go and filter all the to-dos that the to-do that day is equal to 0. To-dos that filter will return an array, which is this array when this starts. And then days.map will just return an array, which is my sort to-dos by day array. Now, when we need to render our days into our next 7 days component, we must start with today. So for example, if today is Thursday, I'm going to start with Thursday, which means I'm going to need a new array. So here sort to-dos by day is where I sort all the to-dos by day. That's okay. But I will need another array where I need to arrange all the days, so starting from today. So for example, if today is Thursday, I will need an array called arrange day. Well, I'm gonna start from 4, then 5, then 6, then 0, 1, 2, 3. Which means I'm gonna lose the link between the index and the day. So which means I need to save the number of the day also. So here, instead of just returning an array, this array here, I'm gonna return an object with two properties, the to-dos, which is going to be this array here, and a number, which is going to be the number of the day. So this object here now is representing a day, and that day has a property to-dos. So day.todos is this array here, and then day.number is the number of the day. So this is how we sort our to-dos by day. Now we need to go and arrange our day because we need to start from today. So let's go and arrange our to-dos. So after we've sorted our to-dos by day, this is in general the array we're gonna get. So each day is an object, and the object has its to-dos inside an array and the number of the day, which is a string. Now from that string we can figure out later on the name of the day. Now let's say today is Thursday, which means I'm gonna go and show the to-dos of Thursday first, then Friday, then Saturday, then Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. So here we need to arrange this array and get an array that looks like this one here. So we can start from 4, which is Thursday, which is today, and then Friday, etc. So how can I get this array from this one? So all I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go and slice this part starting from Thursday. So if it's Wednesday, I'm gonna slice this part here. If it's Monday, I'm gonna slice this part here, etc. So to slice this part here, I'm gonna go and use the slice method. The slice method takes in the index of the element you want to start slice from. So for example, if today is Thursday, we need to start from Thursday, and the index of Thursday is 4, which fortunately is the same as its number in the week. So here it's going to be 4, a number, not a string, and this code here will return an array with these 3 elements. Now we're going to do the same thing, and we're going to go and slice these elements here. So I'm going to go and use slice again, but this time I need 2 arguments, the start index and the end index. The start index will be 0 and the end index will be 4, and 4 is not included. So that's how slice works. And you can see here that we didn't pass in the end index for slice. if you didn't pass an index for slice, it's gonna be by default the array.length. And the array.length, so to do's by day.length, in our cases, it's gonna be 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So here, when we say 4, it's like we say 4, then comma, then 7, and 7 is not included. Now, all I'm going to do is I'm going to go and take this array here and put it at the beginning, and this one here at the end. So in terms of code, I'm going to go and create my array, arrange to-dos, and I'm going to go and slice my array, so to-dos by day. Now, this index here, fortunately, is just the number of the day. So I'm just going to say today. And what is today? Today is going to be moment that format a string the. And if it's Thursday, this code here will return 4, the string 4. But the index here must be a number, which means I need to use parseInt to pass this to an integer. Now the code will be const today equals parseInt moment that format d. And the other slice here will be dot slice 0 and then today. And now all I need to do is concatenate the two arrays, and that's it. Now let's go and render our arranged to-dos array. So to render our week to-dos, I'm gonna go first in my next 7 days component and create some state. And then I'm gonna set my arranged to-dos to week to-dos, to my state here. So week to-dos is just our arranged to-dos. Why do I need to create some state? Because I want to re-render whenever my week to-dos changes. Okay, now this is how our next 7 days UI will look like. Based on that, let's figure out the code. So we need a div with the class name, next 7 days. And then some curly braces because I'm going to use JavaScript because I'm going to render an array. So I'm going to use map to render my week to-dos array. Then for each day, so each day here has two properties, the array, which is my to-dos, and then a string, which is the number of that day. So now I'm going to go and wrap everything inside a div with the key data number, which is unique. And then we need a div with the class name day, which has a name and the total to-dos. So here we have the name, we have the total to-dos in that day, and then the word today inside parentheses if that day is today. For the name of the day here, how do I will get that name is by using the number of the day. So how? I'm going to use moment, I'm going to pass in the data number, and I'm going to tell moment that what I'm passing here to moment is the number of the day. And then moment here will parse the number of the day into a JavaScript date object. Now I'm gonna go and use format to format that JavaScript date object to the full name of that day. So this format here will return the full name of that day. And then I'm gonna go and render today next to the day, but in one condition, if the data number is today's number. And I'm gonna use AND here. So if this is true, I'm gonna show this. If this is false, I'm not gonna show this. Now for the total to-dos, I'm just gonna go and say day.todos.length. So the length of this array here is also the number of to-dos inside of it. So I'm gonna put this inside curly braces because this is JavaScript, and because I have here some parentheses, I'm gonna use those parentheses here. Now for my to-dos here, I'm gonna render them inside a div with the class name to-dos, and because I'm gonna render an array, because my to-dos here is an array, I need to use some curly braces and then use the map method. And then I'm gonna render each to-do using my component to-do, which needs a key, which is to-do.id, which is unique, and then my to-do. And that's it for our next 7 days component. Now let's go and see this in action. Let's go and open our text editors. Like always, we need the files from the last part, the part 17. I'm going to go and copy the link to that folder, paste it in download and click on download. Once you download the folder, go inside that folder, run npm install, and then you're good to go. So if you already have the files, just open your text editor. Now I'm gonna go into my components folder and then my next 7 days and then I'm gonna go first and create a state for my week to-dos. And then I'm gonna initialize this with an empty string with an array, and of course I need to bring in useState. Then I'm gonna use Effect to sort the to-dos and rearrange the array. And of course we're gonna get the to-dos using props, and then I'm gonna run my effect only if the to-dos has been changed. Now I'm gonna go into my to-dos component, and you can see that we pass the to-dos to my next 7 days component using props. Now I'm gonna go and create an array days, and then I'm gonna go and sort my to-dos by day. I'm gonna use map to map over my days array, and then for each day I'm gonna use that day to return an object with to-dos filtered. So I'm gonna filter my to-dos here. I'm gonna filter my to-dos using the filter method. So if to-do.day is the day, I'm gonna return that to-do. And now I need to save the number of that day because I'm gonna use that later. Now I'm gonna go and create our arrange days. In this case we're gonna need to use slice. So for today it's gonna be past end, and then I'm going to use moment. So moment that format the string d to get the number of the day. Now I'm going to go and concatenate that with sorted to-dos by day, and then sliced this time from 0 index to today index. And that's it. And now I'm going to just set week to-dos to arrange days array. Now I'm gonna go into my JSX here, and I'm gonna go and map over my week to-dos. So for each day, which is an object, I'm gonna wrap this inside a div with a key, which is the day that number because it's unique, and then another div with the class name day, a name, and the number or the total of to-dos. And here at the bottom I'm gonna go and render my to-dos. So for the name I'm gonna use JavaScript. So I'm gonna use moment. I'm gonna pass my day.number and then format the JavaScript object to a full name of the day. And here I'm gonna check if the day.number is the same as today's number. Then I'm gonna go and render today inside parentheses. Now the total to-dos, I'm gonna go and say day.todos.length. So the length of the array to-dos is the number of to-dos. And here I'm gonna go and use map to render my to-dos array. So I'm gonna render each to-do using the to-do component. This needs a key, which is to-do.id, and it needs also the to-do itself, the to-do object. First I need to bring in to-do. Now let's save and take a look, and you can see them all there. They are all empty because we have no to-dos. Now I'm gonna go and style my next 7 days component. So for the day it's gonna be a margin of 5 pixels and then a display flex. So if I save, now if for the name of the day it's gonna be a font weight bold and then a font size 1 rem, and then I'm gonna add some paddings of some margin for my total to-dos dev of 10 pixels, and we're good. Now I'm gonna go and add a to-do to each of the days and see if our code is working. So that's good for Friday. Let's see for the other days. Saturday, that's okay also. 28 Sunday, that's great. 29, that's also gonna work. 30 for Tuesday, and then Wednesday, and of course our code is working just fine. And that's it. So that's it for this part, guys. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you learned something new. So don't forget to like the video and subscribe, and see you in the next part. Take care. Code Explain says hi. So for today we're going to talk about how to filter out our to-dos. So for example, if I go and click on add new to-do, and then I type in something, and I'm gonna add this to-do to today, and then I'm gonna choose personal for the project. If I click on add to-do, then you can see it under today. If I click on personal, you can see it there, that's good, but if I click on other, you still can see that to-do, which is not right. So when I click on other, when other is selected, I just want to show all the to-dos that are under other. If I click on work, you can still see it there, which is not right. So let's go and see how to filter out our to-dos. So when the user clicks on one of these items or one of these projects, we need to go and filter our to-dos array. So if he, for example, clicks on one of these items here, we need to filter our to-dos by date. And if he clicks on one of these projects, we need to filter out our to-dos using the project name. Now let's go and see how do we filter these to-dos. First, we need to go under our folder hooks and then into our index.js, and we need to export a new custom hook or new function called useFilter_todos. This useFilter_todos, we need two arguments, the to-dos and the selected project. The selected project will be a string, one of these, today, next 7 days, all days, personal, work, etc. And the to-dos is going to be an array of all our to-dos. Now at the end, our useFilter_todos hook will just return the filtered to-dos. So in this case, I'm going to go and declare some state, and I'm going to initialize my filtered to-dos with an empty array. So I'm going to go and filter my to-dos, and what I will get is an array which is called filtered to-dos. Now I'm going to go and use effect hook. Why? Because I need to run my effect or to filter to-dos only if the to-dos has been changed or my selected project has been changed. So here the second argument for my useEffect will be an array with to-dos and selected project. So now whenever one of these has been changed, I'm gonna go and filter out again my to-dos. Now all the logic to filter out my to-dos will be inside here, will be my effect. So here we're gonna get our to-dos as arguments, and then we're going to filter those to-dos based on the selected project, and then I'm gonna get an array called data which has all the filtered to-dos. And now all I'm gonna do is set the filtered to-dos to the filtered to-dos, the data here. Now let's go and talk about this logic here. Now for our today to-dos, which means when the user clicks on today, in this case I'm gonna go into my to-dos array and filter out the to-dos using the date. Now I'm gonna go and use moment. Why? Because I need to get today's date. So moment will now return a JavaScript object which is the today's date. I'm gonna assign this to a constant called today date. But now my date here of the to-dos is a string, which means I'm gonna need to format this to the same format here, which is month, day, and year. And then I'm gonna call my today date here, today date formatted. So I know that this date here is formatted. Now I'm gonna go inside my to-dos array, and for each of the to-dos I'm gonna check if the to-do.date is the same as today date formatted. And this condition here will be passed to my filter method. So if this is true, I'm going to filter out those to-dos, and filter will return an array, which is going to be my filtered to-dos. Now for the next 7 days to-dos, when the user clicks on next 7 days, I'm going to go again and filter my to-dos based on the date property. Now let's go and see an example here. Let's take, for example, this to-do here. This is its date. I'm going to call this to-do date. Now let's say that today's date is this date here. Now what I need to check is the number of days of this to-do date from my today date. If it's less than 7, then I'm going to show that to-do. If it's more than 7 days, I'm not going to show it. Or if it's in the past, I'm not going to show that also. So the difference between these two dates must be between 0 and 6, or 0 and 7 not included. So I'm going to use a method by moment, which is called def for difference. This is used to calculate difference between dates or JavaScript dates. So to-do date here, it's not this string, but this string has been passed using moment, and now to-do date is a JavaScript date object. Now because this one here is created by moment, now I can use this def method. You can't use this on a regular JavaScript date object. Now the first argument here for def is going to be today date. It's going to be another date. So now def, it's going to calculate the difference between this date and this one. It's like saying to-do date minus today date. So to-do date minus today date, in days it's going to be 31 minus 28, which is going to be 3. And now the second argument for my def method here, it's going to be days. It could be minutes, seconds, years, months, whatever you want. So here we need the difference between these two dates in days. And this will return 3. Our method def will return 3 in this case. Now if we check 3 is less than 7 and greater than 0, because we don't want the dates in the past, because a date in the past, if a date was in the past, this will return a negative number. So we need all the numbers that are greater than or equal to 0, and that's how we know that it's not in the past. So now all I'm gonna do is I need to take my to-do.date, and this is its format. I'm gonna pass these two arguments to moment. Now moment knows that this date here, my to-do date, is in this format, and it's gonna be easy for it to format it into a JavaScript date object. Now I'm gonna go and set this to a constant called to-do-date. Then I'm gonna do the same thing for my today date formatted we've seen before. I'm gonna give it also its format. I'm gonna pass them to moment, and then I'm gonna assign them to a constant called today date. Now to-do date and today date are both a JavaScript date object created using moment, which means I can go and use the def method on both of them. So I'm going to say the same thing we've used here, to-do date.def today date in days, and I'm going to assign this to def days, so the difference in days. And now all I need to do is to check if the def days is greater than or equal to 0 and the def days is less than 7. If this is true, this means that our to-do date, it's not in the past and it's not in the next week. Now I'm gonna go and return this condition and pass it to the filter method. Now for the all days to-dos, when the user clicks on all days, I don't need to filter out the to-dos. I'm just gonna go and return my to-dos array itself. I don't need to do any filtering there. And now when the user clicks on one of the projects, I will go and filter out my to-dos using the property project name. So I need to check if the project name of the to-do is the same as the project the user has clicked on, and then I'm going to pass this condition to my filter method and filter all the to-dos based on this condition. That's it for the logic part. Now let's go and see this in action. Like always, we need to bring in or to download the files from the last part, the part 18. So I'm gonna go and paste the link to that part into downgit and click on download. Once you download the file, go into the folder, run npm install, and then you're good to go. If you already have the files, just open your text editor, go into hooks, index.js, and now I'm gonna go and create a new function or new custom hook called useFilter todos. So this needs two arguments, the todos and the selected project. And then at the end, I'm going to return the filtered todos. So this is going to be a state. So I'm going to use the useState hook. So filter todos, set filter todos, and then useState. And here I need to initialize this with an empty string. Now I'm going to use Effect hook, and this takes in a function, and the second parameter is going to be an array, todos and selected project. If they change, we're going to run our effect. Now I'm going to create data, a variable, then at the end I'm going to set filter todos with the data. Now let's go and do the filtering. So if the selected project is today, I'm going to set data to todos.filter, and the condition here is going to be todo.date is equal to today date formatted. So we need first to create today date formatted using moment. So I'm gonna bring in moment, it's there, and here I'm gonna format this to month, day, and year. Okay, now else if the selected project is going to be or is the next 7 days, I'm going to go and set the data to todos.filter. In this case, I'm going to need some logic. So I'm going to use those color braces. So I'm going to create a constant called toDoDate, and I'm going to pass the toDoDate to a JavaScript date object using moment. And then I'm going to do the same thing for today date. I'm going to go and format the today date formatted. And then I'm going to go here and create a constant called def days to calculate the difference in days between the two days, the to-do date difference and today date in days, of course. And then I'm going to return the condition to filter out my to-dos, which is going to be def days is greater than 0 and def days is less than 7. Now, else if the selected project is all days, I'm going to go and return all the to-dos, so no filtering. And now else, so if none of the above is true, then I'm going to filter my to-dos using the project name. So to do that, project name is our selected project. And that's it. Now I'm going to go into my context here, and I need to use my hook that I've created. I'm going to call this filter todos equals use filter todos. We need to print that from hooks, and this needs the todos and the selected project. Now, instead of passing the todos, the whole array, I'm just going to pass the filtered todos. And I'm going to keep the name todos, so I don't need to change it in all my components. So that's why I'm not using the shorthand anymore. I'm just going to say todos as my filtered. So now, instead of passing all the todos down, we're going to pass only the filtered todos. Now, I'm going to go and see if it works. So I'm going to go and add a new to-do. I'm going to call this today. I'm going to select today's date, and then I'm going to click on personal or select the project personal. If I click on add to do, you can see it under today. If I click on next 7 days, you can see that it's been added to Wednesday. All days, you can see it. Personal, other, you can't see it. Work, you cannot. So which means that our to-do has been filtered. Now I'm going to go and add a new one. I'm going to call this yesterday. I'm going to add it to yesterday. If I click on other or work and add to to-do, If I click on personal, you can see it. Other, you can see nothing. Work, you can see it there. If I click on today, you cannot see that to do. Next 7 days also you can see it. All days you can see those there. Now if I click on add new to do and then add a new one for tomorrow, I'm going to choose tomorrow, 1st April. Then I'm going to add this to other, add to do. You can see it on all days. You can't see it on today. You can see it on next 7 days. So this one is today's date. This one is tomorrow. Now if I click on personal, you can always see this to do, other, and work. So we just filtered out our to-dos. That's great. I hope you enjoyed this part. Don't forget to subscribe and like the video. Take care and see you in the next one. Code Explain says hi. So for today's part, we're going to make it so the user can remove a to-do or remove a project. So if I want to remove a to-do, I'm going to go and hover over the to-do and then I can see the trash icon. If I click on it, then to-do is been removed. Now I can also remove a project. So if I click on this edit button here, then this X button shows up. Now if I click on other, for example, the project will be removed, and also all the to-dos under that project must be removed. So this to do here and this to do here will be removed when I click on remove other. So if I click on this, now you've seen that they have been removed. Another thing, if I go and show the to-dos under the work project, when I click on remove the project work, the to-dos must be removed, and then there is no work project, so I don't have to show the work project anymore here. In that case, I'm going to go and show today. So by default, we're going to show today. So if I click on this one here, the to-dos will be removed, and now you can see that today is the selected project. So let's go and see how to create this. So to delete a to-do or a project from our database means just deleting a document from our Firestore database. So just for you to remember, I'm gonna go and do this again. So we're using Firebase, and then we have set up our client Firestore product. Then we've created a database and then start a collection. And inside our collection, we have created some docs. We have a collection called to-dos and a collection called projects. Then the docs are just our projects and our to-dos. Now to remove a doc, which means to remove a to-do or a project, we need to get a reference to that doc we want to remove. To get a reference to the doc, all you need to do is import Firebase first, then say firebase.firestore.collection. Now if we want to remove a to-do, I'm gonna select my collection to-dos. And if you want to remove a project, you're gonna use the collection projects. Then .doc, which needs the document ID. So the document ID here, so we have started a collection and then a document. This is the ID of the document. If you remember, each project here in our collection project has a property called ID, which is the same ID here. Also the same thing for the to-dos. Every to-do is an object which has an ID, which is the ID of a document or the document. So here I have just created a reference to my doc, and then I can go and say delete, and this will delete the doc. So that's so simple, and that's what we are going to do with deleting, or when we delete a to-do. So I'm gonna go to my components folder, then in my todo.js file. This is what we use to render a to-do. Now inside of my todo.js, for the JSX, we have this dev with the class name delete to-do. This is the dev which is responsible to render this icon here, this trash icon. Now all I'm gonna do is add an onClick event to it, and then I'm gonna run a function called delete to-do. This function here takes in the to-do itself. The to-do here is the object. It has a checked property, an ID, a text, and etc. Now I'm gonna go and create my function delete to do, and I'm gonna use an arrow function. This delete to do here takes in the to do as argument, and that to do is an object. Now all I'm going to do is import Firebase and then say firebase.firestore.collection, and this time the collection will be to dos. And then I'm going to need to create a reference to my doc or to my to do. Then this doc here needs the ID of the doc I want to remove or delete, and it's going to be just the todo.id. And then now that I have a reference to my doc, I'm just going to say .delete. That's simple. Now I'm going to do the same thing for a project. So we need to head over our components again into my project.js. So this is the component responsible to render a project. So I'm going to go into a span with the class name delete. This is the HTML code responsible to render this icon here, this X circle here. So I'm going to add again an onClick event, and I'm going to run a function called delete project. The same thing again, it's going to take in an argument which is the project object. The project object has three properties, if you remember: the ID and the name and the number of to-dos. So I'm going to go and create my function delete project, and I'm going to use an arrow function. And then it takes in one argument which is project. Because this is one argument, I don't have to use the parentheses. Now I'm going to go and use Firebase.Firestore. The collection this time is going to be projects, then .doc, this time is going to be the project.id, and then simply I'm going to use the delete method, and this will delete the project. But we still need to delete all the to-dos under that project. So if I remove the personal project, I need to remove all the to-dos that the project name is personal. So I'm going to use a then, because this is a promise. So after this resolves, or after this finishes, I'm going to then go and remove all the to-dos. If we have any issue here, any error, and we didn't get to remove a project, then we're not going to run this at all. So I'm going to go here and delete all the to-dos under the project.name. So the code here, let's talk about the code here. So I'm going to go and say Firebase.Firestore.collection to-dos. Then I'm going to use a where clause. So I'm going to give it here a condition. So I don't want to remove all the to-dos in my collection. I just want to remove the to-dos under the project I'm deleting. So I'm going to go and look for the to-dos that the field project name is the same as the project.name that I am deleting. So, and then I'm going to use get to get all the to-dos that verifies this condition here. And after I get that, after this resolves, I'm going to use a then. Then I'm going to get a query snapshot, and that query snapshot is an array with all the to-dos or all the docs. Now I need to get the reference to these docs here and then use delete. So I'm going to use my doc object here, then .ref to get a reference to .doc, and then I'm going to use delete, and that's going to delete all the to-dos that the project name is the same as the project name I am deleting. And now one last thing is we need to switch back to default project in some cases. So for example, when the user clicks on personal, then the selected project is going to be personal. So we are showing all the to-dos and the project personal. Now if the user clicks on delete, we're going to delete this project here, and then the personal project will still be showing to the user. So we need to switch back to today when the selected project is the same as the project.name that we are deleting. So in this case, if I click on delete, I'm going to delete the project personal, and I need to go back to today because it doesn't make sense to still show in personal here. So I'm going to go to my delete project function. So we delete the project, then all the to-dos, and then I'm going to go and check if the selected project is the same as the project name that I am removing. Then I'm going to go and set selected project to today, which is our default project. Now the selected project, default project, set selected project, all these we're going to get them using the context. So now let's go and see this in action. Let's go and open our text editors. Again, before we start, we need the files from the last part, the part 19. So go and copy the link to that part, paste the link to downget, and then click on download. Once you download the folder, run npm install from within that folder, and then you're good to go. So I'm gonna go here and create a new to-do called go for a run. I'm gonna add that under personal. If I click on the trash icon, we can delete that to-do. So let's go and open our text editor, and I'm gonna go to the components folder and then to-do component. So here we need to add an onClick event, and then I'm gonna call a function called delete to-do, and I'm gonna pass the to-do as argument. Now I'm gonna go and create that function. I'm gonna use an arrow function. This takes in the to-do, and then I will need here Firebase, so I need to import Firebase first. So I'm gonna say Firebase, then that Firestore, then that collection, it's gonna be to-dos, and then that doc to-do.id to get a reference to the doc, and then I'm gonna use the delete method. So now if I click on the trash icon, you can see that the to-do has been deleted. I'm gonna add a new one called test to other add to-do, and you can see that we have deleted the to-do. Now I'm gonna go to the projects here. So if I click on this icon here and then click on the X button, you can see that we can't delete any of the projects. So now let's go back to our components folder and then go to the project component, and here we need to add again an onClick event, and then I'm gonna run a function called delete project, which takes in the project object. Now here I'm gonna go and import Firebase again, then I'm gonna create my function delete project. It takes in the project as argument. I'm gonna call Firebase, then that Firestore, then that collection, this time it's gonna be projects, then doc, and this needs the ID, which is the project.id, then that delete, and we're good. Now if I go here and add a new to-do called test to personal, if I click on personal here, delete, you can see that the project has been deleted, but the to-do is not. So here we need to delete the to-dos also, so I'm gonna use a then, and then I'm gonna go and say Firebase that Firestore, then that collection is gonna be to-dos this time, and then that where, the where clause, where the project name of the to-do is the same as the project I am removing, the project.name. And then I'm gonna get all those to-dos, and then after that resolves, I'm gonna go and get my query snapshot, and I'm gonna use a for each on that query snapshot because it's an array which contains all the docs, all the to-dos, and then I'm gonna get a reference to the doc and then use delete. I'm gonna hit save, and then I'm gonna go back here. So I'm gonna add the personal project. Now if I click on delete, you can see that the project has been deleted and also the to-do. That's great. Now I'm gonna go and add a new to-do. I'm gonna type in test to other and add to-do. Now I'm gonna select other. If I remove other, we remove the project. The project is not here, but we still show in the project, which is run. So I'm gonna go and say then, and then I'm gonna check here if the selected project is the same as the project we are removing. If that's the case, we need to set selected project to the default project. We need to get these from or using the context, so we need to get the default project, and then we need to get the selected project also. And here I'm gonna go and to the context, because we need to pass down the default project. And we're good. Now I'm gonna go and save this and then try if it's working. So I'm gonna select work. If I click on remove, you can see that after we remove the work, we show today. So that's it for this part. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you learned something new. So take care and see you in the next one. Code Explain says hi. So in today's part, we're going to be able to rename a project. So when I click on the pencil, this icon here shows up. If I click on it, a modal opens up on this form where I can type in the name or the new name of my project. So if I click, for example, or if I type in, for example, something, and I click on confirm, you can see that the work project is now something. So also when, for example, I click on personal here and I have some to-dos under that project. If I rename the personal project to personal, then like dash, then something. For example, if I click on confirm, you can see that all the to-dos under the project are now under the project personal something. And also if I click on other here and then I change the name of the project other to other one, you can see that the name of the project also changes here. So let's go and see how to code this. So renaming a project is just updating a document in our Firestore database. So again, I'm gonna say we are using Firebase or Firebase as a backend. We have set up our cloud Firestore product. We've created a database and some collections there, to-dos and projects, and then we created some docs which are just our to-dos and our projects. Now to update a document, I'm gonna need to import Firebase. Then I'm gonna go and say firebase.firestore.collection, and the collection could be to-dos or projects. Then the doc I want to update. This takes in the doc ID, so just the ID of the doc. And now after I have a reference of my doc, I can go and use the update method. So this is how you update a document using the update method. And this takes in an object because a document is just an object. And then the name of the field you want to change. In our case, the name of the field we want to update when renaming a project is going to be the field name, and then the value, of course. So that's how you update a document, and that's how we're going to rename a project. So we need to go to our folder components and then to our component rename project. So here when I click on this edit icon, this modal shows up and this form shows up. The JSX that is responsible to render this form here is this code here, so which is inside our rename project. So when this form here submits, we call this function handle submit. So when the user type in the new name and click on confirm, we just go and run a function called handle submit. So from inside our handle submit function, we're gonna need to prevent defaults. So when I click on this, I don't want to reload my page, and then I will call my function rename project, which is a function we're going to create in a minute. So this function here takes in a project, which is the project we want to rename. So this is an object which has an ID, a name, and number of to-dos. So I just want you to know that this name here is going to be called the old project name. And this here is going to be the new project name, the name that the user typed in to rename its project or the project. And then here I'm going to go and set show modal to false to close the modal. Now let's go and talk about what's going to go inside our rename project. So here we need first to check if a project already exists before renaming that project. So for example, if I go and click on this button here, the modal will show up with personal already typed in. If I change this to work, if you can see that work already exists, if I click confirm, I don't want my app to go and rename this to work because work already exists. So in that case, when I click on this, I'm going to show project with the same name already exists. So here, my function rename project, we'll take in the project object and the new project name, which is just a string. So here I'm gonna go and use my projects collection reference, which I need to create here. So you're just gonna say Firebase Firestore collection projects, and also we need to create a reference to my to-dos collection. So here I'm gonna use a where clause. In this case here, for my where clause, I want to check if a project already exists with the new project name or not. So I'm just gonna go and look into my projects collection for the projects that their name field is the same as the new project name. And then I'm gonna get all those projects, and then I'm gonna get a query snapshot. I'm just gonna check if the query snapshot is empty. That means I don't have a new project there with the new project name. So I'm just gonna go and update my project. But if it's not empty, if my query snapshot is not empty, I'm just gonna alert project with the same name already exists. And then else, I'm just gonna go and use my reference here to my projects collection, and then I'm going to create a reference to my doc using the project.id, and then I'm going to use my update function. Here I'm going to pass in an object, and then the field I want to change is name, and I'm going to change that to new project name. Now if we have already some to-dos under the project we are renaming, we need to update all those to-dos. So we are gonna add a then method here, and then we need to update all the to-dos under the old project name. So we need to change those to-dos project name to the new project name. So here the old project name is just project.name. So I'm just gonna go and destructure the project here. I'm gonna get the name property and I will call it old project name. So this makes our code more readable, so when someone comes and read our code, when he sees new project name and old project name, he knows what we are doing. So let's go now and update our to-dos and switch to a new project. So when the user clicks on edit, for example the personal project, and rename this project to something else. Now if you can see here the background that the personal is the selected project. If I click on confirm, the personal project is not anymore there, it's renamed to something else. So we need to switch back from the old project name to the new project name. And also we need to rename or change the project name of all those to-dos and the old project name to the new project name. So I'm gonna append a then method there. I'm gonna use my to-dos reference, my to-dos collection reference, and then I'm gonna use a where clause again because I need just the to-dos that their project name is the same as my old project name. I'm gonna get those, and then I'm gonna get a query snapshot. So I'm gonna use a for each because a query snapshot is an array of all the docs of all the to-dos that verifies this condition here. I'm gonna go and get a reference to my doc and then use the update method. This takes in the object and then the field you want to change, which is the project name, and then I'm gonna set this to the new project name. And this is how we will update all the to-dos project name to the new project name. Now after that, I'm gonna need to check if the old project name, the project I am renaming, is the same as the selected project. If it's the case, I need to set selected project name to the new project name. So I don't want to keep the selected project be the old project name. I want to make it now be the new project name. So that's it for the logic part. Let's go now and see this in action. So again, we need the files from the last part, the part 20. I'm gonna go and grab the link to that part and then paste it in downgate. Once you download the folder, go into that folder, run npm install, and then you're good to go. If you already have the files, don't do this. So I'm gonna go here and rename my work. So if I click on confirm, if I rename this to work 1, click on confirm, my page just reloads. So now I'm gonna go and open my text editor and then go to the components folder and then rename project. So here I'm gonna go to my handle submit function, and I'm gonna go and prevent default first. So I want to prevent my page from reloading, and then I'm gonna call my function rename project with project and new project name, and then I'm gonna set show modal false to close the modal. Now I'm gonna go and create my function rename project, and I'm gonna use an arrow function. This takes into arguments the project object and the new project name string. And then I'm gonna go and create a reference to my projects collection. So I'm gonna use Firebase. So I need first to import Firebase. So firebase.firestore.collection, and it's gonna be projects. And then I'm gonna do the same thing for my to-dos collection. And then I'm gonna go and destructure my project object, and I'm gonna call the name property old project name. Now I'm gonna go and use a where clause and look for all the projects that their name is the same as the new project name. And then I'm gonna get those projects. Then I'm gonna get a query snapshot. If that query snapshot is not empty, I'm gonna go and alert project with the same name already exists. So else, if it's not empty, or if it's empty, I'm gonna go and update my doc. So I'm gonna get a reference to the doc using the project.id, and I will use the update method, and I'm gonna update the field name with the new project name. So I'm gonna save and go and check if this works. So I'm gonna go and rename work from work to work1, confirm, and you can see that it has been changed or renamed. Now I'm gonna go and do the same for personal, but personal here has some to-dos. I'm gonna change this or rename this to personal 1. If I click on confirm, the name of the project has been renamed, but these didn't change. So we need here to update our to-dos also after updating the name of the project. So I'm gonna go and use my to-dos reference, and I'm gonna use a where clause. I'm gonna look for the project name where the project name is the same as the old project name. I'm gonna get those to-dos. So the query snapshot here is gonna be an array. So I'm gonna use a for each method. So for each doc, I'm gonna go and get a reference to the doc and then update the to-do or the doc. So the project name is gonna be the field we're gonna update to the new project name. I'm gonna hit save, and then let's try this. I'm gonna rename this back to personal, and then I will go and rename it now to personal 1. If I do that and confirm, you can see that the name of the personal 1, the personal has been changed, and these also all updated. Now if I click on personal 1, and then I'm gonna go and rename it to personal 2, if I click on confirm, you can see that we have changed all personal 2, but we are still showing personal 1. So let's go and add the code to switch or to set the selected project to our new project name. So I'm gonna use an if statement. So if the selected project is our old project name, I'm gonna go here and then I'm gonna set selected project to the new project name. Here we need first to bring in the selected project and our set selected project using context. So I'm gonna use I'm gonna destructure my context here. So use context, then it's gonna be our to-do context. So we need to bring in our to-do context first. We're gonna import to-do context from our folder context, and we're good. So now I'm gonna hit save, and then if I go and rename personal to personal and click on confirm, Now you can see it has been changed to personal, and then all the to-dos were updated. And that's it for our today's part. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you learned new things. Take care and see you in the next one. Code Explain says hi. So after today's part, the user will be able to check a to-do when it's completed, and also he can uncheck a to-do. You can see here that the number of to-dos in my project personal changes when a to-do is checked. So if I check this to-do, it says that there is no left to-dos in my personal project. Also, we can go and repeat a to-do. So when a to-do is checked and this icon will show up, if you click on this icon here, it will repeat this to-do next day with the same text, the same time, and the same project. So if I click on it, now you can see that the to-do here has been added to the next day with the same time here and everything else. So let's go and see the logic behind this. So to check a to-do is just updating a document, is just updating our to-do in our Firestore database. So the field we want to update now is the checked field. So because our to-do has a property called checked, we're gonna go and update that property. So when the user clicks on this icon here, we go and show this icon. If he clicks on this one again, we go and show back this icon here. And the JSX that is responsible to render these icons here is in our folder components and my todo.js. So there we have a dev with the class name checkToDo, and we have here some conditional rendering. So after do that checked, we show this circle here, this one here. If it's not, we show an empty circle with our todo.color. So here I'm gonna go and add an onClick event. So when the user clicks on this icons here, I'm gonna go and run a function called checkToDo, and this is gonna take in our to-do object. So our to-do object has these properties, as we all know, and also it has a property called ID, which is the ID of the document. So this to-do here has a property called checked, color, date, day, project, text, time, and also ID, which is set to the document ID here. So to update our document here, our to-do, we need to import Firebase first into our todo.js file, and then we need to create our function checkToDo. It takes in our to-do object. So the first thing we need to do is to create a reference to our doc. So I'm gonna go and say Firebase.Firestore.collection to-dos and then .doc. So we need this ID here, so it's just the todo.id. Now that I have a reference to my doc, I can go and use the update method. The update method takes in an object because a document is just an object, and then the fields you want to update. In our case, it's going to be checked. Now, checked is going to be equal to, when this is set to false, if I click on this, we set that to true. If it's true and I click on it, we set that back to false. So checked here is just going to be set to not to do that check. So if it was false, it's now going to be true. If it was true, it's now going to be false. Now let's go and see this in action. Again, we need first to get the part 21, the last part files or the folder. I'm going to paste the link to that folder into downgit. Once you download the folder, run npm installed from within that folder, and then you're good to go. Now I'm going to go and create a new to-do. I'm going to call it test to my personal project. And if I click on this, you can see how we can't check that to-do. So we need to go through the components folder into my to-do component. And then I'm going to go into this dev with the class name checkToDo. And I'm going to add an onClick event. And it's going to be calling a function called checkToDo that takes in the to-do object. So let's go and create the function const checkToDo. It takes in the to-do as an argument. Then I'm going to say Firebase.Firestore. So I'm creating a reference to my doc, to my to-do. The doc here, it's going to be todo.id or the doc ID. The update method takes in the object, and we need to update the checked field and set it to not to do that checked. Now I'm gonna save this, and if I go and click on that button, now you can see how we check and uncheck our to do. And now you can see here that the number of to-dos for our personal project didn't show up. So we have a to-do in our personal project, so we need to show the number 1 here. Our app didn't show that number because we have an issue there which we need to fix. So let's go and see why that issue is happening, and let's fix it. So we've seen that we have an issue there in our project statistics, or the number of to-dos for each project. Why? So I'm gonna go and take a look into my hooks and then my index.js, where I have all the hooks. So my use to-dos hook, use filter to-dos, and use projects custom hooks. So when we get our to-dos from our Firestore database, we pass them as an argument to my use project hooks, and then using this function here, calculate number of to-dos, my use projects calculate the number of to-dos. But there is something wrong here. What's wrong about this is when we call the function use projects, we make a call to our Firestore database, and then we get back our projects. And when we call our use to-dos, we make a call and then get our to-dos array. Now we have 2 cases. So if we get the to-dos first, and then we pass them to our use projects, and then get the projects, then the number of to-dos will be calculated just fine. But in the other hand, if we get the project first, and then we didn't get yet the to-dos, because this is a synchronous code, then we run our function here, the to-dos is empty, and it's gonna return 0 or undefined for all the number of to-dos of all the projects. So we don't get to calculate the number of to-dos, and that's why we don't see the number of to-dos in our app. And then when we get our to-dos from our database, we don't go and rerun our use projects hook, so we don't recalculate the number of to-dos, so we don't see any changes or any updates in our app for the number of to-dos of each project. So what we need here to do is that we need to calculate or recalculate the number of to-dos whenever my to-dos or my projects has been changed. So here what I'm gonna do first is I'm not gonna go anymore and calculate the number of to-dos inside my use projects custom hook. So I'm gonna get rid of this logic here, of this function here, and I'm gonna go and create a new custom hook. So the job of my use to dos here is gonna be just listening for the changes in my database and get the to dos. And it's gonna be the same job for my use project. It's just gonna be listening to the changes in my database and get my projects. And now to calculate the number of to-dos, I'm gonna go and create a new custom hook called use projects with stats. And this is gonna take in the to-dos and the project. So whenever my to-dos or my project has been changed, I'm gonna go and rerun my use projects with stats, and that's gonna recalculate the number of to-dos for each project. So let's go and update our use projects hook. So I'm gonna go and get rid of this function here, then I don't need to pass in the to-dos anymore, and also I'm gonna get rid of this property number of to-dos. So now my use projects will return an array called projects, and that array has elements. Those elements are objects. They have 2 properties, an ID and the name of the project. I can also take this line of code here and paste it here. I don't want to type in this line anymore. Now let's go and talk about our use projects with stats custom hook. So inside our index.js, I'm going to create a function and I'm going to go and export it. This function here takes in the projects and the to-dos we have got from our database. Now at the end here, we're going to return the projects with stats. So we're going to go and return all the projects we have got from the database, but we're going to add a new property called number of to-dos. So that's why we say here projects with stats. So the projects here is an array with elements that are objects with two properties, ID and name. And now we're gonna add another property called number of to-dos. So here, because I need to remember the projects with stats, this means I'm gonna go and create some state, and I'm gonna initialize it with an empty array. And then I'm gonna use my useEffect, and then I'm gonna run this effect only if the projects and my to-dos have been changed. That's why I need to use effect hook, because I need to recalculate the number of to-dos in each project only if the projects and the to-dos has been changed. Now I'm gonna go and map over my projects array. So I'm gonna go for each project and calculate or recalculate the number of to-dos in that project. So for each project, I'm gonna go and return an object. So this is an object. The properties of this object will be the old project properties, which are the ID and the name. So I'm just spreading the object project, and I'm gonna add to it a new property called number of to-dos. So now I'm returning an object with three properties: the number of to-dos, the ID of the project, and its name. To calculate the number of to-dos, we've seen this before. So I'm gonna go and filter all the to-dos that their project name is the same as project.name. So if the project.name is personal, then I'm gonna filter all the to-dos that their project name is personal. And also I need just the to-dos that are not checked. So if a to-do is checked, I'm not gonna take that into consideration. So now my filter method here will turn an array with all the to-dos that verifies this condition. If that array has three to-dos, means that the project has three to-dos for the number of to-dos. So I'm just gonna say you that length, and that length will be the number of to-dos in that array, which is gonna be the number of to-dos for that project. Now the map method here will turn an array, and I'm gonna set that array to a const called data. Now that array is gonna be an array of objects. Each object is a project, and each project has three properties: the number of to-dos, the ID, and the name. And here at the end, I'm gonna set projects with stats to the data. So that's it for our use projects with stats. Now let's go and see this in action. So let's go and open our text editor. I'm gonna go into my hooks folder, then into our index.js file. We need to update our use projects hooks. We need to get rid of all of these. I'm gonna go and cut this, remove this line, remove this property here, and I'm gonna set this to doc.data.name. Now we're good. Now let's go and create our custom hook, our function use projects with stats. This gonna take in the projects and the to-dos. I'm gonna create some states. So the projects with stats, and set projects with stats. I'm gonna use state here, and I'm gonna set it to an empty array. I'm gonna use effect here to calculate the number of to-dos, and this will rerun only if the projects and to-dos has been changed. I'm gonna map over my projects array, and then for each project I'm gonna go and return an object with the number of to-dos property, which is the to-dos that filter, and we need to filter all the to-dos that the project name is the same as our project name, that name. So here we have a typo. I need to say project, not projects. And also I need to filter the projects or the to-dos that they are not checked. And I'm gonna say that length for the number of to-dos. Then I'm gonna spread my project here. I need to add a comma here. And now I'm gonna set the data to my projects with stats, and then at the end I will need to return the projects with stats. And that's it. Now let's go to our context. So to pass down the projects with stats instead of our projects. So I'm gonna get the projects with stats using our custom hook, use projects with stats. We need to bring that first. This takes in the projects and the to-dos we get from our database. Now instead of sending down the projects, we need to send down the projects with stats. Now if I go and check this, I'm gonna go and refresh. Now you can see that the number of to-dos is 1 for our personal project. If I check that, you can see that it says 0. Now I'm gonna add a new one to work project. You can see it says 1. I'm gonna add another one to the same project work. Now you can see it says to do. If I go and check them, the number of to-dos is changed, which means that everything is working just fine. Now I'm gonna go to next 7 days and check this. If I click on this icon here, you can see that it didn't repeat our to-do, which means we need to go and talk first about the logic behind repeating a to-do and get back here. Now let's go and talk about the logic behind repeating a to-do. So we have a to-do. When we check that to-do, then this icon shows up. When I click on that, we repeat that to-do the next day. So the text of the to-do remains unchanged, the time, the project, the color, etc. We need to add an on-click event to this icon here. So the JSX that is responsible to render this as a dev with the class name Add To Do next day, and we have some conditional rendering here. So we're gonna add an on-click event to that dev, and we run a function called repeat next day, which takes in the to-do, this old to-do here. And from that old to-do, we're gonna get this new to-do here, or we're gonna add a new to-do from that one. The old to-do here has these properties. The checked is set to true, and all the other properties, and also an ID. So this to-do here has an ID, which is the ID of the document in our Firestore database. Now for our repeat next day, is gonna take in my to-do object. Then I'm gonna go and create next day date. So we need to get the next day date from this date here. So I'm gonna go and say to-do.date, and its format is month, day, and year. As you can see here, month, day, year. I need to pass this into a JavaScript date object. So I'm gonna use moment. Now I'm gonna pass this string into a JavaScript date object, and then I'm gonna use a method by moment called add, and I'm gonna add 1 day to this date here. So that's how I'm gonna get the next day date of the repeated to do. And then I'm gonna go and create my repeated to do. It's gonna be just an object. This repeated to do properties are gonna be just the same as my to do, as my old to do properties. So I'm just gonna go and spread my to do object. Now the repeated to do has all these properties inside of it, and also the ID. So here the checked is set to true. We need to set it back to false. So we're gonna override the checked property, and I'm gonna say checked false. Now we need to override also the date property. I'm gonna go and say date is next day date, but we need to format it to this string here format. And we're going to do the same thing for day. So we need to say next day date, that format to this string format here. So now our repeated to do here will have all the properties of our old to do, and then we're gonna override this, just these 3 properties. And now I'm gonna go and do a very important step, which is deleting the property ID. So I don't want to stick with the old ID of my old to do, because if you remember, React will throw an error when you have 2 children with the same key, because the ID is the key of these two children here. So what I'm gonna do here is removing that ID, and then when we call the add function to add a new document to our Firebase or our Firestore database, this will generate a new ID for our new to-do. And here I'm just gonna pass in the repeated to-do, and that's it. Now let's go and see this in action. So I need to go into my todo.js component and then go to the dev with the class name add to next day. I'm gonna add an onClick event, and an onClick I'm gonna run a function called repeat next day, and it takes in the to-do object as argument. Now I'm gonna go here and create that function const repeat next day, takes in the to-do, and then the first thing I'm gonna do is create the next day date object from our repeated to-do. So I'm gonna use moment, we need to print that first. I'm gonna pass in to-do.date and its format to pass it into a JavaScript date object, and then I can use the add method. I'm gonna add a 1 day to that date. Now I'm going to create the repeated to-do object, and it's going to have all the properties of our old to-do. We need to override it checked and set it to false. We need to override date and set it to next day date, and we need to format that to month, day, year. We also need to override the day and format it. Then we need to delete the ID property, and then we need to add our repeated to-do to our Firestore database. So I'm going to use the add method here, and I'm going to pass in the repeated to-do. Now I'm going to save. Let's go and check if this works. So I'm going to go and click on repeat, so it's repeated, but I can't check it, and I can't also remove it, which means we have an issue there. So if I repeat this and click on check, we can't check those. Now let's go and fix the problem. So we have a typo here. We need to say repeated to do, not repeat next day. Now I'm gonna save. I'm gonna go back and see if this works. Now I'm gonna refresh. So if I click on next 7 days and repeat this to do, if I go and check this, you can see that now it's working. Now let's go to our database. I want to clear my to-dos collection. I'm just gonna remove my collection to-dos, because those to-dos I can't remove because they have the same ID. That's why we needed to delete the IDs. Now let's go and check if this works. I'm gonna add and repeat the to-dos. So you can see that it's working just fine. Now if I repeat this so many times, you can see that the to-dos go beyond our dev. So that's a CSS issue. So I'm gonna go into my app.css and then into my Todos component, or to-dos with a capitalized T. I'm gonna add a property overflow Y and set it to auto. Now if I save, now you can see the scroll bar there. So everything's working. I hope you enjoyed today's part. So take care and see you in the next one. Code Explain says hi. So in today's part, we're going to talk about editing a to-do. So to edit a to-do, you need to select a to-do. So now we have a selected to-do, which is this one, and this menu will show up, and then you can edit the to-do. So go get milk now. You can see that now I can edit the to-do in real time. I can also change the day. So if I click on go get milk, then I can add this to the next day. If I change the time, so it says 10:11, now it's 11. I can also change the the project, so here it's under work. If I click on personal, now it's under personal. Now if I go and click on this to do here, and if I decide to remove this to do, the selected to do, it doesn't make any sense to keep showing this, so we need to hide this. So if I click on remove, the to do has been removed and we don't show this anymore. And also here, if I click on meeting, this to do now is selected, but I go and remove this one. If I click on this icon here, we don't hide this at all, because we still have that to do and we still can edit this. Now if I go and click on the sidebar, no to do has been selected, so we also hide this one here. Also, if I select a to do and then click on one of these items, I also then select or unselect that to do, and then I don't show anymore this window here. So in today's part, we're going to talk about editing a to-do. In the next one, we're going to talk about animations. So we need to add some animations to our app. And then after the next one, we're going to talk about deploying our app. So we still have just 2 parts ahead. And now let's go and talk about the logic behind editing a to-do. So because we are going to select and unselect our to-do from different components, that means that our selected to-do is a global variable. So we're gonna need a state to keep track of our selected to-do, and it's gonna be a global variable, which means we're going to head over our context. And inside our index.js, I'm gonna create some state for our selected to-do, and then set selected to-do to change that. I'm gonna initialize that, so when our app loads for the first time, it's gonna be undefined, so we have no selected to do. The user didn't click on any to do yet. And then when the user clicks on our to do in this area here, in a dev with the class name text, then we go and call our function set selected to do, and then set the selected to do the user clicked on. And then we go and show the edit to do window. But when he clicks on the sidebar or one of each children, then we go and call the set selected to do, and in this time we set selected to do to undefined. So we set it back to undefined, and then we unshow the edit to do. The same thing happens when we click on the remove button, and it happens to be the same as our selected to do. So the to do we are removing is the same as our selected to do. In that case, we set selected to do to undefined, and we hide again our edit to do menu. So you can see here that our selected to do is being used by different components. That's why I have the right to call that a global variable. That's why I need to use the context. So now we show our edit to do menu when we select to do, and when it's undefined we don't show that, which means we need to do some conditional rendering. So inside our edit to do function or component, we need to first bring in the selected to do using our context hook, and then inside our JSX or the JSX code for our edit to do, inside the return statement, all we have so far is a dev with the class name edit to do and a form inside. Now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna wrap this inside a dev, and then I'm gonna use some curly braces because I'm going to use some JavaScript, and then I'm just gonna say if the selected to do is true, I'm gonna show this. If it's not, I'm not gonna show this. So when I click on the to do, then selected to do is gonna be true, then I'm gonna show this. But if the selected to do is undefined, then we're not gonna show this. Now we need to select a to do. So when I go and click in this area here, I'm gonna go and select this to do that I've clicked on. So inside our to do function or our to do component, I'm gonna go and bring in the set selected to do. So this is the function I'm gonna use to change the selected to do. So the dev that is responsible to render this text here, the time and the project name, it's the dev with the class name text. So I'm gonna go and add an unclick event, and I'm gonna run an anonymous function, and this will call my function set selected to do, and I'm gonna set it to the to do I've clicked on. So now our selected to do is not undefined anymore, instead it's defined. So we're gonna go and show our edit to do menu. Now I also need to bring in our selected to do. Why? Because when I go and select a to do here, now the selected to do is the same as our to do one. If I go and click on the remove button, because our to do one is the same as the one selected, we need to hide this menu here, which means set the selected to do back to undefined. But if I go and remove the to do number 2, if I click on this one, but still the to do one is the selected one, in that case I'm not gonna set selected to do to undefined, because the to do number 2 is not the selected to do. So it's just an if statement, so we check if our selected to do is the same as the to do we are removing. If it's true, then we set selected to do to undefined. Now all I need to do is add an unclick event to this icon here, but if you remember, I have already added an unclick event to that div. So when I click on this icon here, I delete to do from the Firestore database. Now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna remove this function here and create a new function called handle delete, and then I'm gonna pass in the to do. Now my function handle delete, it's gonna take in the to do, and it's gonna delete the to do from our Firestore database, and then check if the selected to do is the same as the to do we are removing. If that's true, we're gonna set the selected to do to undefined to hide our edit to do menu. And now I'm gonna go and talk about unselecting a to do on sidebar click. So when I click on this sidebar here, we need to hide our edit to do menu. So how do we know that we have clicked on sidebar? It's easy. We just need to add an event listener to our document, which is going to be a click event. Now that click event has a property called target. So if the target here happens to be the sidebar, our element sidebar, then we need to hide our edit to do menu, which means that set selected to do to undefined. And also when we click on one of these elements here, we need to hide the menu edit to do. So in this case, the target is a children of our sidebar, or we can say the target is a descendant of our sidebar element. Now how can we achieve this in code? We're just gonna go and add an event listener, which is a click event, to our document, and then we're gonna run our function handle click. Now first we need to go and select our div with the class name sidebar, which means just selecting our element sidebar. I'm gonna use ref here, and I'm gonna pass in my sidebar ref object. This object here is being created using ref hook. This hook here returns an object with a property called current. Now if we take a look on this property here, we're just gonna see that it's our element sidebar. So sidebar ref that current is just our sidebar selected. Now for our handle click, it's gonna take in the click event, and that event has a property called target. Now we just need to check if the e.target is the same as the sidebar that current, then we need to set selected to do to undefined. And also we need to check if the e.target is a descendant of my sidebar. If that's true, we also need to set this to undefined. So here I'm going to use a method we use on DOM elements. So it's called contains. So this method here is used only on DOM elements. So we need to check if an element is a descendant of another element or not. So if we clicked on an element that is a descendant or a children of the sidebar ref, this method here will return true. If it's not, this will return false. So if this is true or this is true, then we're going to set this to undefined, and we're going to go and hide our edit to do menu. Now all this code you can see here is going to go inside our sidebar.js file, which is our sidebar component. Now adding an event listener manually to our document is called an effect, which means we're going to use our useEffect hook, and then I'm going to return a cleanup function to remove the event listener from our document. and I'm gonna run this just once. So this effect will run only once when this mounts, when our sidebar mounts, and we gonna go and remove the event listener when our sidebar unmounts. And now it's time to update our selected to do. So we have some state inside our edit to do component. This states here control these inputs here. So we have a control component. And now when the user clicks on one of these, on one of the to-dos, when he selects a to-do, we then go and change the text value, the day value, time, and to the project, and that's going to change what we see in our edit to-do menu. So to change these values here, or this inputs values, we need to use set text, set day, and set time, and set to the project. But we need to bring in the selected to do first. We need to know what is the selected to do first. Then we're going to use those functions to change the values of our inputs. Now for set text is going to be just the selected to do that text. Set date is going to be it must be a JavaScript date object, but our selected to do that date is just a string. So we need to pass this into a JavaScript date object using moment. We're going to do the same thing for the time. Selected to do that time is just a string. We need to pass that into a JavaScript date object. And set to do project is going to be the selected to do that project name. Now if I change the inputs this way here, what's going to happen? When our app loads for the first time, what's going to happen? We're going to declare some state. Then we're going to change that state. Changing the state will cause a re-render. When the re-render happens, we're going to go again and change that state, a re-render, change that state, a re-render. So we're going to have an infinite loop. So that's going to throw an error and our app will crash. So what we need to do here is we need to use our effect hook, and we only need to change our state if the selected to do has been changed. Now I also need to change these, or change this inputs if my selected to do is defined. If it's undefined, I'm not going to do this. Now let's go and actually update the selected to do in our Firestore database. So when do we need to update our Firestore database? We need to do that when one of these changes. So if the text changes, day or time, or the project name has been changed, we need to get reference to our doc using the selected to do.id. So now that we have a ref to our doc, we need to use our update method, and we're going to pass in an object, which is our document. The fields we need to update are the text, the date, day, time, project name. So we have 4 here, we have 5 here. Day, we need also to change this because day is related to date. To the date. Now I'm gonna go and set text to text. For date, I need to format the day, which is a JavaScript date object, to this format here. The same thing for the day, the same thing for time, and the project name is going to be the to-do project. Now I only need to do this if the selected to do is defined. And also I'm going to use the effect hook. So I'm going to go and run this code whenever one of these have been changed. So that's it for the logic part. Let's go and see this in action. So again, we need the files from the last part 22. So I'm going to go and copy the link to that folder, paste it in downkit, and click on download. Once you download the folder, run npm install from that folder, from within that folder, and then you're good to go. Now I'm gonna go and click on these. You can see that we can't select that to do. So we need to go into our context, into our index.js. I'm gonna create some state for our selected to do. Then set selected to do to change its value. Then use state, and I'm going to initialize that with undefined. So when the app loads for the first time, the selected to do is undefined. I'm going to pass those down to use them in other components, by other components. I'm going to go into my components folder under edit to do. I'm going to go and add some comments here, state, then context. I'm going to need to bring in the the selected to do using context. So we need to bring in the use context hook, and then we need also to bring in the to do context from our context folder. Now I'm gonna get rid of the projects array because we need to bring that using context. Now I need to use some conditional rendering, so I'm gonna wrap this inside the dev and then select it to do and then our edit to do. So now if I refresh, you can see that because our selected to do is undefined. Now let's go into our to do component, and here we need to bring in first our selected to do and set selected to do using context. So we need to bring in the selected to do and set selected to do. We also need to bring in use context hook and our to do context. That's good. Now I'm gonna go into the dev with the class name text, and I'm gonna add an onClick event. So onClick, we're gonna set selected to do to our to do. Now if I save and click on one of these, you can see that now we show the edit to do component. And when I remove a to do, you can see that the edit to do menu is still there, so we need to hide that. So I'm gonna go here, I'm gonna rename this to, or remove this and create a new function called handle delete. I'm gonna pass in the to do object. Now let's go and create our handle delete function. It takes in the to do, and we're gonna delete our to do from our Firebase database or Firestore database. And then we need to check if the selected to do is the same as our to do, the to do we are removing. Then we set selected to do to undefined. So if I go and select this one and then remove the other one, it should still there. But if I select this one and remove it, now we can't see the edit to do menu anymore. Now I'm gonna go into my sidebar component because we need to select our sidebar and then add an event listener to our document. So I'm gonna create a sidebar ref object using our ref hook, and then I'm gonna use effect to add an event listener to the document, which is a click event. I'm gonna run a function called handle click, and I'm gonna use a cleanup function to remove our event listener when the sidebar component unmounts. So here I'm gonna create my function handle click. So when I click on that, I'm gonna need to check if the e target is the same as our sidebar.current. If it's the case, I'm gonna set selected to do to undefined. We still need to bring that first using context. So I'm gonna go and bring in the set selected to do using context. That's good. So I'm gonna go and hit save. Let's go and check that. So I'm gonna go and add a new to do. So if I click on that to do, you can see that it shows up, but if I click on sidebar, we hide that. Now if I click on one of these, you can see that we can't hide the edit to do menu because we need to also check if the e.target is contained in, is a descendant of our sidebar. Now if I click on one of these, you can see that we hide the edit to do. So now hiding our edit to do menu is working just fine, but now we need to go and update our edit to do when we click on a to do. So I'm gonna go into my edit to do component, and here I'm gonna go and use effect to change the values of our states. We need to change set text to selected to do text. We need to change set day to, we need to use moment here because we need to pass that string into a JavaScript date object. I'm gonna do the same thing for set time. So we need to pass in the to-do.time using moment into a JavaScript date object. We need to set to-do project to selected to-do project name. Here I have a typo, so I have to say selected to-do. Now we need to do this only if the selected to-do is defined, so I'm going to use an if statement. And we only need to do this if the selected to-do has been changed. Now let's go and create a new to-do. I'm going to call this go for a run. Now if I click on test, you can see that we have changed all our inputs. If I click on go for a run, you can see I've been changed. I'm going to go and add a new to-do, for example meeting. I'm going to choose work for project, a day and time. So if I click, or if I select to do, you can see that our edit to do is been updated. Now I'm gonna go and edit a to do, but it doesn't update because we didn't update it in our Firestore database. So I'm gonna go and add another use effect or another effect. So this will rerun only if one of my states have been changed. And then I need also to check if the selected to do is defined, and then I'm gonna go and update my Firestore database. So I'm gonna import Firebase first, and then I'm gonna say Firestore to create a reference to my doc, to my to-do, using the selected to-do.id. Here I'm gonna use update, and then I'm gonna update the fields text. Because they have the same name, I'm gonna use a shorthand, and I'm gonna update the date field. So I'm gonna format the day, which is a JavaScript date object, to this format. I'm gonna go and do the same thing for the number of the day. I'm gonna go and do the same thing for time, or for the time of the to-do. And then I'm gonna go and update the field name, project name to to-do project. Now if I save this, if I go and change the name of test, you can see that it's been changed or changing in real time. Now if I go and change everyone, you can see that we can change any one of these. Now I'm gonna go and change the day of this one to tomorrow. You can see that it has been added to tomorrow. I'm gonna choose another day. So it's working just fine. Now I'm gonna change the time. So it didn't change. So we have here some problems. I'm gonna try that again. And it didn't change again. I'm gonna open my console. So here the error says that a component is changing an uncontrolled input to be controlled. So this is likely because we have an undefined value changed to a defined value. So we need to go into our use state hook and then define our states. So they are now undefined, and when we try to define them, we get that error. So we need to initialize all of these and define them. So now if I go here and refresh, I'm gonna try now to change the time, and it didn't change. So I'm gonna try that again. Nothing is happening. So we have an issue here, and it's here. So I said day, it must be time. Sorry for that. You already have seen where the problem is coming for. So I'm gonna go now. If I change this to 9 a.m., you can see right now it's been changed, and that's good. Now if I change the project, it has been updated. That's great. So that's it for this part. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you learned something today. Take care. See you in the next part. Code Explain says hi. So in today's part, we're going to add some animations to our app. So we're going to animate like the modal, which we use in both when adding the new to do and adding a new project. We're going to animate this arrow here. So when I click on it, it's going to be spinning, and also closing and opening the menu here. The same functionality for the projects. And also when I click on the pencil here, you can see that we have some transitions here between these buttons and the number of to-dos of each project. Also when I click here, you're going to see some transitions when I check a to-do. So this circle here fades out or scaled down to 0, and this one scales up to 1. When I add a new to-do, I'm going to, for example, say test. Add to do, you can see the animation when it's been added. The same animation is going to be used when I add a new project, like I'm going to say test add project. To handle all these animations, we're going to use React Spring. So first, let's go and see the logic behind this. So we're going to use React Spring as a library for the animations. Why we need to use React Spring? Because it uses Spring physics-based animation, which is really great, and it also uses custom hooks, which is another great thing about React Spring. So we're going to be using use Spring and use transition hooks or custom hooks for this project. There are like 3 other more custom hooks, but we're gonna stick with these because they are really enough to do animations. Also, the animation with React Spring is being done using less code, which is really important thing to have. Alright, for the installation, we're going to run npm install React Spring to install React Spring, and this is the version we're gonna work with in this project. So if you're coming for the future, make sure you install this same version. Now let's go and talk about the custom hook, the first one, which is use Spring. So let's say we have a box, a div, that says hello world. And all I want to do is just make this fade in, which means I'm just going to play with opacity. So I'm going to go from opacity 0 to opacity 1. In this case, all I need to do is I'm going to put this inside an object called from, and this inside an object called to. So I'm going to go from opacity 0 to opacity 1. Then I'm going to wrap this inside an object and pass this to my function useSpring. useSpring is my custom hook, which is just a special function. Of course, before using it, we need to bring it first from React Spring. And now whatever my useSpring will return is going to be the animation. I'm going to set that to my constant called fade in. Now, if I go and take a look on that constant fade in, I'm going to find it's an object, and it has a property called opacity, which is the property, the stasis property we're playing with. But here, the opacity is not 0 or 1, it's an object. An object with a bunch of properties that I don't understand, that we don't know how to use them. To use these properties here, you need to bring in the animated component from React Spring. This animated here will know exactly what to do and handle the animations using what your useSpring will return. So here, to apply this animation to your dev, you need to use animated.dev. If it was a span, it's going to be animated.span, etc. Now I'm going to use the style prop and I'm going to pass in the fade in, and this will make our box fade in when mounted. Now let's say I have my box, but I want it not to just fade in, I want it also to fade in and go to the left. So in that case, I'm going to go and pass two stasis properties to from and to. So I'm gonna pass opacity 0 and 1. This is to make it fade in. And to move it to the left, I'm gonna play with the right position. So I'm gonna go from 0 pixels to 12 pixels. This will make this box go from the right to the left. Here, I want just to make sure that you know that if you use the unit pixels here, you must stick with the same unit. If you use pixels here and rems here, it's not gonna happen. It's not gonna work. You're gonna get an error. So make sure you use the same units. And also I can use right only if this box here has already the position set to absolute or like relative, etc. Now let's go and see one more example. Let's say that I have my div, and this time I want my div to fade in, not when mounting, but when I click on a button. So when I click on show, I will make this fade in, and when I click on it, I want this to disappear. So in that case, I'm gonna like control the state of these box here using a state called show. I'm gonna set it to false, so by default this will be hidden. And then all I need to do is I'm gonna go to my button and add an onClick event. I'm gonna run my function setShow, and I'm gonna pass a not show. So when I click on this, if it was false, it's gonna be true. If it was true, it's not gonna be false. And now to create the animation, I'm gonna use Spring. This time I'm gonna use from and to. I'm just gonna pass in an object, and I'm gonna say opacity directly. And here I'm gonna set opacity to 1 if show is true and to 0 if show is false. And this will create the animation we want. So this object here also takes in some other properties, not just to and from. You can use like config, so to play like with the duration or fractions, etc. We're gonna see that when we get to when we code this actually. Now let's go and see or talk about the use transition. For the use transition, we need to bring that first, of course, and you can use transition for arrays to toggle between components or mounting and mounting of the same component. In our case, it's going to be just for toggling between components. So if you see here that when I click on this icon, we toggle between these components, and also here we toggle between the check, circle, and the circle. So if I go and take a look on the documents on the React Spring website, this is what I get. So we have here an example of toggling between two components. And this is the same code that we're going to be using for our project. Now here's the code I've got from documentations to toggle between two components. Now we're going to toggle between two components in two cases, in our to-do component and in our project component. So I'm gonna just do the example for the project component, and it's gonna be almost the same thing for our to-do component. Now if you remember, our project component takes in as props the project itself that we need to render and the edit here. So edit here is responsible to render one of these buttons. So if edit is true, we're gonna render these buttons here, and if it's false, we're gonna render the number of the to-dos in that project, if there is any, of course. Now you can see exactly here that we have two components. We have this first component and this is our second component. Just like here we have this first component and this one here. So I'm just gonna go and use animated for both of them like they did here. So I'm just copying the code here. Now I'm gonna go and create my function button transitions using the use transition hook. So use transition hook here returns a function, not an object like we've seen with the use Spring. So here you can see that the use transition here takes in toggle, and toggle here is going to be either false or true. So for us it's going to be this edit here. So edit is going to be either false or true. If it's false, we're going to show this. If it's true, we're going to show this. So then an object which has these properties. So here they are like toggling between these two components automatically using this onRest method. So I'm not gonna use these 4 properties here because edit is gonna be toggled by the user when he clicks on the pencil icon. So I'm just gonna use from, enter, and leave. So from here is the values we need our buttons to start with, or the component to start with. So opacity is 0, and then right is -20 pixels. So I'm using right here because these 2 elements here, their position is set to absolute, so I have the right to use right, top, left, etc. Now the animation will start with opacity set to 0, and from -20 pixels to the right, and then when it enters, it's gonna go from opacity 0 to opacity 1, then from -20 pixels to 0 pixels for the right, which will make the component move from the right to the left. Now when this enters, this will leave from opacity 1 to 0, and from right 0 to -20 pixels. So when this enters, this will leave, and when this enters, this will leave. Now I'm gonna use my function here, my function button transitions. This function here takes in a callback function. That callback function receives 2 arguments, props, an item, and it's gonna return some JSX. Alright. Now in this example, they destructured opacity because they are using here opacity, but I'm not gonna destructure any of these 2 here. I'm just gonna use the whole thing. So I'm just gonna call it props. So props is just this object they destructured here, and then item is gonna be item. I can call it whatever I want, of course. And now I'm gonna do the same thing we did before. I'm just gonna use style and pass in the props here, and do the same thing for the other component. Now here, instead of edit, I'm gonna use item instead. And that's all we need to make the transition to happen. Now let's go and see this in action. So as you can see here, we have no animations yet, which we need to do in this part, but first we need to grab the files from the part 23. I'm gonna paste the link to that folder into .git and download the folder. Go into that folder, run npm install, so you'll be good to go. If you already have the files, just open your text editor. The first thing we're going to animate is our modal. So I'm going to components, modal, but still we need first to npm install React Spring library. So we need to wait for this to install. And now just to remind you, I'm gonna show you the version of React Spring we're using in this project. Now I'm gonna go to the modal. The first thing is importing use Spring customer hook and animate it from React Spring. Now at the bottom here, I'm gonna create those animations. I'm gonna create a constant called modal animation, and then I'm gonna call my custom hook use Spring. I'm gonna pass in an object. So I'm gonna set opacity to 1 if show modal is true, and to 0 if it's false. So here we need to use animated. So to animate this dev, just the container, not the whole modal. And then I'm gonna pass in the modal animation using style. Now if I hit save and then go and open that modal, you can see that it fades in. But we still need to add some other properties here like top to change the position of the modal. So it's gonna come from 25% to 0. So it's gonna come from top to bottom. The same thing when we add a new project, because they're both using the modal. Now I'm gonna use config to set the fraction to 10. If I save, now you can see this beautiful animation. Now I'm gonna need to spin this icon or arrow when I click on it. So I'm gonna go to color.js and I'm gonna create some animations here. We need to import useSpring and animated first. So I'm gonna create a const called spin useSpring and then pass in an object. So I'm gonna use transform here and I'm gonna transform that based on show menu, a state we need to create. Then I'm gonna rotate this to 0 degrees if show menu is true and to 180 degrees if show menu is false. So I'm gonna go and create that state. So we need this state to like keep track of the menu. So if it's shown, the show menu is true. If it's not shown, the show menu is false. So this will be toggled when I click on the button, the arrow button. So here I need to go to this button here and add animated. And also I need to like add or pass in the spin using style. And here I also need to add the onClick event to toggle show menu. So this is the button we use. So when I click on this show menu, if I click on it again, we're gonna hide the menu. So I'm just gonna use set show menu and set it to not show menu. So here if I go and click on it, you can see that it's spin. Now I'm just gonna use friction again. I'm gonna set it to 10, save. You can see that beautiful animation again. Now the menu doesn't like collapse, so I'm gonna go and create some animations for that. So menu animation. I'm gonna use Spring again. This time I'm gonna play with display. So I'm gonna hide and display the menu on show menu. So if it's true, I'm gonna show it. If it's false, I'm gonna hide it. So we need to add this to this div with the class name item. And then we need to pass in that animation, the menu animation. So if I hit save and then go and try this, I have a problem there. So a div, just remove that. So now if I click on that, you can see that my menu hides. But still, I'm gonna add another property, which is line height. So on show menu, the line height will be 1.2. If it's true, it's gonna be, if it's false, it's gonna be 0. Now you can see that it gives the feeling that the menu is opening. Now the same logic will be, or the same animation will happen for the projects. So I'm just gonna copy those, go to projects.js. Just here I'm gonna paste in those animations. We need to import useSpring and animated, of course, and we have already show menu there, so we don't need to create that. So here I'm gonna add an onClick event to toggle between false and true for our show menu, or to hide and show the menu. And then we need to pass in the animation spin. We need to use animated, of course. If I save, you can see that it's working, but with some lag in there. We're gonna fix that in a second. And there for the items, I need, of course, to use animated again, and then pass the animation, the right animation, which is the menu animation. So if I save, you can see that the animation is working, but this lag in here is caused by something in CSS. So I'm gonna go to app.css. I'm gonna search for transition. So I figured out that when I use transition on those arrows, and when I use all, transition all, this causes the problem. So I'm just gonna say background, and I actually don't know exactly why this happens, but this is how I fixed the issue. So I'm just gonna use background instead of all. So now if I click on that arrow, you can see that the animation is working just fine. Now we're done with our menus. I'm gonna close this, and then I'm gonna go to animate, or to do some transitions with my buttons, or the buttons for the project. So now I'm gonna create a const called fade in. So I need my project when added to fade in. So I'm gonna start from margin top. So I'm just gonna play here with margin top. So I want to my project when it's been added or mounted to start from top to margin 0 to its real place. And then I'm gonna play with opacity to fade in that project name. So I need to say here use spring. So I need to use animated on the whole dev. This is our project, the whole project. So I'm gonna pass in fade in. I need animated here also. So if I save, you can see that the project's coming like from top and fade in. If I try to add other, you can see the animation when it's been added. So it starts from top because of the margin top, and fade in because of the opacity. Now I'm gonna create some transitions for my buttons there, which we've seen in the logic part. This is gonna be toggled based on edit, and then we need a from property. I'm gonna play with the opacity and right. I'm just gonna call this enter, then this is gonna be leave. On enter, the opacity is gonna be 1 and the right is gonna be set to 0. Now button transition is gonna be a function, so I'm just gonna cut that. It's gonna take in a callback function and return the JSX we already had before. The two arguments gonna be props and edit, or I'm just gonna call this edit project. I can actually call this anything you want. You call it item, I'm gonna call it edit project. Now this must have the animated, and then I'm gonna pass the props, and that's it. So now if I save, and I'm gonna go and click on those, you can see the transition. So cool. Now we need to go and do almost the same thing in our to-do component. So here I'm gonna add animations here, but first we need to bring in the use spring, use transition, and animated. Actually, I'm just gonna go to project and copy the fade in, because also the to do will fade in just like the project did. I'm gonna pass in fade in here to the animated, and also we need to say animated. So if I save now, you can see here that if I refresh, you can see the animation happens when the to-dos mounts in. I'm gonna also copy paste in the button transitions. I'm gonna call this check transitions, and this is gonna be happening on to-do.checked. Here I'm gonna use position set to absolute, and I'm gonna use transform this time because I want to scale up and down the icons. So I'm gonna scale it from 0 to 1. So on enter it's gonna be 1, and leave is gonna be 0. So if I save, I see absolute. I need to make this a string. Okay, now here, instead of just using a ternary to show the buttons, I'm gonna use my function check transition. I'm gonna paste in that JSX inside. Now instead of to do that checked, it's gonna be just checked, and I'm gonna name this checked. I can name it whatever I want, of course. Now I'm gonna use animated again, and then I need to pass down those props. That's it. Now if I go and save and click on those buttons, you can see that they are working, but we have just some CSS problems that we need to fix. So I'm just gonna go and search for to do. Then just here I'm gonna add the styling from the check to do, which is the container of our circles there, the circle and the circle check. I'm gonna use display flex to center horizontally and vertically those icons, and I'm gonna set the width 15 pixels, and you can see that it's been fixed. Alright, so now you can see that all the animations have been done so easily with React Spring. Now the last thing I will do is I'm gonna go into the add new to do component, and here I'm gonna pass in an argument for my random color, and I'm gonna set the luminosity to dark. So I need the colors to be dark because I really don't like those colors. So now if I try to add in a new to do, you can see that we get a dark color, which is really nice and visible. There's 3, so now I can see that we get just the dark colors instead of these light colors. So the animations are done. That's it for this part. I hope you learned how to do animations, even if this was quick, but I hope you learned something. Take care, don't forget to like the video and subscribe, and see you in the next part, which is going to be the last part in this course, which is going to be about deployment. We're going to deploy our app. So take care and see you in the next part. Code Explain says hi. So today we're going to learn about how to deploy a React app. So we're going to learn how to deploy our React app to Firebase, GitHub Pages, and Netlify. So these are the popular ones. I'm just gonna stick with these 3 here, and also I'm gonna deploy the app to a web server. Which leads me to talk about today's tutorial sponsor, which is Hostinger, which is one of the best web hosting providers out there. So go and check their website, which is at hostinger.com. They have many plans you can choose from, and at checkout don't forget to use the coupon code explained, or just click on the link in the description. And now I'm gonna walk you through about the 3 main steps about deploying a React app. The first thing, of course, is you need to have a React app to deploy. So if you don't have one, go and open your terminal and run npx create React app, then your app name, and you're good to go. For me, I'm just gonna use an app we have just finished building, which is our to-do app using React and Firebase. You can check out the course in my YouTube channel. Now this is how our app looks like, and this is what I'm going to be deploying. Now that we have a React app, I'm going to create our app production build. So which means you need to go inside your app folder and open a terminal and run npm run build. So this will create a folder called build with a production build of your app. So when, for example, I look into my to-do folder, I found that after running the npm run build, I have this folder called build with some files in it. So index.html is where my app will be served, and I have a static folder with all the files needed for my app to be working. But before you run npm run build to create your production build, you need to do some changes to the package.json file, and those changes will be based on where you want to deploy your app. So if, for example, you want to deploy your app to Netlify or Firebase, you just don't need to do any changes to your package.json. You just need to run npm run build. After you've got your production build folder, just upload those files to Netlify and Firebase, and then your app will be ready to be used. But if you're going to deploy your app to the GitHub pages, in that case, in our package.json, beside the keys that are already there, we're going to add a new key, which is home page. So this is where your app will be served. And if you're familiar with GitHub pages, this is how the link to your served app will look like at the end. So it's gonna be your username, your GitHub username. For example, for me, it's gonna be code explained repo, then .github.io, and then the name of the repo you want to deploy or upload your app to. So in my case, it's gonna be to-do list-react. And now after you have set up your home page, all you need to do, run npm run build, and then upload the files to the repo. And of course, you need to change some settings for that repo on GitHub. We're going to talk about that later. And now if you want to deploy your app to a web server, in that case, it depends. If you want to serve your app at the server root, in that case, you don't need to do any changes to the package.json. But if you want to deploy your app to a relative path, in that case, you need to change the home page here to this path here. And then run npm run build and upload the files to your server. But if you want to deploy your app to different places in your server, in that case, you need to use a dot for home page. Now, by using a dot here and then run npm build, then your app is ready to be deployed to any place in your server. So for me, I always just use a dot for the home page and then run npm run build, and after that I can choose wherever I want to deploy my app to in my server. And now that we have our app production build ready, it's time to upload it. And now, after you know the logic behind deploying a React app, it's time to see this in action. So let's go and see in action how to deploy a React app to a web server. So as I said before, I'm not gonna go and create a new React app because we already built a to-do app with React and Firebase. And the last thing we did is adding the animations to our React app. So our app is ready to deployment. So if you want to follow along, you can create a new React app, or you can just download the files from our repo. Now I'm gonna open my text editor and open my app folder. And the first thing is I'm gonna go into my index.html under public folder, and I'm going to change the title because it's by default React app. I'm going to change this to do list. So that's the title of my app. Now I'm going to go and start the project so you can see how our app looks like. So we've done the animations and everything's ready to be deployed. Now this is where we want to upload or to deploy our app to. Now I'm gonna terminate this and then clear this and then run npm run build. But before we do that, I'm gonna go to the package.json and add a new key, which is the home page. I'm gonna set this to a dot. And now I can go and run my command here. So by using a dot for a home page, I can actually upload that to deploy my app to anywhere in my server. And now my app production build is ready to deployment. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to my server control panel. I'm using virtual main. It doesn't matter. So I'm gonna go and open the file manager from the browser and upload the files from the build folder here. So I'm just gonna go to the desktop, then to do. This is my project folder. Then the build here. I'm just gonna go and select these and create a zip file from them. And then I'm gonna upload this build. I'm gonna click on upload. Now the build is there. What I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna go and extract the files at the server root. Now if I take a look on my index.html, you can see here that it has been changed. So now I'm just gonna go and refresh, and now you can see the title here, it's to-do list, and my app is deployed successfully. So the user now can use my app. Now I'm gonna go back here, and now let's say I want to deploy my app to a relative path. So I'm gonna go and create a new folder called to-do list-react, and then click on create. Now I'm just gonna go and select the same build files and then cut this file and paste them inside of that folder and see if it's gonna work or not. So after I paste them here, I'm just gonna go in my to-do list. So if I refresh now, nothing's there, so I've got this 403 error. But if I go to this path here, you can see that my app is working just fine. So because I've used a dot as a home page in my package.json, now I can upload the build to anywhere in my server and it's gonna work. Now let's move to the next example. Now it's time to deploy our app to GitHub pages. So to upload our app to GitHub pages, we first need to go and create a repo, a new repo. So I'm gonna call this to-do list-react. I'm gonna click on create repository, and then I'm gonna click on uploading an existing file. So first I'm gonna go back to my Visual Studio Code and then go to the package.json, and I'm gonna change the home page to the username of my account, which is code explained repo, and then github.io, and then the name of the repo we have just created, which is to-do list-react. I'm gonna save and close the package.json file and open the terminal and run npm run build again. So after this finishes, I'm gonna go back to the repo and I'm gonna open my Explorer file and then go to the build and drag and drop all of the files into the repo. So after all the files has been uploaded, I'm gonna go and commit changes, and now the files are processed and they are there. Now we still need to go to the settings and then to the pages, and the source we need to change our main branch and then click on save. Now it says here that our site is ready to be published, but it's not published yet. We need to wait for some time. I'm just gonna keep refreshing this until it says that our site, so our site now is published. If I click on the link, now you can see that our app has been deployed successfully, and I can try and use my app and see if it works, and it does. And that is how you deploy a React app to GitHub pages. Now let's go and move to the next example. And now it's time to deploy our app to Netlify. So first you need to go to Netlify and create an account if you don't have one yet. If you have an account, then just log in. Now under sites, it says here that if you want to deploy a new site without connecting to Get, just drag and drop your site output folder here, which is our build folder. Now I'm going to go to the package.json and remove the home page key, and then I'm going to run my command npm run build. And now our build folder is ready to be uploaded to Netlify. So I'm just gonna open my to-do app, then the build folder is gonna be dragged and dropped here. So it's gonna be now uploading, production uploading. We need to wait, and it's published. So if I go now and click on this link, you can see that my app has been deployed successfully and it's live now and ready to be used. So if I go and test it, yes, and it's working just fine. And that's it. Now let's move on to the next example. And finally, it's time to deploy our app to Firebase. So first you need a Google account, which I assume you already have one. And then you need to go and log in into firebase.google.com and then create a new project. So for me, I already have a project there, so I'm just gonna stick with that one. Now I'm gonna open my text editor. We're not going to run npm run build again because we already have the build from the last time we deployed our app to Netlify. Now I'm just gonna go and install globally the Firebase tools. So this time we're going to deploy our app using just commands. And now we need to wait for this to install. I'm just gonna speed up this. So I'm going to clear this out, and then the first thing you need to do is to log in to Firebase. So Firebase login, we need to fix this. So if you are a Windows user, you need to go to users, then the user, and then update out in roaming, and then clear npm cache. I'm just going to remove that. Now I'm going to go into the npm folder and then remove this file here, firebase.ps1. So this is effects. So if I clear and run Firebase login, you can see now that it's working. So we need to allow Firebase to collect data, etc. So I'm gonna click yes. This will open a window. I'm gonna go and choose my account and then allow. Now we've been logged in successfully. You can see it here. It says success logged in as Now I'm gonna go and clear this out and then run Firebase in it, and this is where you need to be careful. So are we ready to proceed? Yes. Now we need to go down using our arrow keys to until we reach hosting. I'm gonna hit my spacebar to actually select that and then hit enter. Now we're going to use an existing project because I already have created a project. Now this project here is the project we can see in our console, which is this one here. So I'm gonna go and choose that. I'm gonna hit enter. Now what do you want to use as your public folder? It's gonna be our build folder here. So I'm just gonna type in build as the name of our folder. Now we need to configure this as a single page. You can see yes, and then we set up automatic builds and deploys with GitHub, no. And now it says that an index.html file already exists in our build folder. Do you want to overwrite it? I'm gonna go with no, of course. So we don't want to overwrite that folder, because if you do, your app does not gonna work. So now that this has finished, you can see that this has created two files. The first one is the firebase.json and the other file. So which means now that our app is ready to deploy. So I'm just gonna run firebase deploy, and this will upload all the files with all the configurations we did taken in mind to our hosting in Firebase. So after this finishes, they will give us a URL of where our app is gonna served. So I'm just gonna go and paste that link in our browser, and you can see that our app is now live and hosted or deployed successfully into Firebase. So that's it for this tutorial. I hope you learned something new in this tutorial. So that's it. Don't forget to subscribe and like or dislike the video. Take care and keep learning.